Belinda looked up in shock when Harry burst into her office. I'm here. What happened?" he asked with a frantic expression on his face. She took off her glasses and held up a hand. "Harry, calm down, nothing's wrong," she said. He blinked in shock. "Parvati told me you wanted to see me as soon as possible," he said, with a confused expression on his face. Belinda made a mental note to be less ominous in any messages she left for the poor young man in the future. "Harry, sit down, please," she said. "It wasn't anything bad. I just needed to give you an update and I should have been more specific. I'm sorry." "So nothing's wrong?" he asked, seemingly just to make sure. "No," she said. "All right, that's good," he said, sitting down. Did something happen from the time I was here just 2 days ago?" "Yes, the Hogwarts letters came today," she said. "Oh," he said. "Yeah, that makes sense. The Owl and Newt results came out last week and were towards the end of July." "Yes, Headmistress McGonagall seems to be on top of things," said Belinda. "We have 37 children who will be going to Hogwarts in September, 4 of whom will be first years. Since the letters are here, Andromeda and I sat with Isaac and Naomi, and we drew up a schedule so all of them can go to Diagon Alley in small groups to do their shopping." She passed him a scroll of parchment. "We split them in groups of 4 or 5, and Isaac and Naomi will be alternating taking them with Andromeda throughout this week." He nodded along to her words as he read the document. "Yeah, that sounds good," he said. "Thank you for doing this." "Of course," she said, easily. "I just wanted to give you a heads up, and I couldn't have brought it up when you were here on Saturday since the letters only came this morning." "Can I make a request?" he asked, looking up from the list. He pointed to the schedule on Wednesday, the day after the next one. "Yes, the first years will be going along with Naomi and Andromeda," she said. "What about it?" "Could I go with them instead?" he asked. "Certainly, but may I ask why?" she asked, more out of curiosity than anything. He seemed to consider his response carefully. "The first time I stepped into Diagon Alley, it was the most wonderful day of my life. Going to Hogwarts, starting that journey, was incredible," he said. "But it was also lonely. Hagrid was lovely and he got me a present and helped me buy my things, but it was really lonely." He sighed. "I am not saying they will feel the same things that I did." "But you want to be there for them," nodded Belinda, understandingly. "Yes," he admitted. She smiled, respect and compassion rising for him. "I see," she said. "All right, I'll let Andromeda know that you and Naomi will be taking the first years." Harry smiled back at her. "Thank you," he said. "No, dear," said Belinda. "I should be thanking you." 29th July, 1998. Mila Fontaine swung her legs absently as she sat out on the edge of the fountain, letting the sound of the flowing water relax her. She was 15 minutes early, but she had been up since 6 that morning, too excited to go back to sleep. It was a day she had been looking forward to since her parents had told her what Hogwarts was, and now that her letter had finally come, they weren't around to see it. Her eyes burned with unshed tears, but she inhaled shakily and refused to cry. She was not a baby anymore. She was 11 and she was going to Hogwarts in September. Trying to inhale made her lungs burn, and she had to do the breathing exercises that Healer Lim had taught her in order to not hyperventilate. The organ-liquefying curse that she had been hit with had impacted her lungs, and even though they had been repaired, some of the damage had been permanent. Her mother had taken the brunt of the attack and died instantly, but Mila had been lucky. That's what the Aurors who had transported her to St. Mungo's had said, that she was lucky. Lucky to survive with only a minor issue with breathing, while both her parents had gurgled and died choking on their own blood and liquefied organs. "You're frowning at the sky." She jumped a little and glared at the boy who had joined her at the edge of the fountain. Kai Braxton, like her, was going to Hogwarts in September. "I am frowning at you, not the sky," she said. "Whatever," he shrugged, apparently unbothered, and it irritated her because that was Kai in a nutshell. He had been at the orphan wing longer than anyone, and there were rumors he had been abandoned as an infant, but Mila had no idea if that was true, and she'd never known anything to get to him. "Your hair's different." "One of the older girls, Violetta, did a Dutch braid for me," she said, smiling a little at the memory. Her dark, painfully straight hair was dull and boring, but the braid that Violetta Riley had put it in made it look pretty for the first time in her life. "That's Sebastian's older sister, huh?" asked Kai. "He hasn't shut up about her." "Give him a break, they haven't seen each other for a year," defended Mila. "I think it's sweet." Kai pretended to gag and she rolled her eyes. "Just because we have no one doesn't mean we should be mean to people who do." "I don't need anyone," said Kai, as the remaining 2 members of their group came out to join them. Jeline Chambers was smiling brightly and chattering at a pace that would terrify anyone, while Luca Williamson did his best to keep up. "Oh, we are all here," said Jeline when she saw them. "Good morning." "Morning, Jeline Luca," said Mila. "Good morning to you too, Grumpy," said Jeline, smiling at Kai. He rolled his eyes at her, but she seemed unfazed. "I am so excited." "We all are," said Luca, hastily, and Mila smiled at him gratefully. Jeline was sweet, but she could talk for all of England. "Where are Ms. Naomi and Ms. Andromeda, I wonder?" said Jeline, looking at the front door. "It's almost 9. As if on cue, Naomi walked out towards them. "Good morning, you all made it," she said. "We'll be taking a portkey today, so let's just wait a moment." "Where's Ms. Andromeda?" asked Luca, curiously. "I thought she was supposed to come with us too." "You are getting a different chaperone," she said, and Mila thought she smiled rather mysteriously. "Oh, Merlin, I can't wait," said Kai, tone dripping with sarcasm. "Shut it," Mila told him. Now, settle down, you two," said Naomi, calmly and with just a hint of firmness. Mila hadn't seen Naomi lose her temper so far, but she knew that when her tone grew firm, even the most unruly of the older girls fell in line and obeyed her. She rather thought Isaac was a lot more timid in comparison, though the boys all seemed to like him well enough. "You will be respectful to your chaperone and listen to him as you would do to me." "Who is it?" asked Jeline, her eyes wide. "Is it Mr. Charlie?" she guessed, her cheeks going pink. Mila didn't blame her. More than a few of the girls had a crush on the ruggedly handsome groundskeeper, who was always cheerful and smiling. "No, it's not him," said Naomi, as another man walked out of the main door. "Ah, here he is." Mila looked past Naomi and her eyes went wide. She heard both Luca and Jeline gasp, and even Kai looked stunned as Harry Potter walked over to them and smiled at Naomi. "Sorry to keep you waiting," he said. "I was getting the portkey ready." He looked at all of them and smiled, holding up an empty crystal vial which began glowing blue. "Grab on." They did, and 10 seconds later, the portkey pulled them away as they all landed at the entrance of Diagon Alley. Mila lost her footing as she suddenly grew lightheaded and almost fell, but a strong arm held her up. She steadied herself and looked up at Harry Potter, who smiled kindly as he released her. "Are you all right, Mila?" he asked. Suddenly finding herself blushing, she could only just nod. He nodded back and then checked on Luca, who also looked a little worse for wear. Considering Luca also had his share of medical problems, Mila knew it was no surprise. "Are we all doing fine?" asked Naomi. "All right, good. We will begin with Gringotts then." "Why do we have to go to Gringotts?" muttered Kai. "Because Mila and Luca need to get money from their vaults," said Naomi, who had sharp hearing. "What about us?" asked Jeline, looking at Kai nervously. "Yours comes from the orphanage," said Naomi. "Don't worry, you will all be getting the same things." Jeline looked satisfied, but Kai just had a sour look on his face. Mila shifted uncomfortably, but thankfully, Harry said they should get a move on and began leading the way towards Gringotts. "He's so handsome," gushed Jeline as she fell in step with Mila. "Mr. Charlie?" asked Mila, confused. "No, Harry Potter," whispered Jeline. "Did you see the Witch Weekly article last week? Apparently he's single." "I'm sure he's not into 11-year-olds, Mila whispered, glancing at his back to make sure they weren't being overheard. "Will be of age in 6 years, protested Jeline. "Good luck thinking Harry Potter will be single for that long," muttered Kai. "SHH, said Mila, as Jeline looked annoyed at Kai. "I think he's so cool," whispered Luca. "Not you two," said Kai. "Kai, Jeline, let's head off to get the textbooks while Harry takes Mila and Luca to Gringotts," said Naomi. What about our books? Asked Luca. The textbooks are the same. We'll get a set each for the two of you as well, said Naomi. We'll circle back to the bookshop when we're done if you want to browse for other things. All right. Mila nodded and waved goodbye to Jeline and Kai as she and Luca went with Harry. Stay close, it's fairly crowded, said Harry, with a smile as they saw the snowy white building a few yards away. Why did you decide to come with us today? Asked Luca. Luca, said Mila warningly. No, it's fine, said Harry. The four of you are going to Hogwarts for the first time. It's special. Mila swallowed heavily as they climbed the steps of Gringotts. Harry slowed his pace, being considerate of both her and Luca, and she got the sudden urge to cry. She wanted her mum and dad. They should have been here to see this, to take her through the alley, to hold her hand and make up different lies about how sorting took place at Hogwarts. Mila, are you all right? Asked Luca, and she blinked and realized that tears were already streaming down her cheeks. She brushed them off quickly, but Harry had seen. You're thinking of your parents, he said quietly. Before she could answer, he had led her and Luca deftly away to a quiet part of the stairs. It's all right. I did too when I did this. I think about them every day. I want them to be here, sobbed Mila, finding it hard to stop, especially when she realized he had figured it out so easily. She was not a crier, not in front of others at least, but it was like a dam had broken. Even Luca looked shocked to see her sobbing uncontrollably. I know, said Harry and handed her a clean handkerchief. She took it and wiped her face, but more tears continued to fall. It's all right, Mila. It will be all right. Do you stop missing them? Luca asked Harry, looking like he was close to tears now as well. No, not really, said Harry, and Mila thought it was rather kind that he had been blunt and honest rather than treating them like children. But you find more people. You make friends, you find guardians. None of them will ever replace your parents, but they will make you feel not so alone anymore. That set Luca off as he began crying as well, and Mila passed her handkerchief to him. Harry waited patiently, murmuring words of comfort as the two of them cried it out. Once their sobs had quietened, he cast a quick charm to clean them up and gave a soft smile. Shall we? He asked. They nodded, and Harry led them into Gringotts. After a quick chat with a teller, one of the other goblins took them to their vaults, first Mila's and then Luca's. Harry helped them count out the decided amount into their money pouches, and 30 minutes later, they were back out into Diagon Alley once more. Meeting up with Naomi, Kai, and Jeline, they began their shopping, getting their robes, equipment, and supplies in various shops around the alley. Mila was eager to get a wand, but it was decided that wands would be left to the end. Around midday, they went to lunch at Fortescue Cafe, and Mila was delighted at the taste of strawberry milkshake. It's my first time having it, she defended, when the others giggled at the wide-eyed look on her face. You looked like a bug, said Kai, and she glared at him. There was a bite to his teasing that usually wasn't so obvious, but before she could ponder that, the rest of the table began making plans for the second half of their shopping trip. Following lunch, they went to get their pets. Mila had initially wanted a cat, knowing there was no one really that she had to write to, but Harry had said they could write to anyone, including him, at the orphanage, so she decided on a dreamy-eyed horned owl that she named Swordstorm. That's the stupidest name I've heard of, complained Kai. Shove off, you're being rude, said Mila, admiring her owl who hooted at her. What owl are you getting? None of these, he said. Oh, are you getting a cat then? Asked Mila. You should have gone with Naomi, Luca, and Jeline to the magical menagerie if you wanted a cat. I don't want a cat either, he said sulkily. She raised an eyebrow at his attitude, but Harry came over to them with 2 bags of owl feed. Kai, you haven't picked out yours yet, asked Harry. He said he doesn't want one, said Mila, when Kai didn't say anything. No one asked you, so shut up, he snapped. What's your problem? She asked, irritated. My problem is that you're all idiots and I'm done being around you, he shouted, gathering the attention of some of the other people in the shop. Enough, said Harry, and Mila's angry response died on her tongue at the authority in his tone. He hadn't raised his voice. In fact, It was the same quiet tone that it had been all day, but there had been a weight to it that not even Naomi could have managed. "Mila, let's pay for your owl and wait for the others." Kai had gone quiet when Harry had spoken, and he didn't protest as Harry paid for Swordstorm, and they left Aelip's Owl Emporium. "How about another round of milkshakes?" asked Harry, looking at the two of them. Without waiting for them to respond, he ushered them back to Fortescue Cafe. As they took their seats in a booth, he sent off a stag patroness. "Just to inform Naomi where we are," he said, when Mila looked curious. He glanced at Kai, who had crossed his arms and was glaring at the table. "Kai, what is bothering you?" "Why do you care?" he demanded sulkily. "If you want to punish me for yelling in public, you can go ahead and do that. See if I care." "I don't want to punish you," said Harry. "I just asked what's bothering you." Kai lifted his gaze from the table and glared at him. "Why are you doing this? Why do you care about any of us?" he demanded. Harry looked genuinely confused at his question. "What do you mean?" he asked. "We aren't related to you, you're not a healer or something, so why do all of this?" demanded Kai, and Mila realized with shock that he sounded close to tears. "The orphanage, and taking us shopping and buying us nice things. What are you playing at?" "I'm not playing at anything," said Harry calmly. "I did all of this because I want to help. There is no secret agenda here, Kai." "Bullshit," snapped Kai. "Is it like for publicity, or to make money? 'Cause some of us don't have anything, so you can't take anything from us." Harry sighed and leaned his elbows on the table. "Kai," he began in a gentle tone of voice, "why are you so adamant about this? Did someone make you feel like there was anything at play other than helping you out?" "No," said Kai, sounding frustrated now. "No one did." "Then why?" asked Harry. "Because she didn't," shouted Kai. No one in the cafe reacted, and Mila realized that Harry must have put up privacy charms around them. She turned back to Kai, who now had tears streaming down his face, and she was so shocked that it took a moment to register his words. "Who didn't?" asked Harry in that same gentle voice. "My mum," said Kai. She left me. In that orphan wing when I was nothing more than a baby. She left me and she ran away. She gave birth to me and tossed me aside like I was nothing, so why should a complete stranger give a shit?" "Language," said Mila automatically, and Kai jumped as if he had forgotten that she was there. He wiped his face with his sleeves, avoiding her gaze. "Kai," said Harry finally, "I am really sorry that happened to you. I doubt there are many who can understand what it is like to have parents only for them to leave us by choice." He sighed deeply. "You're not wrong to be suspicious and not trust me or anyone at the orphanage, but I want you to listen to me when I tell you that none of us want anything other than to provide a good home for all of you. You may not believe me," he added, as Kai scoffed, "and I will understand if you don't. But I hope you will in time." He smiled at him. "Until then, why don't we go back and get you an owl? Even if you think we're all out to get you, that's no reason for you not to have a pet, is there?" Kai opened and closed his mouth, unable to come up with a rebuttal. "Fine," he said at last, "but I want a cat." Harry chuckled and Mila couldn't help but smile. "A cat it is," he said. "Let's take those milkshakes to go, shall we?" Kai ended up choosing a fluffy white cat with one green and one blue eye. Both Jeline and Luca had cats as well. Jeline had a Siamese kitten, while Luca got a half-blind ginger cat, saying she was a little broken just like him. Once the pets had been acquired, their final shop was Ollivander's to get wands. Mila and Jeline went first with Harry, and Mila got a beautiful ash wand with a dragon heartstring from a Chinese fireball, and Jeline got a wand made of oak. The two of them waited outside with Naomi while Harry took the boys, and once all four of them had their wands, they did one last sweep of the Claw bookshop to browse and buy any other books they wanted, besides their textbooks. "This shop is so much more crowded than Flourish and Blots," said Jeline, as she and Mila looked at the poetry section. "Naomi said it's cost the prices over there are extravagant." "It's really nice, especially for a new shop," nodded Mila, having noticed that textbooks, even brand new ones, cost way less in there than over at Flourish and Blots. She ended up buying 2 fiction novels that looked interesting, and once their purchases were rung up, they reconvened outside in the alley. That does it, I suppose, said Naomi, with a quick glance at her list. All their shopping bags had been placed into a bottomless handbag that she was carrying, and Harry had lightened the cages that their pets were in so they could carry them around with ease. Let's go home. They had to wait a few minutes as Harry made another portkey, but they got back just after 4. The house elves will bring your things to your room, said Naomi. And you know the rules for pets. They can stay in your room, but you must feed them and take care of them responsibly. She smiled at them. Please thank Harry for chaperoning you. Thank you, Harry, they chorused, even Kai, though he looked away and did it half-heartedly. Off you go then, said Naomi. Mila watched as both Jeline and Luca hugged Harry goodbye while Kai made his escape with barely a wave. She approached Harry as Luca pulled away and held out her hand shyly. Thank you, she said, for what you said at Gringotts. Of course, he nodded and shook her hand. And I meant it, you know. Any time you need to talk, we are all here for you. Mila smiled, feeling a certain warmth settle in her chest. She waved goodbye and returned to the East Tower, feeling for the first time in a long time that she could breathe properly again. And the stadium is back in shape, Daphne was saying. I expect it will be done by Friday. That's perfect. Victor arrives on Friday evening, and I promised him a tour on Monday, said Harry. Isaiah also finalized the contract with Camille Gibson and her people, so they are officially signed on to Puddlemere United. That's wonderful, smiled Fleur. It means Victor can meet everyone next Monday. Yes, apart from the reserve seeker, said Draco. I spoke to Victor and he said he might know someone suitable, said Harry. Let's take it one step at a time. There were murmurs of agreement in the meeting room. Is there anything else, or should we call it? I'm rather exhausted. Oh yeah, you took the children shopping today, said Parvati. How was that? A learning experience, said Harry, fighting back a yawn. All right, let's call it a day, said Daphne. Good night. People returned the sentiment as everyone began to disperse. Harry stretched his arms and yawned loudly. You coming over? He asked Daphne. Yes, but I'll pop home for a bit, she said. I'll see you in half an hour for dinner. She pressed a quick kiss to his cheek and took her leave, and he left not long after her. Returning to Potter Hall, he took a shower, his mind whirling with thoughts of his tumultuous day. He hadn't had a chance to tell Daphne yet, but he was hopping to remedy that over dinner because her perspective mattered most of all to him. He expected her to be there when he got downstairs, but the kitchen was empty. He checked the time and realized it had already been close to 40 minutes, and it wasn't like her to be late. Early, yes, but Daphne was not one to be late for no reason. Usually, he would have reasoned that she'd had something come up, but after a really emotionally exhausting day, he wasn't thinking straight, and his brain just kept coming up with one morbid scenario after another, until he was going through the fireplace to Greengrass Manor. The living room was empty when he arrived, and he was about to call out when he heard running footsteps and saw Astoria rush in. Oh, thank Merlin, it's you, she said when she saw him. She won't come out. What? He asked, as she started running towards the stairs and he had to jog to keep up with her. She's locked herself in her reading room and refusing to come out, said Astoria. What happened? Asked Harry, shocked. The grandbitch made a flu call, said Astoria, irritated. I was in the library, so I missed most of it, but she said something to Daph. She's now shut up in the reading room. Harry quickened his pace and touched Astoria's shoulder. I'll talk to her, Torre, he said. Could you just have some food and maybe some wine brought up to us? Astoria nodded. You got it, she said, and went back downstairs. Harry nodded gratefully and made his way to the reading room. The door was closed, and there was no answer when he knocked. He tried listening in, but he was sure it was enchanted to prevent sound from escaping if the occupant chose to do so. He knocked again, insistently. Daph, it's me, he said. Open the door, please. A long moment passed, and he was about to draw his wand when the handle turned under his grip, and the door swung open. He walked in cautiously, noting that the sconces had been dimmed, but they brightened as he entered. Daphne was sitting in an armchair near the fireplace, and he was shocked to see that her eyes were rimmed red and she had clearly been crying. "What happened?" he asked, closing the distance and kneeling in front of her. She shook her head firmly instead of answering, and as she did, a few strands of golden hair escaped her usually impeccable hairdo. He reached over to tuck her hair back, but she caught his wrist with a quickness that shocked him. "Careful," she said, her voice a little hoarse. She released his wrist and tucked her hair back herself, sliding it under her silver pin delicately. "Daphne," he tried again, "what happened?" Instead of answering, she pulled out the pin from her hair and held it pinched between her thumb and forefinger like she was holding something dangerous. "Tori had one too," she said, her gaze on the pin instead of him. She pressed it and Harry was startled to see a sharp point shoot out of the pin before retracting slowly once she released the pressure. "I made them, after our father died." He reached out and slowly took her hand, the one that wasn't holding the pin. "Is it poisoned?" he asked, knowing he was almost sure it was. "Yes," exhaled Daphne heavily. "And you made it to protect yourself," he nodded. She smiled bitterly. "Yes, but not in the way you are probably thinking," she said. "The poison was meant for me and Tori." He stared at her in shock, unable to find words. "Would you really have?" he asked finally. "To avoid the fate planned for me, without hesitation," she admitted. "I heard Theo was making a bid for me, though if rumors were to be believed, his father also wanted a chance. Either way, the Greengrass fortune would have gone to the Knott family." Harry felt a wave of revulsion, and he wished he had done more than just threaten Knott previously. Another thing occurred to him, and he looked at Daphne with even more concern than before. "You still wear it," he said. She sighed deeply. "Yes," she said. "I can't seem to stop. I feel weak." "You're not weak," he retorted immediately. "Not in the slightest." Daphne chuckled bitterly. "Really?" she asked. "Because it feels like most days I am barely holding it together," and she saw right through that. The sheer venom and emphasis when she mentioned the she in question led Harry to wonder if she was talking about her grandmother. "What did she say to you?" he asked. Daphne rubbed her forehead as if staving off a headache. "It doesn't matter," she said. "I know she said most of it to get under my skin, and I suppose she succeeded." He looked at her imploringly, and she sighed again. "She might have implied that I was incapable of being the head of the Greengrass family on my own. That I was running Verdant and the lordships of one of the sacred 28 families of Britain into the ground over my pride and stubbornness, over wanting to do it all alone when I am clearly in over my head." "And you believed her?" asked Harry, stunned. "Daph, she is dead wrong, you have to know that." "I didn't believe all of it," she protested. "Just some of it." "Well, you should have believed none of it," he said, sitting down in the armchair opposite hers. "Verdant is doing well, and no one knows that better than you and I do." He squeezed the hand he was holding in comfort. "I can't say much about the lordship because I am new to all of it, but people hold you in high regard. You've done nothing to disgrace the Greengrass name." Daphne smiled. "Oh, Harry," she said, "you're being very sweet." Before he could look too confused, she clarified. "People don't hold the Greengrass name in high regard. We are much more of an afterthought, wealthy but distant with ambiguous motives. That's how Slytherin used to define me anyway. People who associate with us do so out of necessity rather than genuine warmth or affection. And that's fine," she added when he frowned. "It has suited us well and kept us under the radar most of the time. But with the Dark Lord, it all changed. My mother was attacked as a warning, and my father was killed because we refused to budge from our corner and get with the program, one way or another. My grandmother suggested I was being no different, and without a proper lord or an heir, I would destroy the legacy of my family over my ego. The same way my parents did." Harry hissed in shock. "That bitch," he snapped. Daphne stared at him and then burst into laughter. "That is pretty much what I said to her," she said, and her brief moment of humor faded slowly. "It wasn't so much what she said that bothered me. It's been a variation of words she has been saying to me since I was a child, and I have developed an immunity of sorts to them." "Then what made you so upset?" he asked, concerned. "Isn't it obvious?" she asked with a weary smile. I am no longer in the same corner of neutrality that my family was. I chose a side, your side. The grand bitch doesn't know that, but her words still made me think. I allied myself to you publicly as your lawyer. I allied my name and my family's reputation. She inhaled deeply and met his gaze. And privately, I am choosing you. As much of a decision of yours it is to make about who Lady Potter ought to be, so is mine to choose who Lord Greengrass shall be. And do you think you're choosing wrong? He asked. No, she said. Or more precisely, I don't know. Neither of us do, not yet anyway. It is something that time will tell, and until then we must operate on faith that we are right for one another in the way we have come to believe. I do believe it, he said. Trust me, I have thought about this ever since we first had the conversation. And you're right. It is absolutely your prerogative to choose who Lord Greengrass shall be, and I don't envy the decision you have to make because I know it was a difficult decision for me as well to weigh what I want and what my duty is. All I know is that I was relieved when I finally got there. He glanced at her other hand that still held the pin. Are you still afraid of having to use it? She followed his gaze and nodded slowly. Ever since my father died, I can't seem to let go of it, she said. I tried and tried, but I felt vulnerable, exposed without it. He smiled a little. You know the mirror that Sirius gave me? He asked, and she nodded curiously. I broke it after he died, but I still kept the pieces. He shrugged. I was never quite sure why I did. It was just broken glass. Might as well have been junk. But when the time came, those shards helped me. It saved us in Malfoy Manor and later in the Forest of Dean. She frowned at him in concern, and he remembered he was yet to tell her about the Horcruxes and what they'd been doing during the past year. I'll explain later, he said in response to her look. But my point is I kept it, the broken glass, no reason for it, but it made me feel like there was hope, or a connection at least. Daphne nodded slowly and held up the pin. When I left for Hogwarts last September, my father advised me to keep my head down and protect Astoria, she said. When I came home for Yule, I could see how stressed out he was. He'd been asked numerous times to come before the Dark Lord and swear his allegiance. He had managed to make excuses and avoid it for some time, but he knew his time was running short. Fresh tears began to gather in her eyes, and Harry stood up, pulling her up with him and wrapped his arms around her tightly, tucking her head under his chin. H.E. gave me the pins and the book with the instructions to make the poison. He never told me what to do with it. He didn't have to. It was the only Yuletide present I received last year, a way to end my life, a way to end Astoria's life. Her body began to shake with sobs, and Harry exhaled sharply, still holding her as she cried into his chest. It was the last present my father gave me. Harry had no words, and he knew there would be nothing he could say that Daphne hadn't already considered before. I am so sorry, Daph, he said. I am really sorry. He did it to protect us. He didn't want us to suffer, she sobbed. I know, love, I know he did, he said, but it still hurts, doesn't it? She nodded into his chest and sobbed harder. I feel like a mess, she managed to say between crying. You are a mess, he said, remembering what Hermione had said. So am I, so is everyone else. And that's all right, Daphne. You took on me and my mess when I showed up on your doorstep with an envelope full of unimaginable power and influence, and you helped me make it into something meaningful. You are helping me change the world, Daphne, and agreeing to stand with me through all of it. So you get to be a mess as well, because you have fucking earned it as far as I am concerned. She chuckled through her tears, and he kissed the top of her head. There's no one else I would rather have with me, mess or not. Nothing that bitch you call a grandmother, nor anything that happened in the past gets to change that. Everything that happened to us will always be there, but we get to choose how much of it affects us. Ivana told me that, and I think that's true here as well. He pulled away slightly and cupped her face, slowly wiping her tears with his thumbs. You can hold on to that pin. Wear it every day if you want to. Just know that you are still capable of dealing with things, with or without it. You put too much faith in me, Harry, she said, though she gave a small, reluctant smile. I am not as perfect as you think. You're not as much of a mess as you think you are either, he countered easily. And I don't think you are perfect. I think you are amazing. I think you are amazing as well, she said, looking up at him. He suppressed a gasp as they held each other's gaze for a long moment before Daphne's eyes fluttered shut, and she tilted her head up towards him. Harry closed his eyes and leaned down, their noses brushing one another slightly as their lips drew closer. Just before they could touch, a loud knock sounded in the room and they both jumped apart. "Daph, Harry, is everything all right?" came Astoria's voice from the other side of the door. "I brought the food and wine that Harry requested." Daphne glanced towards the door and sighed in annoyance. "Yes, everything is fine. Just leave the tray outside," she said, and turned to Harry. "As much as I love my dear sister, she has the absolute worst timing." Harry was inclined to agree, but considering he'd been the one to tell Astoria to bring the food and wine, he felt it was partially his fault as well. "All right, I'll give you two some privacy," said Astoria, and they heard her leave. "Too late now," muttered Daphne and glanced at Harry sheepishly. "Sorry." No, it's fine," he said. He was about to suggest they return right back to it, regardless of the interruption, but his stomach growled loudly, which made Daphne laugh. "Let's see what's for dinner, shall we?" said Daphne, and went to fetch the tray. "Daph, are you sure you're all right?" he asked, still wanting to make sure. She returned with a tray laden with food and wine, and smiled at him. "Not completely, but I will be," she said. She set the tray down on a table between the armchairs and held up the pin once again. "I don't think I'm ready to let go of it yet, but I feel better about telling you." "That's fine," he said. "You should take your time with things." "I will," she assured him. With a flick of her wand, her face was wiped clean and her hair arranged into a neat braid. She tucked the pin into the braid carefully and leaned forward and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Harry, for letting me fall apart, and for everything you said." "Of course," he said with a smile. "Any time, Daphne, it's no less than what you do for me." Chapter 21. 30th July, 1998. "This is too bright," said Daphne, unzipping the dress she was wearing and taking it off. She tossed it aside, on top of an already sizable pile of clothes on her bed. Astoria rolled her eyes. "The last one was too dull," she said. "The one before was too somber or too cheerful or whatever." "Well, it was," said Daphne, going to her wardrobe room and hunting around frantically. "No, they were all fine," said Astoria, as Daphne returned with yet another dress. "What is the matter with you? It's only a garden party." "At Longbottom Manor," pointed out Daphne, putting on the sapphire blue dress. "Zip me up." Astoria did so, and Daphne examined her reflection in the floor-length mirror, turning from side to side with a frown on her face. "It's too blue." "Stop," ordered Astoria, placing her hands on Daphne's shoulders. "It looks fine." Daphne sighed and then nodded slowly. "All right," she said. "I'm just a little nervous." "I would be too, if I was personally invited by Neville Longbottom to his birthday party," said Astoria. "It's actually a little impressive that you got on what is likely a very exclusive invitation list. You weren't close at Hogwarts, were you?" "Hardly," snorted Daphne, banishing the discarded dresses back to her wardrobe. "I'm sure he invited me because of my association with Harry." "Well, regardless, you are stepping into the spotlight in a big way," she said, and nodded towards an invitation set out on Daphne's desk near the large window. "You are also included in the students being honored tomorrow by the ministry." "I remained behind, and I suppose Professor Slughorn told the minister about it," she shrugged. "I wasn't expecting it, but I can hardly refuse." "Were you the only Slytherin on the list?" asked Astoria. "No, Blaise is as well, and a few from the younger years," said Daphne. "I could have stayed too," frowned Astoria, "if you hadn't insisted on having me evacuate." "We've talked about this," said Daphne sternly. "There was no reason for you to stay as well." Astoria looked unconvinced, but didn't seem to want to argue the point. "You need help choosing your jewelry." "No, I got it," said Daphne, picking out a simple diamond and sapphire set. "But you can help me with my hair." "I'll do crown braids so it will be a little casual," said Astoria. "Can't imagine it will be too formal, considering it's a garden party." "It's still being held by the head of one of the sacred 28 families, even if it is just for classmates," warned Daphne. "Harry did say that it's not going to be a big deal, but—" It's still your chance to make a first impression on what is essentially Harry's group of friends, nodded Astoria. I understand that. Well, yes, in a way, agreed Daphne. But it's also about our family's position of neutrality shifting. We were never on the guest list of families as light as the Longbottoms. Well, the neutral side did have closer ties to the dark families than light, I guess, said Astoria, as she began braiding Daphne's hair. Are you all right with that? Yes, I suppose so, said Daphne. Besides, we are hardly the exception. Everyone is clamoring to join up with the winning side, she added sarcastically. Astoria mumbled something Daphne didn't understand, since she had pins in her mouth that she began using to secure Daphne's crown braids. What was that? Asked Daphne once she was done. I said it's no surprise, clarified Astoria. All done with your hair. Thank you, Torre, smiled Daphne. Sure thing, said Astoria and took her leave. Daphne finished putting on her makeup and fiddled with her jewelry before noticing that it was time to go. She slipped into a new pair of heels and made her way downstairs. A small internal pep talk followed, and a few minutes later, she arrived at Longbottom Manor, using the instructions on the invite she had received. The gardens of Longbottom Manor were a sight to behold, indeed. Daphne came from a family that truly valued a good and well-kept garden, so her trained eye could see the extent of care and attention to detail that had gone into it. The party was being held in the rose garden that had white, pink, red, and yellow roses in full bloom. White tables and chairs were set up surrounded by the rose bushes, and floating white lanterns cast a soft glow of light over the area in the setting sun. There were already a few people around, and Daphne scanned the crowd rapidly to find a familiar face. Unfortunately, the first person who caught her eye was Ginny Weasley, who was mid-conversation with Neville Longbottom and fell silent when she saw Daphne. Knowing she had to greet the host lest she was rude, Daphne made her way over to them, trying not to let her discomfort show. Fortunately, Neville Longbottom greeted her with a polite bow and smile when he saw her. Madam Gringotts, thank you for coming, he said. I am grateful for the invitation, Elder Longbottom. You have a very lovely home, said Daphne, handing him a neatly wrapped gift and a bouquet of flowers. Many happy returns of the day. He accepted the flowers and gift and handed them off to a house elf who carried it over to a table where other gifts were being kept. Thank you, he said. You know Ginny, of course. Of course, said Daphne, giving her a tight smile. It's nice to see you again. Yeah, you too, she mumbled. She tucked a strand of her red hair behind her ear and fidgeted briefly with the gold dress that she was wearing before smiling at Neville. I'm going to socialize. See you. Daphne nodded in goodbye as Ginny went over to chat with some other people. Neville handed Daphne a flute of champagne and told her to enjoy the party as he continued to greet more guests. Daphne sipped her drink, realizing very quickly that while the guests were all people from their year at Hogwarts, she was the only Slytherin present. Harry hadn't seemed to arrive yet, but thankfully, Susan Bones made her way over to her. You look lost, said Susan. Yes, a little, I suppose, smiled Daphne. You look very nice, she added, with a glance at Susan's sky-blue dress. Thanks, you do as well, said Susan. I haven't had the chance to dress up in a long, long time, so I appreciate it. Busy time at the ministry still, asked Daphne. Oh, absolutely, sighed Susan. As if it wasn't enough to be busy with preparing for Death Eater trials, now we have a whole bunch of arrests that were made in the Nocturne raids that need to be processed. Robards wants us to get those trials out of the way before we focus on the Death Eaters. Really? Asked Daphne, intrigued. Yeah, he's apparently petitioning the Wisengamot to have those trials begin in early August and finish before we have the Death Eater trials in September, said Susan. That is certainly ambitious, said Daphne. Though, I suppose those trials are less complicated than the Death Eater ones. Right in one, said Susan. We are trying to settle as many as we can, but some of them want there to be a whole rigmarole of a trial rather than taking a deal. I heard Johanna Inglewood's firm is defending almost all of them, said Daphne, remembering the sharp defense lawyer who had gone to Hogwarts with her father. There had even been rumors the two had been involved for a time before Elias had married Juliet. Yeah, nodded Susan. Robards has been ranting about it almost every day. Johanna is known to be a fair woman, said Daphne. The people who work for her are very good at their jobs, and she won't take on a case unless she knows it is worthy of a trial, no matter the money or publicity being offered. One of the last honorable people left in the realm of defense lawyers. You don't have to tell me, Daphne, said Susan placatingly. Johanna was a friend of my aunt's. Robards just hates her on principle. Daphne rather thought it sounded like a theme when it came to Robards, but wisely kept that comment to herself. She spotted Parvati and politely excused herself from Susan to approach her. As she got closer, she noticed Parvati shake her head and walk away from Dean Thomas. Everything all right? Daphne asked her, concerned. Parvati smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. Yeah, sure, she said. Daphne glanced at Dean, who looked very disappointed before heading over to get a drink. She couldn't help but notice that the dress robes he was wearing were quite expensive, more expensive than he could have afforded prior to being the heir to the Shafik family. Did you have a fight? Asked Daphne, knowing she was prying but curious just the same. Parvati sighed. No, she said. I told you how he came to the foundation office to make the donation on his family's behalf, right? Yes, said Daphne, remembering her mentioning it. She lowered her voice and leaned in closer. He asked me out, she said. Oh, said Daphne, and I am guessing you turned him down. I did, nodded Parvati. Daphne wanted to know more, but knew she couldn't be more nosy than she'd already been. All right, she said, deciding to drop it. Oh, Harry's here, said Parvati, and Daphne followed her gaze to see him approach Neville. The two greeted one another with a firm handshake before Harry handed over a gift. A few other people joined them almost immediately. Like a moth to a flame, murmured Parvati, raising an eyebrow. We can't blame them, said Daphne. Suppose not, said Parvati. You coming? She asked as she got ready to head over there as well. Not yet, I'll go and get another drink, said Daphne. Parvati nodded and left, so Daphne went over to the bar, setting down her empty champagne flute. Before she could pick up another one, she noticed the other person at the bar and frowned. Good evening, she nodded, not wanting to be impolite. Ron Weasley pursed his lips but nodded back. Evening, he said. Daphne picked up a fresh drink and turned to leave, but heard him clear his throat. Yes, she asked. Ron fidgeted, in a manner not unlike his sister, before taking a deep breath. Thank you, he said. Pardon? Asked Daphne, stunned at being thanked by Ronald Weasley. He scowled. I said thank you, he said, and his ears went red. You know, for everything you are helping Harry do. I was under the impression you were quite displeased with me. And Harry, for that matter, she said, too shocked to hold her tongue. That was before, he said, squirming uncomfortably. Before the orphanage and the institute and all of that. Right, said Daphne. He gave an awkward nod and left, and Daphne was still standing there when she felt a tap on her shoulder. Harry, she gasped as she turned around and saw him. You startled me. You were spaced out, said Harry. Everything all right. Ron Weasley just thanked me, she said. He did what? Asked Harry, his eyes going wide. Exactly what I just said Daphne. Huh, that's a good sign at least, said Harry, a small smile curling at the corner of his lips. Yeah, agreed Daphne. You were a little late, everything all right. Yes, I was just waiting on word from Isaiah that Victor arrived in Dorset safely, he said, and then smiled at her. You look nice. Daphne's cheeks went pink and she glanced around quickly to see if there was anyone around. Unfortunately, almost everyone was trying and failing to pretend like they weren't watching them like hawks. Thanks, she said with a tight smile. You know, I'm still surprised Longbottom invited me. I'm the only Slytherin here. He shrugged with a small smile, and the two of them looked up as Hermione approached them. Hi, Harry, Daphne, grinned Hermione. How are you? Very well, thank you, Hermione, smiled Harry, giving her a hug. In a hushed voice audible to only her and Daphne, he told Hermione of Ron's odd behavior. "You'd better go talk to him," said Hermione, eyebrows raised in surprise. "Sounds like he's actually trying to make amends." "You think so?" asked Harry. "Might as well give him the benefit of the doubt," said Hermione. Harry nodded and excused himself to go and speak to Ron. Hermione turned to Daphne immediately. "Did you get it?" "Yes," said Daphne, discreetly passing her a snuff box-sized package wrapped in brown paper that Hermione stashed into a small beaded bag. "Is everything ready for tomorrow? Do you need any help?" "Nope, I have it covered," said Hermione. "This will help plenty," she added, patting her bag. "Thank you for getting it." "Of course," nodded Daphne. "It's a simple enough request, though it's not easy to find here. Minnie has the recipe, so she'll be able to make it without issue." "As long as Harry likes it, that's all that matters," smiled Hermione. "I don't think he's ever had it before. Even I had it only recently when I was in Australia." "Harry is open to trying new things when it comes to food," said Daphne. "I hope so," said Hermione. "I'll ask Minnie to make another cake, just as a backup in case he doesn't like this one." "It's not a terrible idea to have a backup," said Daphne sensibly. "Even if Harry liked it, other guests might prefer something more traditional like a chocolate cake." "That makes sense," said Hermione and then sighed. "I am not good at this stuff." Daphne gave her a concerned look. "Do you want me to help?" No, I want to do this," insisted Hermione. "But it's all new to me, this planning a party thing." "You planned an illegal study group under Umbridge's nose," Daphne pointed out, slightly amused. "A birthday party is much less daunting." "I'd rather do that again," laughed Hermione. Daphne chuckled, and her eyes drifted over to where Harry was speaking with Ron Weasley. "I wonder how it's going," murmured Hermione, following her gaze. "Harry is usually quick to forgive when it comes to Ron." Daphne hummed noncommittally, wondering if that would be the case this time as well, though a part of her was quite sure it wasn't going to be as simple as before. Contrary to what Hermione thought, Harry was not so quick to forgive Ron this time around. In fact, when he approached him, Harry let Ron lead the conversation, instead of doing it himself. "George said he saw you recently," said Ron, making small talk like he had been since Harry had come over to talk to him. "Yeah, we had coffee together," said Harry, not offering anything besides that, figuring the business with Angelina was George's to talk about. Ron sighed deeply, evidently realizing Harry wasn't going to be the one to take a step forward. "Look, I'm sorry, all right," he said. "I have been thinking about things, and I owe you an apology." "Right, thanks," said Harry, relaxing just a little though wary just the same. "But that doesn't mean I am all right with everything either," said Ron firmly. "I was out of line when I spoke to you, and yeah, I tend to dig my heels in when it comes to certain people, but I won't apologize for being worried about you." There it was. "All right," said Harry, surprisingly fine with this turn of events. "So, where does that leave us?" Ron looked confused. "What do you mean? We are still best friends," he said. "You've obviously been doing a lot of things, and I want to help in any way I can." "Are you sure? Because that would mean getting along with people you are worried about," said Harry, raising an eyebrow. "If you mean Greengrass, I am fine with her," he said. "I draw the line at Malfoy, though." "That's something at least," snorted Harry. "I appreciate the sentiment, Ron, and if I need something, I'll ask. But I'm all right for now. You made a commitment to George and the shop, so you should stick with it." Ron looked a little disappointed that Harry hadn't accepted his help immediately, but Harry wasn't ready to cast aside the team of people he had built up just yet. Ron's friendship was still important, so he was glad they had reconciled somewhat. "That's good, I guess," nodded Ron. "I'll see you around then." He offered his hand and Harry shook it firmly. "Yeah, see you around," smiled Harry. Ron gave an awkward nod and made his escape, as Harry returned to Daphne and Hermione. There had been a pit in his stomach, realized Harry, since his fight with Ron, and that conversation had eased it somewhat. It wasn't gone, but it was definitely better. 31 July, 1998. The Ministry of Magic, HONORS. The HOGWRTS 40. Harry Potter awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, page 2. Order of Merlin, Second Class awarded to Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, page 5. Students who fought in the Battle of Hogwarts awarded the Minister's Special Recognition Award. By Ben Almatis. Almost 3 months on since the Battle of Hogwarts ended the war with He Who Must Not Be Named, the wizarding world has slowly been returning to a time of peace. And yet, the shadows of war seem to have never really left us. None of it was more apparent than this morning, when the Minister of Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, held the ceremony in the Ministry's banquet hall to honor the brave souls who had fought so we could have the peace that we are enjoying. On the night of May 2nd, 1998, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was placed under siege by He Who Must Not Be Named and his army of Death Eaters. In response to this dangerous event, the staff chose to evacuate the students to safety through a secret passageway within the school. But then there were some who stayed behind. These extraordinarily brave and fortuitous young witches and wizards decided to remain within Hogwarts and fight He Who Must Not Be Named and his Death Eaters, choosing their right and duty of standing up for their beliefs and principles. Not all of them survived their stand, and many came out of the ordeal with painful scars, both physical and mental. And yet, as Minister Shacklebolt said in his speech to them this morning, they embodied the true ideal of wizarding virtue. The students, henceforth referred to as the Hogwarts 40, were a group of 40 students, comprising of members of all 4 Hogwarts houses. For a full list, see page 3. They ranged from first years all the way to the 7th, with several of them having been out of Hogwarts during the year, but returning when the call came for help. The ceremony this morning opened with a speech by Minister Kingsley Shacklebolt discussing the Battle of Hogwarts. See page 10 for details. He proceeded to acknowledge the contributions of the Hogwarts 40, most notably of the wizarding world's savior, Elder Harry Potter. Elder Harry Potter, see page 5 for more, received the Order of Merlin, First Class, becoming the youngest recipient of the award. "I am beyond honored at the privilege," says Elder Potter, when asked about it after the ceremony. It also happens to be his 18th birthday, so the occasion is one of celebration. Apart from Elder Potter, 3 more Order of Merlins, Second Class, were awarded to Mr. Ronald Weasley, Madam Hermione Granger, and Elder Neville Longbottom for their contributions in the fight against He Who Must Not Be Named. For interviews with the recipients, see page 5. After the Order of Merlins were awarded, the remaining 36 of the Hogwarts 40 were called to the dais one by one and awarded the Minister's Special Recognition Award. 30 of the 36 young men and women survived and were present at the ceremony, while the remaining 6 were awarded the honor posthumously. "I know he was a true Gryffindor and he wanted to fight," says Dennis Creevey, brother of fallen wizard Mr. Colin Creevey. "He would be proud that he was able to help." Following the ceremony, a speech was made by Headmistress Minerva McGonagall of Hogwarts, and she praised her students, declaring proudly that they had been a true credit to Hogwarts and the houses they represented. She also expressed her wish that the following generations of students to come through Hogwarts would embody a similar spirit and vigor. See page 6 for details. The Daily Prophet was able to get statements and interviews from several of the Hogwarts 40 students, as well as individual profiles and their contributions during the Battle of Hogwarts. The details shall be published in tomorrow's issue of the Prophet. We ask the readers to look forward it, and in the meantime, join us in honoring the brave Hogwarts 40. The main parlor of Grimmauld Place was buzzing with conversation, as people chatted and laughed, enjoying the casual atmosphere of the room after a very formal morning at the Ministry for many of them. Following Neville's lead, Hermione had also decided to invite their classmates and a few of the people they knew, including Harry's former Quidditch teammates and their younger counterparts. It was still a good amount of people, and a lot of them had come there directly after the ceremony celebrating the Hogwarts 40, so they were still dressed in formal dress robes with the black armband to honor the fallen. Thankfully, unlike the Ministry ceremony, which had been stiff and dull at times, The party for Harry's 18th birthday had a table laden with finger sandwiches, 4 different kinds of crisps, and more importantly, alcohol. To get everyone good and drunk, Hermione had told Harry when he'd asked. We are going to need it. Her prediction turned out to be correct, and the alcohol helped dissipate the somber mood of the morning as people began relaxing and enjoying the party after a couple drinks. An ancient record player played the Weird Sisters on loop, and a space had cleared in the middle of the room for an impromptu dance floor. It was less of a formal event she had envisioned and dreaded, if she were honest, and more like a party in the Gryffindor common room after winning a Quidditch match, but Hermione was grateful for the familiarity of it. Seeing that the party was in full swing, she ducked into the kitchen to check up on the cakes. The large chocolate cake was sitting ready on the counter, but Minnie was still working on the other one and was in the process of applying the vanilla and honey cream frosting to the matcha cake. She hoped that Daphne was right and Harry would be able to enjoy it, especially after Daphne had gone to the trouble of finding the matcha. "How is it coming along?" asked Hermione. She was still cautious around house elves, but she had seen how Harry treated his elves, and Andromeda had had a good, long talk with her about house elves one day, so she had to swallow her opinions just a little and do more studying. Her research had revealed how important the bond of house elves was to their life and sustaining their magic, and her ignorant actions of the past had made her feel quite ashamed. It was like her mother had pointed out. She had assumed she knew best and made the choice for someone else without considering that they had their own agency. It had been why her parents hadn't forgiven her right away, because they would have liked to have a say in their situation, rather than Hermione playing the high and mighty witch who knew best. The whole thing had made Hermione take a good, long look at herself, and she'd realized how many times she had acted in someone else's interest without consideration of them, and it had made her grow up quite a bit. She still felt house elves needed to be treated better and not abused, but she had a clearer understanding now, and she'd been cautiously asking Minnie questions here and there while she was working on the food for the party. "Almost done, Miss Hermione," squeaked Minnie cheerfully. "Good," said Hermione. "Thank you, Minnie." Since she looked busy, Hermione decided to rejoin the party, but there was a knock at the door and she went to answer it. She opened the door, frowning when she noticed it was pouring rain outside. There was a familiar young man standing on the front step, and Hermione's eyes went wide when she saw him. "Victor," she asked, shocked. "WH, what are you doing here?" Victor Crumb looked just as surprised, but he smiled when he saw her. "Harry invited me to the party," he said, and he looked a little awkward when she didn't respond right away. "Oh, right, of course, come in," said Hermione, going pink at being a bad hostess. She invited him inside and took his cloak. "Can I get you a towel?" she asked, noticing that he'd gotten a little wet from the rain. He shot her a look full of bemusement before casting a drying charm on himself. Hermione's face flamed red when he did. Of all the worst timings to forget that she was a witch. This way," she said, leading him towards the parlor. As luck would have it, the Weird Sisters song that was playing at the moment was one that she and Victor had danced to back at the Yule Ball. Victor seemed to realize it, and he smiled a little bashfully at her. "Would you like to?" he asked, jerking his head towards the makeshift dance floor. Hermione almost refused, but a thrill shot up her spine when she saw him extend a hand to her, not unlike the time he'd asked her to the Yule Ball, surrounded by stacks of books in the Hogwarts school library. With a nod, she took his offered hand and let him pull her into the throng with the rest of the dancers. "You know," said Daphne, as she and Harry took a walk by the lake of Potter Hall, "it is kind of funny that your birthday is one of the sacred days, just like mine." "February 1st, asked Harry, surprised. "It's a sacred day, too." "Yeah, Candlemas," she said, "but that's a conversation for another time." Harry agreed with a nod. After a somber morning at the ministry, a rousing party at Grimmauld Place in the afternoon, and then quiet Lammas celebrations on the grounds of Potter Hall in the evening, it had been a very full and busy day. Unlike the massive summer solstice celebrations, the Lammas celebrations had been quite subdued. Teddy, Andromeda, Daphne, and Astoria had attended, and they'd eaten apples picked from the orchard behind Black Castle and collected the seeds which would then be planted across all of Harry's estates. Warm bread had been baked fresh by the house elves, and accompanied with homemade jam and rich butter, and fruit wine aplenty. Daphne and Astoria had burned sandalwood and rose incense before the meal, and both girls had been wearing carnelian jewelry, which Daphne had informed him was the gemstone for Lammas. After the meal, everyone had taken their leave, but Harry and Daphne had decided to take a walk around the lake, fulfilling the tradition of being near a body of water for the occasion. The sun had set a long time ago, so the grounds were dark, but Harry had an enchanted paper lantern floating above their heads so they could have some light as they walked. "How are you feeling?" asked Daphne. "It's been a trying day." "You can say that again," he laughed. "I could have done without all the attention in the morning, but I figured it would have been much worse if all the focus had been on me alone." "You still had plenty of focus." "But I know what you mean," smiled Daphne. "I should hope so," he grinned, "considering you look just as uncomfortable as I did." "I don't do well with attention from people as light as the ones present this morning," she said. "I could sense their mistrust and disbelief when I was presented with the award." "Well, fuck them," he said bluntly. "What do they know?" She laughed a little and took his arm as they continued their walk. "You're right about that," she said. "On to better topics, then. How did you enjoy your birthday party?" "That was fun," he grinned. "It's the best birthday party I have ever had." "It was all Hermione," she said. "Yeah, and I didn't even get a chance to thank her," frowned Harry. "She seemed busy the whole time, and then later, she and Victor were talking, so I didn't want to interrupt." Daphne smiled. "I'm sure she knows, but be sure to tell her when you get the chance," she said. "You know, I have a feeling Victor Crumb may be signing on with our team after all." He gave her a confused look. "What makes you so sure?" he asked. "I don't introduce him to the team until Monday." "Just a feeling," she shrugged. "Did you like the cake?" "I did," he said, forgetting the odd comment about Victor. "It was delicious. What did you say it was again?" "Matcha," she said. "Hermione had me get it. We had some on hand at the manor, thankfully." "It was such an unusual taste," he said, the memory still lingering in his mind. "There are plenty of dishes that can be made with it," she said. "I'll make sure to inform Minnie to make some from time to time." "I'd like that," he grinned. "Oh, and speaking of which, here's your birthday gift," she said, drawing it out her dress pocket. It was a thin, rectangular box the size big enough to hold a fountain pen and not much more. "Didn't you already give me something?" he asked, confused. "Yes, but this is different," she said. "Go on." "All right," he said, trying not to think about a stack of gifts he was yet to unpack from his party. Daphne had informed him that he had to send handwritten thank-you notes for every gift, and he was not looking forward to that process. But a second gift from Daphne was something he would never not cherish. "You don't have to write a thank-you note for this one," she said. He grinned as he unwrapped the box and opened it. To his surprise, there was a long, dark red silk ribbon in the box. "It's for today," said Daphne, and he looked up to see that she was blushing. For the year and day marriage?" he asked, lifting the ribbon out. It was about a foot in length and less than an inch wide. "Hand-fasting was tradition, but we can't use magical binding, so I figured we would do this instead," she said, still looking a little embarrassed. "Why can't we do the magical binding?" he asked, confused. She gave him an exasperated look. "Because it is binding," she said. "It's marriage, and it cannot be broken. Not without serious consequences, and it's not something we should be agreeing to before we even start dating properly." "Right, of course," he said, chastised. "So, how do we do this?" Daphne pulled out her wand and flicked it towards the ribbon, which levitated into the air. "Give me your hand," she said. He did, and she held right hand in hers like a handshake. As they did, the ribbon curled around their wrists and then crisscrossed to knot their hands together. Harry took a deep breath and looked at Daphne. She truly looked beautiful, dressed in a coral-colored sundress, a gold and carnelian necklace around her neck with matching earrings, and her hair in crown braids. There was a natural blush on her cheeks, and in the soft light of the enchanted lantern, she seemed to glow. "What now?" he asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The traditions of this ceremony have been lost to time," she chuckled, her own voice growing hushed as well. "So, I have no idea." He laughed with her and squeezed the hand he was holding. "Then we should make it up as we go along," he said. "I like that plan," she said, and then grew serious. "I know neither of us are ready to commit to an actual marriage, but I want you to know that this year and day thing is a formality. I want us to date properly, and whether it takes a year and a day or a decade, I want us to set our own pace. Decide how fast or how slow we want things to go." "All right," he agreed, relieved as she said it. He had been dreading setting a time limit on a relationship, and he was glad Daphne wasn't going to hold him to it. "Thank you," she smiled, seemingly relieved as well. "I think that's about it, unless you want to add something." He grinned at her. "Nope," he said, and pulled her in swiftly with a single tug and kissed her. She gasped at the abrupt movement, but relaxed as their lips began moving together tentatively, the taste of fruit wine still potent on their breath. Their joined hands remained squished between them, but Harry used his left hand to cup her face and tilt it up so he could deepen the kiss. When his tongue pushed past her lips and into her mouth, Harry had to suppress a groan at how sweet she tasted. Feeling like he could do this forever, he couldn't help but be disappointed when she pulled away suddenly. He was about to ask if something was wrong, but she untied the ribbon around their hands rapidly and cast it aside before wrapping her arms around his neck, going up on her tiptoes to kiss him once again. He suppressed a smile and lifted her up around the waist so they could kiss more comfortably, and decided firmly that this was the best birthday he had ever had. 1st August, 1998. "And we can all hope that Platinum Alley shall become a place worthy of its name. Thank you." There was applause and a few cheers as Minister Shacklebolt cut the ribbon at the entrance archway of the brand new Platinum Alley. Camera flashes went off as reporters took pictures of the momentous occasion, and as the gathered crowd began approaching the minister to shake his hand, Harry and his team made a discreet exit to the GSC HQ. "Well, that was something," said Adrian, as they all assembled in the conference room. It was a Saturday and should have been their day off, but since the day before had not been as productive, they'd decided to come in. The official launch of Platinum Alley had also been a convenient excuse. "The public is responding well, and ever since the Hogwarts 40 thing yesterday, Shacklebolt popularity is climbing higher," said Draco. "Oh, speaking of which, Marion told me that tomorrow's issue of the Witch Weekly will have a feature on the witches of Hogwarts 40, said Tracy, with a wink at Daphne and Parvati. Daphne scowled. "I know," she said. "We had little choice on the matter." "I hope they magically clean up my scars," said Parvati. "You two are being dramatic. This will be great," said Tracy. "It will do wonders for your image, trust me. People love the Hogwarts 40 thing." Yeah, it's not important right now, though," said Daphne firmly. "Susan Bones told me they want to start prosecuting the Nocturne Alley criminals from next week onwards, so it will likely mean some of us will be in the Wisengamot almost every morning." "If that happens, we might have to skip the morning meetings," said Fleur. "What are the trial hours?" 9 to 12, usually," said Daphne. "They can run late, but that's the standard these days. We'll still try to attend the meeting, but let's make it at 8 instead of 8.3 that we normally have." "Where are we with Prisma?" asked Parvati, as everyone else agreed. "I heard you had a meeting with Penelope Clearwater yesterday." "Yes," said Fleur, summoning the file and showing them design sketches. "She had a few ideas for the rooms, depending on the price range we want to charge. The first 2 floors have shared rooms, so those will have almost dormitory-like accommodations," said Draco. "The next 8 floors will have normal occupancy, a mix of twin beds and queen beds, then the luxury suites on the 3 floors above it, and finally, the penthouse suites." He laid out the sketches of each type of room as he explained it. "The color theme is to be gray and white for the shared rooms, teal and white for normal occupancy, coral and white for luxury suites, and royal purple and white for the penthouse suite," said Fleur. The lobby, restaurant, and bar on the ground floor will be shades of white and gold. There's a restaurant, asked Parvati. Not usually, but we have the space, and I suggested we have it, said Draco. They had a kitchen for providing room service already, so having a small restaurant and bar in the hotel itself will be convenient. The good thing is that with Platinum Alley now open, they will see the opening under new management banners we have put around there, said Tracy. I suggest we get on the renovations suggested by Clearwater and show the press around to get some buzz going. Sounds fine to me, said Harry. What about staff? We are on it, said Fleur. The ministry and the guild will both get into gear from Monday, so we can start employing people as needed. We have already registered since we were looking for staff for the winter resort. We'll leave it to you then, said Daphne. There were murmurs of agreement, and they continued to discuss upcoming projects and pending matters, finally ending the meeting around noon. As everyone else dispersed, Harry waited until he was alone with Daphne before locking the door to the conference room. Finally, he murmured, and she smiled as he kissed her, holding her between the conference room table and his body. Hi, he said, when they finally pulled away for air. Hello to you too, she laughed breathlessly. Sorry about that, but I couldn't kiss you good morning in front of everyone, he said, backing away a little so she could stand up properly. I understand the feeling, she said. You do, he asked. You sound surprised, she said, raising an eyebrow. No, it's just that you said we should keep this under wraps for now, he said. Yes, but not because I enjoy keeping secrets or anything, she said. The more people know, the more likely it is that the public knows. Neither of us like hiding the truth from our friends, but I'm sure you don't want people finding out about us just yet. Yeah, you're right, he said reluctantly. She sighed and nodded. We can tell the people closest to us, she conceded. I know I want to tell Blaze and Astoria. I'm sure you want to tell Hermione and Andromeda at the very least. Are you sure? He asked, with a hopeful expression on his face. I am, she smiled. And if that goes well, we can tell our team here as well. He grinned and placed a swift kiss on her mouth. I like that plan, he said. Well, no time like the present then, she said, laughing when he pouted at her for pulling away. You have to be at the orphanage either way, so you can tell Andromeda. I can always drop by Blaze's house, or better yet, invite him to lunch at Greengrass Manor so I can tell him and Tori together. Oh, all right, he agreed, grumbling a little just the same. I was going to suggest we go on a date this afternoon, but this will have to do, I suppose. She placed a placating kiss on the corner of his mouth. We will have the date tomorrow, she said. Picnic by the lake as always. He smiled and pulled her in for a hug. I look forward to it, he said, kissing the top of her head. 2nd August, 1998. Luna Lovegood took a deep breath and had to smile, regardless of her slightly anxious mood. A vacation in Greece was all well and good, but there was nothing else quite like the muggy air of Britain. She had missed it, as much as it had been her own decision to get some distance. With a glance at the brand new house that had been built in place of their old, destroyed house, she sighed. It was too new and without the various eccentricities that had become a part of it over the years because of Luna and her parents. She supposed it was just a house now, not a home. Aren't you coming in, Luna? Asked Xenophilius, and Luna turned to look at him. Yes, but I was thinking of visiting a friend first, she said. Without waiting for his response, she disapparated to the bottom of the hill and walked the short distance to the burrow. It was mid-morning on a Sunday, so she was prepared to see the house full, but when she arrived past the wards, she was greeted by Ginny only. Luna, grinned Ginny, rushing over and giving her a hug. When did you get back from Greece? Hello, Ginny, she said, her mood improving despite herself. I got back 10 minutes ago. Ginny pulled away and smiled at her. Well, it's good you came to see me, she said, linking her arm with hers and pulling her towards the house. I missed you. I missed you as well, said Luna, sincerely. The house was indeed empty as the two of them settled down on the sofa in the living room. Your family isn't home. No, said Ginny. Dad and Percy are working, Bill's at his home. Ron lives with George in London, and Mum and Charlie have new jobs, so they're busy, too. Oh, said Luna, peering at her friend. You seem lonely. Not at all, said Ginny, with a bright smile, but Luna could tell it wasn't genuine. I have never had the house to myself. It's kind of fun. Said Luna, not pushing it. And... What? Asked Ginny, confused. What about Harry? You didn't mention him, said Luna. Ginny looked away. I don't know, she said finally. I mean, he's probably home, or at the orphanage, or his fancy institute, or with his lawyer. She clapped a hand to her mouth and then sighed. Ignore me. That was uncalled for. You and Harry broke up, surmised Luna. Ginny laughed bitterly. Yeah, she said. I haven't been getting the paper regularly while I was on vacation, so you will have to tell me about this orphanage and the fancy institute, said Luna, her voice losing the dreamy quality just the tiniest bit as she focused. With a sigh, Ginny began explaining the Potter Foundation and the work that Harry had been doing. The longer she talked, the more Luna could see there was a lot more at play than just Harry accomplishing some very great things. Tell me about the lawyer, said Luna, when Ginny paused for a breath. Ginny scowled. Her name is Daphne Gringotts. She was at Hogwarts with him. Look at this rubbish, said Daphne. Accurate profile my foot. Harry, who was lying with his head in her lap after a swimming lesson followed by a sumptuous lunch, made a drowsy noise of acknowledgement. Perhaps more striking than her position as Harry Potter's lawyer is her sense of style and presence. Combining an element of practical but elegant, Daphne Greengrass is certainly the portrait of the modern British witch blah blah blah. Who comes up with this tosh? She ranted. They make me sound like an airhead. It's on brand for them, said Harry, remembering what Draco had said when Witch Weekly had published their feature on him. It could have been worse. I suppose, said Daphne, sounding reluctant. They could have gone for the lawyer ensnaring the vulnerable savior angle. Let's be grateful for small mercies, he said, closing his eyes once more. At least the Daily Prophet did a better job, she said. They hardly even mentioned you, he pointed out, without opening his eyes. Exactly, I'd prefer that over this. Annoying type of attention, said Daphne. Daph, as much as I am loving this conversation, can we take a nice nap in the sun? Asked Harry. This climate-charm sun doesn't burn, so it's perfect, really. Oh, fine, she said, and he heard her toss aside the magazine. He sat up for a moment as she conjured 2 pillows, and the 2 of them lay back down again side by side on the picnic blanket. In the crib next to them, Teddy was sleeping soundly. Much better, said Harry, once they had settled down. He took her hand and linked their fingers together before closing his eyes. Daphne still seemed a bit restless, so he began stroking the inside of her wrist with his thumb in soothing, rhythmic motions, and he felt her relax slowly. How did it go yesterday with Andromeda and Hermione? Asked Daphne in a quiet whisper. Hermione got to say, I told you so, he grinned. Andromeda, well, her concerns were not different to the ones you had. But she understands choosing what you want over what the sensible choice might have been better than anyone. Yes, I expect she would, agreed Daphne. What about you? How did Blaise and Astoria feel about us? He asked. Blaise all but did a dance, she said, with a small smile. He always worried I'd choose duty over my own happiness, so he's happy. Tora is just relieved I'm happy. She has been rooting for us for a long time now. He smiled back, and the 2 lazed in the sun for a few quiet moments. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow, murmured Daphne, after a while. The guild will become operational, and the Office of Employment will start taking in cases. Fleur and Draco are in back-to-back meetings all day. You have to take Victor Crumb to Puddlemere and sort out that whole matter. It will be a miracle if we get a spare moment all day. Exactly, so we should make most of the quiet before the storm hits us square in the face tomorrow, he said. She hummed in agreement, and they settled down once more. Harry was just falling asleep when he sensed a ripple in the wards, letting him know someone was calling through the flue. He opened his eyes and saw that Daphne had fallen asleep. Conjuring up a thin blanket to cover her up with, He disapparated and went back to the house. To his surprise, it was Ginny once again. Looking sheepish and uncomfortable. "Hi," she said when she saw him. "Hello," he said cautiously. "Something wrong?" "No," she said. Luna's here and she wants to see you." Immediately, Harry's confusion was replaced by eagerness. "Give me 2 minutes," he said. Ginny vanished and Harry quickly added Luna to the wards, excitement building in his chest. It had been so long since he'd seen her, and he was anxious to finally clear the air between them. His hands trembled lightly as he added her to the wards and then made a call to the burrow, to find Ginny and Luna waiting near the fireplace. Luna looked better, having put on some weight after being dangerously thin the last time he'd seen her, and there was some color on her cheeks. "Come through, Luna," he said. "It's Potter Hall." He vanished, and Luna arrived a moment later, looking slightly dizzy, but otherwise unaffected as she traveled through the fireplace. "I thought Ginny was joking about the palace," she said, as she looked around. But Ginny didn't really sound like she was joking. He smiled, having missed her so much. "It's good to see you again, Luna," he said. She looked at him and gave him that blank look he was so used to, before it formed a small smile. "You don't hate me," she said simply. "I could never hate you," he said truthfully. "Do you hate my father?" she asked. "No, I don't," he said, making sure she knew he was telling the truth. "I do, just a little bit," she said, and he tried not to wince. She didn't say it unkindly, almost like it was a passing fact. "He did it for you," said Harry, leading her into one of the nearby parlors, figuring this was not a conversation to be had in the foyer. She followed him, seemingly fascinated by the interior, so much so that he wondered if she was actually listening to him or not. But this was Luna, and she was always paying attention, even when it seemed like she wasn't. "I know that, and it only makes it slightly better," she said. "You never said anything, though," he said, realizing the hypocrisy of the statement when he hadn't said so many things to so many people that he should have when he had the chance. "When we were at Shell Cottage, you didn't." "There was a war going on," she said gently, and he sighed and nodded. "I know you wouldn't be mad at me, but I was mad about it. I am really sorry, Harry, for leaving England without apologizing properly for avoiding you. You didn't deserve that." He almost said there was no reason for it, but her sincere words made him pause. "Thank you," he said instead. "I really did wish you had talked to me, but I understand not wanting to." She looked relieved that he'd accepted her apology, and he was glad he'd done that instead of disregarding it as unnecessary. Ivana had told him the importance of acknowledging an apology, even when it didn't feel warranted, if only to settle the mind of the person apologizing. For Luna's sake, he could set aside his discomfort. "So, tell me what you have been doing," she said, and with a small smile, he told her about the public stuff. The orphanage, the institute, the Wisengamot, even the Hogwarts 40 thing. She'd known about that last one since she was one of the recipients, even though Ginny had been the one to accept it on her behalf since she hadn't attended the ceremony. Luna nodded along with a small smile, looking a little fascinated when he mentioned the institute, but was happy to let him talk. When he paused for breath, she gave him a scrutinizing look. "There is more you cannot tell me, isn't there?" she asked, and he nodded, not even bothering to be surprised anymore. "I do want to tell you, but..." He hesitated, but then continued. "You'd need to sign a contract." She nodded slowly. "I understand," she said. "It's not just you," he added hastily, before she could get the wrong idea. "Hermione signed one too, so have a few other people." "Harry," she interrupted, "I'll do it." He chuckled in relief. "Wait here," he said, and then jogged outside towards the lake. He noticed that Daphne was awake and had Teddy in her arms as she cooed at him. She looked up when she noticed him approach and gave a small smile in his direction. "Where did you disappear off to?" she asked, still rocking Teddy in her arms. He couldn't help but feel a certain warmth in his chest as he looked at the picture the two of them made. "Luna's here," he said. "Luna Lovegood," he added. Daphne appeared puzzled but gave a nod. He'd told her about his years at Hogwarts, though they hadn't gotten to the Horcruxes yet, so she knew Luna was an important friend, at the very least. I want to tell her more, he said. Could you? You want me to draw up a contract? She guessed. Sorry, he said sheepishly. I know I promised you rest and relaxation. She chuckled and stood up with Teddy in her arms. Why don't you take Teddy back inside and spend some time with your friend? I'll get dressed and bring in the contract once I'm done, she said, and then looked a bit worried. Or should I just send it along with Annie and make an exit? No, he said at once. I want you to meet her. She raised an eyebrow. Want me to meet her as your lawyer? She asked. He considered it and shook his head. As my girlfriend, he said. If you want, he added hastily. She blinked at him and then gave a nod. I would like that, she said. Great, he grinned and took Teddy from her. I'll see you in a bit. She smiled at him, and he went back inside. Luna was delighted to see Teddy and kept him entertained as Harry got him fed and changed, and the two friends had a nice, long talk, mostly about Luna's time in Greece, which involved strange and wonderful creatures. He made a mental note to introduce her to Rolf and Newt, if only to see that entire encounter take place. Daphne came in a while later, dressed in a dark blue sundress and looking slightly nervous as she approached. Harry was pleased to know that if he didn't know her as well as he did, he wouldn't even have seen that nervousness, and he squeezed her hand in reassurance when she stood next to him. Luna, he said, getting her attention. Luna's eyes looked between him and Daphne for a moment before she smiled. This is my lawyer and my girlfriend, Daphne Greengrass. Daphne, this is Luna Lovegood. Nice to meet you, said Daphne. You have very pretty hair, said Luna, shaking her hand. Daphne seemed a bit confused and wary, and Harry did his best not to laugh. He'd never get tired of watching people meet Luna for the first time. I don't know if it is as nice as Ginny's, continued Luna, but if Harry likes it better, then that's all that matters. She gave her a bright smile before looking at Harry. The contract. Here, said Daphne, still a bit wary as she handed it over. Luna signed it without even reading it, and Harry just shook his head at Daphne when she looked like she wanted to tell her to read it. Thank you, Luna, he said when she gave it back. He proceeded to tell her more about the Wisengamot and the GSC along with his other efforts. Luna was silent as she listened, but there was a look of concentration on her face as she did. Daphne was quiet as well, and if she were surprised at the depth of things he was discussing with Luna, she didn't show it. It sounds like a lot, but they are things that are needed, said Luna when he was done. Right, I'm glad you think so, he said, relieved. She grinned at him and stood up. Thank you for telling me, Harry, she said. Are you leaving already? He asked. She nodded. I have to unpack, she said, but if you need anything, you know where to find me. He nodded back, and she smiled at him once again before calling out a goodbye to Teddy. She paused near Daphne but gave her a smile as well, and soon she was gone through the fireplace. She's interesting, said Daphne when Luna had left. Yes, chuckled Harry, thank you. What for? She asked, surprised but smiling. I'm not sure, he confessed, but I'm just really grateful to have met you when I did. He leaned forward and kissed her briefly on the forehead. She was beaming as he pulled away. So am I, Harry, she admitted. I really am. Chapter 22. 5 August 1998. There we go, said Maribeth sweetly, as she passed everyone cups of steaming hot coffee before taking her leave. There were murmurs of thank yous and hums and haws of acknowledgement. To say that the occupants of the conference room at the GSC HQ were tired was an understatement. Considering it was about 8 in the morning on a Wednesday, it did not really bode well for their work-life balance. Okay, who wants to start? Asked Daphne, after they'd had a moment just to sip their hot beverage. Let's start with Quidditch, said Draco. It will put us in a better mood. Adrian chuckled, as did Harry. Well, Victor Crumb is now the official Puddlemere Seeker, said Harry, as Daphne tapped the signed contract with a small smile. When is the announcement, Tracy? In 2 weeks' time, answered Tracy, checking her diary. We are waiting because of the overhaul you and Longbottom have suggested. Harry nodded. He and Neville, with plenty of encouraging from Isaiah, had wanted to give Puddlemere a better image. They were already a good team in the league with the least amount of scandals and a healthy amount of wins, but it never hurt to be better. On the day they had introduced Victor to the team, the two co-owners had also opened up the room for the team to bring up what they thought needed to change about the team. The answer they had received was rather unexpected. "The uniforms," said Vanessa Chen, star chaser and team captain. "Brown is the most boring color." The rest of the team, including the newly signed Victor, nodded along. "Especially mud brown," added Oliver Wood, former Gryffindor Quidditch captain and now the starting keeper for Puddlemere United. After a few more discussions, it was decided that the team colors would change from mud brown to navy blue. The emblazoned crossed golden bulrushes did seem to pop more on the prototype sketches that were drawn up by one of their beaters who was a surprisingly good artist, and before they knew it, Harry and Neville had decided to rebrand the team, starting with new team colors. The stadium was already renovated, and Camille Gibson and her team had signed on to assist the players, and it was all coming together quite well. The rest of the GSC was pleased, as Harry conveyed all of this to them. "What about the reserve seeker?" asked Draco. "Victor suggested someone," said Harry. "Greek woman named Faye Anastas. She's a bit older as far as Quidditch players go, about 29, but he said she's excellent." "I have heard of her," nodded Adrian. "She was recently forced to retire due to her age, despite her tremendous skill." "And the fact that she's a woman," added Parvati, slightly irritably. "Men in the Quidditch League can play until they're well into their 50s, but as soon as women get to around 30, everyone loses their mind." "Either way," said Adrian diplomatically. "She is available. Have we made contact?" "Victor has written to her. We shall see how we go," said Harry. "That's all on the Quidditch front, I'm afraid." "Shall we do the Institute next or Diagon?" asked Daphne. "The Institute, considering there is a overlap now," said Fleur, giving Draco a nod. "We met with Cillian Montgomery yesterday. He's Noah Disford's apprentice," said Draco, pulling out his notes. "He was the one who came up with the idea for providing warding services for people's homes," explained Harry to the group. "Yes, we got it all set up with his help," said Draco, passing them a roll of parchment each. "We have a price list and the services offered. We are clearing up a shop space in Platinum Alley. It's not one of the big ones, considering this one would be off-site work, but we wanted something concrete in Platinum Alley prior to the Prisma reopening, at least," said Fleur. "Renovations will be done by the end of the week, and I know Tracy is getting the word out." Tracy nodded. "We haven't published the full price list yet, just given a tease," she said. "More incentive for people to come to the shop that way." "People are more concerned about security these days," said Parvati. "Demand will be high." "Yes," nodded Fleur. "We are making full use of both the Office of Employment and the Magical Guild of Great Britain. We are recruiting the salespeople with the Ministry's help and getting spellcasters skilled in warding from the Guild," explained Draco. "Cillian and Noah will be training the warders, and Parvati and Tracy have agreed to train the salespeople." "Are you stretched a bit too thin?" asked Daphne, looking at Tracy, who did indeed look much more exhausted than the others, which was a concerning fact in itself. She smiled tiredly. "I wouldn't say no to an assistant," she said. "Have you got someone in mind?" asked Daphne briskly. "Not really," she said sheepishly. "Adrian," prompted Harry. Adrian was already looking through his leather-bound diary. "Julius Godwin," he said. "He was a Ravenclaw prefect a year above me, half-blood and quite good at administrative tasks. He was always a good choice when it came to organizing anything from patrol schedules to the Yule Ball." "We're not bringing him into this meeting room just yet, are we?" asked Parvati, as Tracy looked relieved at the thought of help. "No," said Tracy, before anyone else could. "I'll mostly be delegating him stuff that I don't need to be directly involved in. Coordinating with Ben, answering mail, keeping my diary, that sort of thing." "I'll draft a good contract, just in case," said Daphne. "I expect we will be needing more of these as our workload grows and we bring in more staff. We can't let all of them be privy to everything we do here, of course. Fleur, Draco, if you need someone as well. We would be happy to have Maribeth, honestly, said Fleur. Daphne paused but then nodded. I'll check with her, but I don't think she will mind, she said. It leaves you without an assistant, though, said Harry, giving her a slightly concerned look. I can always recruit a new one if I need, she shrugged. So, the shop with warding services will be operational by next week, shall it? No, 2 weeks after that to have time to train the staff, said Draco. And we have a name for the shop. Platinum Warders, said Fleur. We thought it was best to embrace the spirit, said Draco, when a few eyebrows shot up at the name. Harry nodded his approval. Let's see how that goes then. The other crossover we have with the Institute and Diagon is your idea to have a shop that would sell products from the Institute and showcase inventions, said Fleur, with a look at Harry. We thought it appropriate to be called the Pottery, said Draco with a slight chuckle. Harry rolled his eyes as a few people snorted discreetly into their cups of coffee. Fine, as long as it brings in people, he said. Do we know when the Cornfoot brothers shall be able to mass-produce the two-way mirrors? Not yet, but we are meeting with them later this morning to go over the specifics, said Fleur. I'd appreciate an update at the end of the day, said Daphne, and both Draco and Fleur nodded. Anything further from the Institute? Asked Adrian. Nothing more. Oh, but Damocles Belby has officially signed on as of yesterday, said Harry. The research is in good hands then, said Parvati with a small smile. There was a knock on the meeting room door and Maribeth peeked her head in. It's 9:15, she said. All right, said Daphne, as everyone started gathering their things. Let's leave the rest to the end of the day. There were nods as everyone dispersed. Harry and Daphne quickly made their way down to the back entrance of the GSC HQ and disapparated, arriving in the ministry atrium. It was quite crowded, but it was the good kind of bustle, decided Harry as he and Daphne wordlessly made their way to the Wisengamot. The trials for those arrested in Nocturne Alley would be starting today, and it was going to be a long couple of weeks with trials every morning. Harry nodded politely at several of the Wisengamot members as they made their way over to their seats, realizing he had grown quite used to this environment in a way he would not have thought possible before. He glanced at Daphne, who appeared deep in thought, no doubt going over one of the 1.5 million things that demanded their attention at all times, and smiled a little. If it had been just the two of them, he would have pressed a small kiss to her cheek or the top of her head. It usually worked to distract her, brief as it may be, and for a relationship that wasn't even a full week old yet, Harry supposed it was nice he was already comfortable with Daphne on a level that had taken him years to reach with other people. All right, he murmured to her once they were seated. Even if he couldn't kiss her at that moment, didn't mean he would not be checking up on her. She looked a little bit startled before chuckling quietly. Yes, she said, just going over some things. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but Daphne glanced away as an impressively tall woman with charcoal brown skin, wearing exquisitely crafted silk chartreuse robes, walked into the Wisengamot chamber, followed by 2 faithful assistants. Johanna Inglewood, said Daphne before Harry could even ask. Defense lawyer extraordinaire. Robards does not look happy, murmured Harry, as Robards shot daggers at Johanna from the other end of the table. Johanna seemed to ignore him, speaking to her assistants as they neatly set up files upon files on the defense's side of the table. Susan thinks it's purely out of principle, which is not out of character for Robards, to be perfectly honest, said Daphne. Harry chuckled in agreement, watching in quiet amusement as Susan Bones went and greeted Johanna politely, a gesture that Johanna returned without hesitation. I think he doesn't get that, while our system might be adversarial, there is no professionalism in being a twat, continued Daphne, and Harry had to hide his laughter in a series of very fake coughs. He still got a few concerned looks from the people around them, but he attempted to smile reassuringly. Thankfully, the doors closed as the chief warlock stood up. Members of the Wisengamot, a very good morning to you, he greeted. Today marks the very first day of trials for arrests made by the Horror Department in their raids of the area formerly known as Nocturne Alley. There were a few cheers and murmurs of praise, mostly from the gallery of public and press, who had been granted access to the Wisengamot trials. Robards seemed to preen under the praise, and Harry supposed it was well-deserved this time around. Members of the Wisengamot would have received a list setting out the trial dates, continued the chief warlock, without pausing. If certain trials run over time, the list shall simply roll over to the next day. As decided, the accused shall be questioned under veritaserum. We have a potioneer selected by the prosecutor and another chosen by the defense to verify the dosage prior to administering the veritaserum. Are there any questions before we begin? The Wisengamot was silent, and the chief warlock gave a firm nod. We shall begin then. The Wisengamot calls Mrs. Fiona Howard. That was blinking brutal, murmured Harry as Fiona Howard was found guilty on all counts, including blackmail and smuggling of illegal artifacts. Would have been much worse if she hadn't taken the plea bargain, said Daphne, and Harry saw reluctant admiration on her face as she looked at Johanna Inglewood, who was already engrossed in the next file. True, agreed Harry. How long would it have been? 15 years at the very least. She got off, well, not lightly, but much better with 7, said Daphne. Robards doesn't seem too disappointed either, observed Harry. Exactly. That's why she's so good, murmured Daphne, sounding very conflicted about it for some reason. Harry gave her a questioning look, but she didn't notice as the next person on trial was called on. Unlike before, Johanna Inglewood put on much more of a fight, and Harry could soon see why. The young man who had been charged was barely 17 himself. It was his first offense, and he appeared to simply have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. After an agonizing 90 minutes of Robards and Johanna verbally going at each other, the young man was thankfully found not guilty by the Wisengamot and was set free. Harry could see him visibly trembling with relief as he thanked Johanna before being escorted out of the chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, we had time for another trial, but since it is almost noon, it shall now be held first thing tomorrow morning, said the chief warlock, and Harry was relieved. Have a good afternoon. The chamber emptied slowly, and Harry stood up, wanting to leave before he was inevitably held up by someone or other wanting to discuss something with him. Daphne was great at disappearing at times like those, leaving him alone to navigate various Wisengamot members who always seemed to want something from him. This time was no different, and by the time he managed to shake off the last person who wanted to discuss the weather of all things with him, it was almost 1 in the afternoon. Harry was so very grateful when he walked into Daphne's office and saw a plate of fresh seafood ravioli and a tall glass of ice-cold lemonade waiting for him on her desk. Have you been using legilimency on me when I haven't been looking? Asked Harry, taking his seat and smirking at Daphne, who was busy writing something at her desk. Absolutely, she deadpanned without looking up. Good to know, he grinned, taking a long sip of the drink. Have you eaten already? She pointed at an uneaten plate and half-empty glass of lemonade to her right instead of answering. Harry leaned over and, with the quick reflexes of a seeker, snatched her quill from her hands. Harry, she complained. 10 minutes, he said. It can wait for 10 minutes while you eat lunch. She rolled her eyes in exasperation, but dutifully pulled up her plate. Harry grinned in satisfaction and dove into his own meal with gusto. Was it busy after I left? Asked Daphne, after a few seconds of them eating in silence. Harry gave a nod with his mouth full. It always is, he said. Perhaps I'll stay from now on, she said, her tone the same calm as always, but Harry detected a hint of nerves in it that he thought was adorable. I would like that, he said, and she smiled. Harry gave her a fond look and decided to take a small leap himself. I am thinking of getting a new owl. Daphne paused mid-bite and gave him a searching look. He gave her a little shrug to indicate he was all right. It is a sound idea, she said. Flu calls aren't always convenient, and you can't use house elves with people you aren't overly familiar with. He nodded, remembering his session with Ivana the day before. He was yet to discuss it with Daphne, mostly because he had been taking some time to digest what they had unpacked. "Grief is a process, or so Ivana says," he said now. "It's good to keep things moving. It helps the process along." "As long as you don't move too slow or too fast, I suppose," said Daphne. "Something like that, yes," he agreed. "Either way, a trip to Eolips this afternoon may not be amiss," she said briskly. "I have to finish some paperwork for the hearing of further employees, and I'll be busy until evening." Harry gave a nod, and they finished the rest of their meal in comfortable but thoughtful silence. After they were done eating, Harry cleared up the empty plates and glasses with a swish of his wand, and after placing a small kiss on Daphne's head, he made his way to Eolip's Owl Emporium. He had been there only a week ago with Mila and Kai from the Lily Potter home, and he could admit it had been on his mind since then. He had brought it up with Ivana as well, because she usually started their session by asking him about his week. "Can I help you with something, Mr. Potter?" asked a timid voice, and Harry turned to smile at the soft-spoken, middle-aged shop worker who had assisted him last week as well. "Yes, please, Eric," said Harry, and the older man looked gobsmacked that Harry had remembered his name. "I need a new post owl." "See, certainly," he stammered, quickly beckoning him towards the snowy owls. Harry felt a pang in his chest, but he took a deep breath and shook his head. A process, he reminded himself. "Perhaps an eagle owl instead," he suggested. Eric's eyes went wide, and he immediately led him to the other side of the shop with the eagle owls. Harry gave him a grateful smile and glanced around. Most of the owls were asleep since it was daytime, but a couple blinked balefully at him as he walked past. "This one right here is quite the speedster," said Eric, nodding towards one of them, who looked deeply asleep. "Came from one of my better breeders, too." Harry glanced at the owl, who, sensing interest, opened one eye and gave Harry a searching look. "I'll take him then," said Harry. "Excellent," smiled Eric. "I shall prepare his cage and feed for you to take." Harry nodded gratefully, as Eric bustled away with Harry's new owl. After paying 13 galleons for the owl, and an additional 2 for the cage and a week's worth of feed, Harry returned to Verdant with his new owl in tow. He tried to think of a name, but he hadn't come up with anything by the time he reached Verdant. Daphne smiled at him in greeting when he walked back into her office. "What a gorgeous owl," she said. "Have you named him?" He shook his head and set the cage down at the edge of Daphne's desk. "Haven't thought of one," he said. "I always wanted an eagle owl," said Daphne, reaching through the bars of the cage to gently stroke the owl's feathers. The owl did not rouse from his nap, content to sleep while being pet. Harry smiled fondly at her. "You can name him then," he offered. She grinned and cooed softly at the owl. "Gainsborough," she said. The owl opened one eye, gave a single hoot, and went right back to sleep. "He seems to like it," said Harry. "Why Gainsborough?" "It's the shade of gray his feathers remind me of," said Daphne. "You should take him home. Have him get acquainted with your estate before you come back for the end-of-the-day meeting." Harry nodded. He had already been thinking along those lines. Grief was a process, and it was also tiring in a way he hadn't expected. He quietly kissed Daphne goodbye and took Gainsborough with him to Potter Hall. Draco stepped out of Platinum Alley, looking inordinately pleased with himself. He'd instructed the house elves charged with renovating Prisma Hotel, and the sample rooms would be ready by the end of the week. Once the sample rooms were designed as per Clearwater's sketches, they could all come in and make any changes as needed before the rest of the hotel could be renovated. It had been a very productive day so far, since before visiting Prisma, he and Fleur had hammered down the final details concerning the two-way mirrors with the Cornfoot brothers. Draco checked the time and was surprised to see he had almost 2 hours to kill before the end of the day meeting. It was almost unheard of to have any sort of free time these days, and he was determined to make the most of it. He stopped by Fortescue Cafe for a quick cup of coffee and a pastry before strolling down to the Claw Bookshop. His house elf did all of his shopping, so there was no cause for him to visit any shops these days unless it was for work. But he was determined to make the most of his free afternoon and browse some books in peace. The peace went out of the window when he realized how full the shop was, and he almost smacked himself remembering that this was the Hogwarts rush since the letters had come out in the past couple of weeks. He was ready to turn around and walk back out, but he came face to face with a familiar girl exiting the shop, which quickly made him stand up just a little bit straighter. "Astoria, good afternoon," he said. Astoria Greengrass, dressed demurely in seafoam green robes with a brown leather satchel thrown over her shoulder, blinked at him in surprise. "Draco, hello," she said. "Nice day, isn't it?" he asked, and then cringed internally at himself. What was wrong with him? Thankfully, she didn't seem to think he was an idiot. "It is," she agreed. "It's why I decided to try and get all my Hogwarts shopping done today. It's miserable trying to do it when the weather is horrendous." He nodded in agreement, and then realized they were both blocking the shop's doorway. Are you all finished in here?" he asked. She nodded with a small smile. "Yes, I was about to head to the apothecary," she said. "I'll go with you then," he said, holding the door open for her. "Oh," she said, sounding a little surprised. He carefully searched her face for any displeasure but found none. "Weren't you about to go into the shop?" "I was, but it's a bit too crowded for me," he said, with a slightly distasteful look on his face. She chuckled and stepped out of the shop with him. "I doubt the apothecary will be any different," she said. He just smiled at her, in lieu of saying something stupid like her company would make up for it. He wasn't quite sure when he developed a bit of a crush on Astoria Greengrass, but he certainly knew it was the first time in his life he'd felt this way about a girl. Pansy had been a passing distraction, and his later years at Hogwarts had left him in no headspace for things like crushes and girls. His survival and the survival of his family had been resting on his shoulders. Draco didn't even think he had breathed properly in years until he had seen the Dark Lord's body fall at Harry's feet. He hadn't really noticed Astoria at Hogwarts, but he certainly did now. She was a bit shorter than Daphne, and her dark hair made a very striking contrast with her porcelain-like pale skin. She and Daphne had very similar facial features, but Astoria's features were more guileless and less shrewd and sharp than Daphne's. Draco hoped he wasn't starring too much as they walked to the apothecary together and cleared his throat, realizing he had been silent for a moment too long to be considered polite. "How far into your shopping list are you?" he asked. "Just the apothecary left, and then it's all done," she answered. "I already did robes and books." He nodded, searching his brain for a further topic, but was aware that they were out in public, and he didn't want to discuss anything to do with his work where he could be overheard. Thankfully, Astoria seemed content to let the silence linger between them, and Draco was a little comforted by how nice it was. He had discovered he liked the peacefulness in silence since living on his own, and it was pleasant to find it unexpectedly on a busy day like he'd had. He chanced a glance at Astoria, and she turned and gave him a small smile as they continued together. The quiet, comforting silence stayed between them as Astoria replenished her potion supplies for the year. If she thought the silence was odd, she didn't show it, and after they stepped out of the apothecary, she wordlessly nodded towards Fortescue Cafe. Even though he'd had a coffee less than an hour ago, Draco nodded back with a small smile. The cafe was in that nice, quiet hour just before the end of the workday, so they snagged a corner booth at the very back of the cafe easily. "How has work been?" asked Astoria, once they were seated with their drinks and a shared plate of Victoria sandwiches. "Apart from insanely busy, I mean." He chuckled and sipped his cool chocolate. "Productive," he said. "That's good," she smiled. "I have hardly seen Daphne these days, but from the brief conversations we have had, that seems to be the consensus." She took a dainty bite of her Victoria sandwich, and a bit of jam smeared at the corner of her lip. He conjured her a napkin, and she chuckled gratefully as she accepted it. "Thank you. It is really inconvenient not to be able to do magic outside Hogwarts, especially since I'll be of age in November." Draco just nodded, trying not to stare as she dabbed the bit of jam away. He must have failed miserably, because Astoria chuckled and folded the napkin, setting it down on the table. "May I be very blunt with you, Draco?" asked Astoria, and he gave her a curious look and nodded. "I have grown fond of you over the summer, even in the limited time we have spent together. I do not have any experience in this, but I believe in speaking up when it is necessary." Draco was sure his eyes were wide as galleons. When she said she was going to be blunt, this was not the topic of conversation he had expected her to raise. Would I be correct in assuming you are interested in me as well, as a potential paramour? Draco blinked, feeling his face flush. He was not a brave man, he had never been, but Astoria's words were without hesitation, and her face was sharp and steady. He wondered how in Merlin's name he'd thought her face was less shrewd than Daphne's. He doubted Daphne would ever be as blunt as Astoria, and deciding he was not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, he nodded firmly. Astoria sipped her tea and didn't react immediately. When she did, it was to smile at him over the rim of her teacup. "Well then," she said. A voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like her mother reminded him he had to take the next step. Setting his hands flat on the table, palms down, he carefully bowed his head a fraction. "Heiress Gringotts," he spoke quietly enough for only the two of them to hear. "I, Draco Abraxas Malfoy, do swear to seek permission from the head of your house to court you per the traditions of Mother Magic. So mote it be." A small silver glow shone on the Malfoy crest on his robes, and he heard Astoria gasp quietly. He raised his head and saw her face was flushed pink. She had clearly not expected him to invoke the courtship rituals of the old ways. But Draco was nothing if not very respectful of the old ways, and so was Astoria, it seemed, when she carefully mirrored his position by placing her hands on the table, palms down, and bowed her head. "I accept the promise, Heir Malfoy," she said, sounding very close to tears. He beamed at her, not trusting his voice just yet. He was well aware that he had to leave now if he were to make the end of the day meeting in time, but he was loath to part company with Astoria just yet. Fortunately, she seemed to understand, and by seemingly mutual agreement, they finished their drinks and cake quickly. "How will you be returning home?" asked Draco, as they stepped out of Fortescue Cafe together. "I'll take the flu from Verdant," she said. "Draco," she paused and then smiled brightly at him. "Thank you." "I feel as if I should be thanking you," he said, honestly. "If you hadn't," he stopped himself and cleared his throat. "I am grateful for you speaking up when you did." "As long as you didn't think me too forward," she said, glancing away. "It was forward," nodded Draco. "And I am grateful for it," he repeated. Astoria's smile was the most beautiful he had ever seen it. He wanted to walk her back to Verdant, but she insisted she would be fine. They parted company with polite bows, and Draco checked the time, realizing he was going to be late for the meeting. Still, he made a quick detour before going back to the GSC HQ, walking in just about 20 minutes after the meeting had started. "I apologize for my tardiness," he said, as he sat in his usual seat in the conference room. "I lost track of time." If anyone thought his behavior odd, they didn't show it and accepted his excuse before turning their attention back to Tracy, who was giving them an update about Platinum Warders. Draco glanced briefly at Daphne and the box he'd hastily stowed into his robes before rushing to the meeting and made himself focus. Tracy finished what she was saying, and Adrian told her he had written to Julius Godwin, who would be coming in for an interview in 2 days. "Let's move on then," said Daphne, as Tracy thanked Adrian. "How did it go with the Cornfoot brothers?" "It went very well," said Draco, as Fleur nodded at him to go ahead. "They have 100 units ready for use. Newt is interviewing candidates from the guild tomorrow, so they should have a small team put together to manufacture further units by the end of the week. If the team does come together by the end of the week, the Cornfoot brothers have promised to have other prototypes ready for display at the pottery in a matter of days," added Fleur. "Let's make an appointment with them for next Wednesday then," said Daphne, writing it down in her diary. "We can visit the Institute to get an idea of what these prototypes are. How soon can the pottery be renovated?" "By the end of this week, or Monday at the absolute latest," said Fleur, and Draco nodded in agreement. "Excellent. If all goes well, we can open in about 2 weeks' time," said Daphne, making another note. "What's next?" "Sayer Potions opens the day after tomorrow," said Fleur. "I'll drop by during the day to see how it's faring." "Thanks, Fleur," nodded Harry. "How goes the winter resort?" "I have arranged a meeting for you to visit Chateau's Black this weekend," said Fleur, passing Harry a letter. The atelier we hired, Lavinia Poitier, will be showing you around and giving you a proper update. The renovations are almost done, so I thought you would like to see them yourself. We still need a name for the place, though, added Draco. Suggestions? Asked Harry. The Onyx Chateaus, in keeping the name similar to the original, suggested Tracy. Sounds a bit too gloomy, if you ask me, said Parvati. How about the Alpine Village? Sounds like a horrific, cheery Yule nightmare, said Adrian. The Alpine Onyx, suggested Draco. Equal parts gloomy and cheery. I like it, nodded Harry. If Lavinia has done a good job, we should consider hearing her for Prisma as well, added Draco. I thought we hired her as the manager for the winter resort specifically, said Harry, looking a bit confused. No, Lavinia is best described as a consultant, said Fleur. Papa recommended her, which is why we hired her. She has helped with the recruitment and putting the whole thing together, but we hadn't brought her on as an employee. If she has done a good job, though, we should consider bringing her on as an employee like Draco said Adrian. Apart from this and Prisma, I thought there were further properties to expand upon in this manner. There are, agreed Daphne. We'll see how she has managed with the Alpine Onyx and then consider keeping her on to oversee the hotels and such. There were murmurs of agreement, and Draco gave them an update about Prisma, and they agreed to visit it at the end of the week to observe the sample rooms. Anything else we need to discuss? Asked Daphne. No one spoke up, so the meeting came to an end. Draco took a calming breath and lingered at the table as Daphne spoke quietly to Harry about the Wisengamot trials scheduled for the next day. After the room had emptied and it was only him, Daphne and Harry left, he cleared his throat. Can I have a word with you? He asked, looking at Daphne. In private, he added. Daphne's eyebrows raised delicately, and she glanced at Harry briefly before giving Draco a nod. Harry nodded goodbye at him, but threw a slightly curious look in his direction that Draco did his best to ignore. His palms were sweating a little, and his heart felt like it was lodged in his throat, so he cleared his throat again, hoping his voice wouldn't squeak or break. The door closed behind Harry, and Draco took a seat opposite Daphne. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he reached into his robes and pulled out the thin, long-carved wooden box, setting it down carefully on the table. Daphne's eyebrows shot up in shock, and it looked like she had a question right on the tip of her tongue. But Draco placed his hands on the table, palms down, and bowed his head before she had a chance to speak. Lady Greengrass, he said, his words thankfully steady though full of nerves. I am Draco Abraxas Malfoy, heir apparent of House Malfoy. He paused with his head still bowed, waiting for her to speak. There was a long silence before he heard her shift and her hands were placed on the table, palms down. Heir Malfoy, she spoke, her tone just the tiniest bit frosty than usual. What is it that you seek? I seek your permission as head of House Greengrass to court your sister, Heiress Astoria Greengrass, he said. The silence was far longer than before. He was sorely tempted to look at her to gauge her expression, but he didn't dare. Since he was the one asking, she had the high ground, so to speak. So he waited patiently until he eventually heard Daphne speak. And what, Heir Malfoy, can you offer my sister? She asked, her tone like ice. Without raising his head, he gently slid the wooden box towards Daphne. For my first gift, I bring her gloves of silk, he said. Raise your head, she said, without reaching for the box. Draco sat up straight, trying not to wince at the cold expression on her face. Let's speak candidly. You realize Astoria is not of age yet. She is 16, he said neutrally, and she will be of age in but a couple of months. Daphne's eyes narrowed, but Draco knew she wouldn't rebut that. Per the old ways, 15 was an appropriate age to begin courting, and Daphne knew that very well. I mean to adhere to traditions, he continued, bolstered by his momentary courage. I am aware that I cannot promise she will be Lady Malfoy, but not because I do not intend to honor her with a bonding, he clarified. I am not certain if I shall be Lord Malfoy, but regardless of whether I inherit the lordship or not, I will give a solemn vow to do right by Heiress Greengrass. Is Astoria aware of your intentions? Asked Daphne. I swore to her I shall seek your permission to court her, he answered honestly. Daphne looked a bit surprised before her cold expression returned. And if I refuse? She asked. Draco swallowed roughly but held her gaze. I would be disappointed, he said. More importantly, Heiress Greengrass will be disappointed. I will, of course, abide by your decision regardless. Daphne glanced at the box briefly before looking at him again. The permission is not mine to give, she said. I appreciate you adhering to traditions, and if you are to court Astoria, I expect you to abide by the old ways. However, the decision to accept your offer of courtship shall be Astoria's. Is that acceptable? Draco nodded quickly, hardly daring to believe it. Daphne carefully pulled the box closer to her and gave Draco a sharp look. I shall present your gift to my sister. Whether she chooses to accept or decline is up to her. However, Draco was surprised that her tone grew even colder. If you treat her with anything other than respect and affection befitting a lady of the House Greengrass, I shall not hesitate to declare a blood feud on you and yours. He felt a chill down his spine at her words. Threats of blood feuds were not thrown around lightly among pureblood families. Blood feuds had wiped fortunes from entire families and ended many a lineage. As they currently stood, House Greengrass was in a far better position than House Malfoy, both financially and with their standing in Wizarding Britain. Draco had no doubt she could wipe his bloodline if he harmed Astoria in any way. I give you my word, Lady Greengrass, he said. Heiress Greengrass shall be treated with honor and respect. Daphne gave a short nod. Very well, then, she said. Thank you for your candor, Heir Malfoy. Thank you for your indulgence, Lady Greengrass, he said, getting to his feet and giving her a deep bow. She stood up and returned his bow, and for a moment, the two of them just stared at each other. I mean it, Draco, she said, and he noted the careful use of his name rather than his title. If you hurt Astoria, you have full permission to kill me, Daphne, he said, deliberately using her name as well. She nodded with a tight-lipped smile. Draco wished her a good night and took his leave, feeling slightly relieved. Now he only had to wait for Astoria's response. Astoria sat near the fireplace in the family living room, trying desperately to focus on her book and not on Daphne's arrival. It was likely she wouldn't even be back just yet, considering she usually went to Harry's for dinner to plan for the Halloween event before coming home. At the same time, she was hoping she would be coming home early today because Draco had approached her. In all likelihood, Astoria wasn't even certain he would speak to Daphne right away. Courting in the old ways was a long, arduous process, and Astoria got the feeling that Draco would be the sort to abide by it. She was also still a little uncertain if he would actually go through with it despite his promise, because she knew she had been rather bold in declaring her interest in him. She had never really pegged Draco as a truly noble type, but Astoria had become attracted to the Draco Malfoy she had come to know after the war as opposed to before it. During their time at Hogwarts, Astoria had known of Draco by reputation, and it wasn't a very positive one to start with. She had thought him handsome, but him being a Death Eater, and the son of an even worse Death Eater meant her opinion of him as a person ranked right next to a horned slug. The few times she had seen him since the end of the war had shown her a new side of Draco. There was hesitance in his behavior, as if he were thinking of each and every one of his actions and how it would impact those around him. There was no shortage of remorse in him, but more than just regretting his actions, he seemed determined to do the right thing. Astoria found that determination more fascinating than anything, and she wanted to know more. Was he doing out of a sense of duty, or a sense of shame, or something else entirely? Astoria was itching to find out, and it helped that he was still quite handsome. Actually, more so now than he was at Hogwarts, as he'd seemingly gone through his final growth spurt. She jumped when the fire burst to life and Daphne stepped out of it. Astoria blinked at her, and Daphne looked just as surprised to see her right by the fireplace as well. Evening, Daph, said Astoria, trying not to seem like she was eagerly awaiting her return. Daphne didn't seem to be fooled for a minute and crossed her arms in exasperation. Oh, Tori, she sighed. Astoria went pink but stared back at her stubbornly. What? She asked. Daphne sighed again and gave Astoria a sharp look. "You know very well what I mean," she said. "Draco Malfoy." Astoria went redder and gave a little shrug. "I gather he spoke to you," she said, heart thudding in her chest. Would Daphne have refused permission? She certainly didn't seem to be giving anything away. Daphne didn't answer immediately, instead choosing to take her cloak off and handing it to Jolly, who disappeared just as quietly as she had appeared. Astoria opened her mouth to ask again, but saw a carved wooden box in Daphne's hands. "The first gift," said Daphne, likely noticing Astoria's gaze. Astoria was dying to know, but she forced herself to look at Daphne. "Did you give him permission?" Daphne sat down on a nearby armchair and primly crossed her legs, setting the box on the arm of the chair. "Sit," she said, nodding at the other chair. Astoria obeyed quickly and looked at Daphne expectantly. "He asked my permission to court you and said you were aware of his intentions to do so," she said. "Yes," confirmed Astoria. "Since when," asked Daphne, "how long have you felt this way about him?" Astoria shrugged in slight embarrassment. "I'm not sure," she said honestly. "Perhaps when you invited him with the others for that study session before the Newts, or maybe the summer solstice celebrations, or Blaze's party. I couldn't tell you when it happened." "And you're sure of your feelings?" asked Daphne. "Not at all," chuckled Astoria. "But I would like to learn more about my feelings, and his, if I'm honest." Daphne sighed deeply and rubbed her temple as if fighting a headache. "Have you thought of the long-term implications?" she asked. Astoria bit her lip but nodded in determination. "I realize I may not become Lady Malfoy if his parents do not approve," she said, and took a deep breath. "I also realize things might actually be worse if they do approve of me, because that's not approval that would sit right with me." Daphne nodded gravely. "You understand then," she said. "I do," nodded Astoria, "but I want to pursue this anyway." "What about the short-term problems then?" asked Daphne. "You are at Hogwarts for 2 more years. You cannot be bonded until you graduate. I hope you realize that." "I wasn't about to suggest otherwise," said Astoria firmly. "I want to graduate and become a healer, Daph. I'm not going to give up my ambitions for wanting to be with Draco." Daphne gave her a small, proud smile. "And you can bear to be at Hogwarts away from him?" she asked. "I will have to be," she said. "Long-distance relationships aren't ideal, especially new ones, but I think he is worth it." Her face went pink as she said it, but she refused to break her gaze with Daphne. Daphne gave her a long look before nodding. "I didn't give him permission, and I said it was because it was not mine to give," she said, and Astoria's eyes went wide. Daphne carefully lifted the carved wooden box and held it out to Astoria. Astoria inhaled to steady herself and took the box with shaking fingers. She set it down on her lap and opened it slowly, stifling a gasp when she saw a pair of gloves resting on a bed of velvet. The mother-of-pearl silk gloves were more delicate and dainty than any pair she had seen, and she felt tears spring into her eyes. Silk gloves as the first gift was a very old tradition. Courting in the old ways meant that it was the wizard's prerogative to present his prospective paramour with a series of gifts, all of them meant to be worn by her on the final day of their courtship, when he would present her with the final gift, being an engagement ring. Most people now, even while courting under the old ways, used hair combs as the first gift, usually followed by other jewelry and then the ring. In the very traditional way, it wasn't just jewelry that was to be gifted to your prospective paramour, but a series of items showing your appreciation, desire, and promise to care for her. To receive a pair of gloves as the first courting gift felt special, and Astoria couldn't help as tears fell down her cheeks. She vaguely heard Daphne call for Jolly, and looked up as Jolly appeared with a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses. Daphne smiled softly at Astoria and poured them both a drink. Astoria almost pointed out she wasn't of age yet, but took the glass when Daphne handed her one. "No one in this world would be good enough for you in my eyes," said Daphne, holding up her own glass. "But all that matters in the end is that you are happy. And if he makes you happy, I wish you the very best. I am so very happy for you, Torre." Astoria smiled through her tears and clinked her glass with Daphne's. "Thank you, Daph," she said. I love you." Daphne's eyes seemed a bit misty too as they both took a sip of their drinks. "I love you too, Tori," she said. "So much." Harry sat in his favorite study at Potter Hall and carefully wrote in his new journal. It had been a suggestion from Ivana to keep records of his days, considering the numerous things he was involved in. He had only started doing it since the start of August, but he was already finding it relaxing to write down his day over a cup of tea before bed. He finished writing and took a sip of the soothing greengrass blend tea as he waited for the ink to dry. The grandfather clock in the study showed it to just before 11, and he was looking forward to being in bed soon. He set his empty teacup down and closed the journal, carefully putting it away and locking it up. The open window showed the bright night outside, and he smiled when he saw Gainsborough swoop silently through the sky, acquainting himself with the estate. He didn't think it was possible, but Potter Hall felt a little bit nicer now that it wasn't just him and the house elves. With a quiet sigh, he waved his hand as the lights in the study dimmed down, before going out completely once he stepped out of the study. It was a new development, he'd noticed. He was able to control his magic differently while inside one of his properties, especially inside Potter Hall. He hardly ever used his wand, though strong spellcasting still required him to use one. But it took less effort, even with a wand, and Harry couldn't tell if it was the effect of the Elder Wand, losing the Horcrux, a combination of the two, or something else entirely. This was something he had not discussed with anyone, not even Ivana or Daphne or Hermione. It wasn't that he didn't trust them implicitly, or in Ivana's case, had a watertight contract in place. This was more a case of wanting to figure this mystery out for himself. He wandered in the direction of the library instead of his chambers, and stopped in the doorway, wondering if he should try and research this phenomenon or simply let it go for now. The decision was made for him when a large yawn broke through him, and with a rueful shake of his head, he went to his chambers and undressed for bed. Sleep seemed to elude him, though, despite being quite tired, and after about 20 minutes of tossing and turning, he climbed out of bed and threw on his dressing gown. He decided against going to the library and instead headed towards the arboretum at the west end of the house. Unlike its counterpart in the east end, which was perfect for entertaining guests, the arboretum at the west end was a cozy living space full of flowering shrubs and hanging vines that were lovingly tended to by the house elves. It was a space meant to relax and read, and let the worries that kept one up at night simply fade away. Harry sat down in a squashy armchair and pulled a soft, patchwork quilt over his legs to keep warm. While the days were still warm, the nights were slowly beginning to grow colder, especially inside Potter Hall. "Annie," he called softly, and Annie appeared just as quietly. Harry knew the house elves knew exactly where he was at all times, and they knew well enough to give him his space and only coming when called. He was really grateful for that. "Can you fetch me the event binder?" he requested. Annie vanished and returned a moment later with the binder in her hands. Harry took it with a smile, and she disappeared once again. Harry opened the binder and flipped the pages until he reached the last event his family had ever planned. It was the last public event at Potter Hall, since the war made it too dangerous the following year, and his parents were gone by the time Christmas came around in the year after that. It had been the Potter Christmas party held on Christmas Eve of 1979. Harry and Daphne had glanced through it briefly as they were planning the Halloween event, mostly to make sure they wouldn't be repeating anything, but Harry was feeling particularly melancholic today. His parents had planned that event, since it had been after the death of his grandparents, leaving only the two of them as the last Potters. It had to be around the time his mother would have realized she was pregnant with Harry. He had no way of telling how they had been feeling when they planned the event, so soon after the death of his grandparents, and knowing they were expecting a child of their own. They hadn't been much older than Harry was now, and the thought sent a dark shiver down Harry's spine. To Harry, his parents had been grown-ups, adults, who had fought in a war and been lost to its brutality. And now, he was realizing just how young they had both been. James and Lily Potter had only been 21 when they died. They were married at the age Harry was now, and while he knew it was because there had been a war going on at that point, it didn't make it any less terrifying for Harry. Married at 18, parents at 19, and then dead at 21. What a short life they had led, leaving their child all alone with virtually no memories of them to hold on to. Harry didn't realize he was crying until he felt the tears splash onto Lily's neatly written notes for the menu. He carefully moved the binder off his lap, not wanting to ruin the last little bit of his parents he had left. A discreet flash of light caught his gaze, and he saw a neat, leather-bound book resting on a nearby side table that had certainly not been there before. Wiping his tears hastily, Harry set the binder aside and reached for the book, knowing Annie must have set it there. The house elves did that sometimes, moved things and objects without him having to ask, and being invisible while they did it. The book wasn't actually a book, but a diary, realized Harry when he opened it. It was also completely blank, but Harry knew well enough that it didn't mean there was nothing there. Pulling out his wand, he tapped the diary with it. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he tried. The diary stayed blank. He paused and flicked through the blank diary thoughtfully, trying a couple different spells he knew about revealing hidden secrets in a book, but none of them made a difference. With a sigh, he decided to act on instinct and carefully drew the Potter family crest on the cover with his wand. As he did, the golden crest seemed to seep into the diary, and it glowed briefly before vanishing. Feeling curious and hopeful, Harry opened the diary and his heart jumped in his chest when he saw words written in a gorgeous flowing script, filling the pages of the diary. Hands shaking just the tiniest bit, he flipped open to the first proper page. "Hogwarts tomorrow, for the very last time. I suppose it should feel exciting and perhaps a bit sad, but it doesn't. I am mostly nervous. It is not a new feeling, though I suppose I am feeling it more acutely this time around. The badge sitting on my desk as I write this feels like a massive beacon of responsibility that I thought I had managed to avoid so far. Still, Mum and Dad are thrilled about the head boy thing, so I can't complain. Although I am not sure what Dumbledore was thinking, giving me the badge. I wasn't even a prefect. Padfoot reckons it's because he is hoping I will clean up my act if given the badge. A huge fucking gamble, if you ask me. Moony thinks it's because he didn't want to make a werewolf head boy. Probably true, but it doesn't change the fact that werewolf or not, Moony would always be the better choice than me for head boy. Wormtail is the only one, apart from my parents, who thinks it was well-deserved. The other reason for my nervousness is my fellow head this year. Lily Evans, who I am sorta in love with, who has sorta allowed me to owl her over the summer a few times. Just as friends, she had insisted, but considering all our interactions before this ended with her calling me all sorts of names, none of which were the least bit friendly, I will take being called a friend as a massive fucking win. Padfoot has already asked me several times how it feels to have my balls in Lily Evans' purse, but I just replaced his Sleekeasy with hair removal potion. Nothing like going bald to distract him from poking his nose into my non-existent love life. Back to my reasons for nervousness. Lily's last letter had mentioned she was looking forward to sharing the head dorms with me and working together on making sure we had a wonderful last year at Hogwarts. I have been trying so hard not to read anything into it, but surely that is progress. While sharing the head dorms with her is going to be pure torture of the pleasurable kind. I really do not want to screw this up. I am not a 15-year-old twerp anymore who thought hexing people would endear me to her. Lily Evans is sharp, bright, beautiful, and kind. She is witty and clever and has never hesitated to put me back in my place. I cannot explain why I have always been so drawn to her, but in the last couple of years or so, I can admit to myself it is much more than a crush. And even in knowing how much of a long shot it is that she would ever see me as anything but a classmate or a friend at best, I have decided to take a massive leap of faith. Which is the next reason for my nervousness, but more on that later. I should sleep now. I would hate to miss the Hogwarts Express for what is sure to be my last time on the train. JFP 310-81977, Chapter 23. 7 August 1998. Healer Thierry Lim ran his eyes over the list one more time and sighed deeply. He could feel a slight tension headache building between his eyes. He set the list down and rubbed his forehead, hopping to ease the headache, but it did nothing. Headache, came a familiar voice from behind him, and he turned around and smiled ruefully at Charlie Weasley. Charlie, who seemed to have spent the day rolling around in mud, judging by the state of his clothes, grinned when he saw the look on Thierry's face. "I weeded out an entire patch of the garden near the orchard," he said, by way of explanation, "thinking of planting a herb garden." "Of course you are," smiled Thierry. He had known Charlie really well at Hogwarts, since they were in the same year, though in different houses. He had even been the one to suggest to Harry that Charlie should be hired as the groundskeeper for the Lily Potter home. Since starting at the Lily Potter home, the two had become even closer, and it wasn't uncommon to find them together if they weren't tending to their individual duties. "You know me, can't sit still for long," shrugged Charlie, taking a seat on a spare chair in the infirmary and wheeling up next to Thierry. "So, what brought on the headache?" Thierry's smile dimmed, and he handed Charlie the list. Charlie looked confused as he read the names on the list and looked at Thierry for an explanation. "They all need help, the sort I am not qualified to provide," sighed Thierry. "A mind healer," guessed Charlie. Thierry nodded. "Specifically, someone who can help with trauma counseling," he added. "Have you spoken to Belinda?" asked Charlie. "Not yet," said Thierry. "I received some basic training in the mind arts, of course, as all healers do. I thought I could help with what knowledge and experience I have, but it's become clear they need a specialist." "Still don't understand the headache," said Charlie. "Yeah, it sucks you can't be the one who helps them, but it's not like Belinda is likely to refuse if you ask her to hire a specialist for the ones who need it." Thierry shot him a slightly annoyed look, but had to concede his point. I feel like I am letting them down," he admitted. "By what, not being every single thing they need?" asked Charlie, an uncharacteristically sharp look on his face. "That's the point of being a team, remember? We help how we can, and when we find a gap, we find someone who can help fill it." "I suppose," sighed Thierry. Charlie rolled his eyes and stood up. "Come on," he said. "Let's go and talk to Belinda." "Now, it's almost dinner time," said Thierry. "I haven't even prepared what I am going to say." "Just tell her the truth," said Charlie easily, as he grabbed Thierry's arm and began leading him towards Belinda's office. "Belinda is one to appreciate straightforwardness." Charlie stopped right outside Belinda's office and shot him a smile full of encouragement. He went to let go of Thierry's arm, but Thierry quickly grabbed his hand before he could. "See, could you come with me?" asked Thierry, ears going slightly pink. He chanced a quick look at Charlie, who looked a little gobsmacked. At Thierry's look, he glanced at where Thierry was gripping his hand before meeting his gaze again. "Sure," nodded Charlie, and if Thierry weren't mistaken, he looked a little flushed as well. Something to consider later, he decided as he squared his shoulder and knocked on Belinda's door with his free hand, his other one still gripping Charlie's tightly. Fleur opened her umbrella as she stepped out into the rainy morning, wrinkling her nose slightly at the weather. The few days of sunshine they had gotten during summer seemed to have come to an end, and it was back to dreary Old English weather once more, she thought as she made her way down Diagon Alley. Past Gringotts, past the Claw Bookshop and Fortescue Cafe, even past Rosette's Beauty Potions and Verdant as she reached the entrance of Platinum Alley. There, right at the edge of the entrance, technically still part of Diagon, was the shop she was looking for. Sayer Potions stood out starkly among the shops with its bright white shopfront with the sign in a serene lavender color. The large shop window displayed various potions on white vial stands against a lavender backdrop. Fleur was pleasantly surprised at the interior. They had not helped design this one, only helped with the licensing and setting up a supply chain for ingredients. The design ideas had come from the Sayer family themselves, particularly Philip Sayer, Sophia's youngest brother who was only 19. Philip was at the counter when Fleur entered the shop, chatting amicably with the customer he was ringing up. He glanced at Fleur and smiled before returning his attention to the customer. Fleur decided to take a quick walk around the shop, noting it was divided in sections based on what the potion was intended for. She passed the section treating migraines and saw a variety of remedies, including application-based potions, with variations in taste, smell, and intensity. "Good morning, Mrs. Weasley," greeted Philip, and Fleur turned around and smiled at him. "Good morning, and I have asked you to call me Fleur," she said. He shrugged with a smile. "Can I help you find something?" "No, I just wanted to see how launch day was going," she said. "It's going well so far," he said, and Fleur glanced around the shop that wasn't crowded but had a good number of people browsing around. Mostly curious folk wanting to scope it out, but there's been good interest. Some have placed custom orders and Owen is already busy. Fleur nodded, knowing Owen was the middle Sayer sibling, who was the expert potioneer. She did notice little signs around the shop encouraging the customers to speak to the employees if they wished to make custom requests, and she had to admire the Sayer family's business sense as well. "Let us know how you fare, and if there is anything further we can do," said Fleur. "Of course," smiled Philip and shook Fleur's hand. With a bright smile, Fleur took her leave and stepped back out into the alley. The rain had turned into a proper downpour as she walked the short distance from Sayer Potions to Prisma. The exterior of the trademark red brick building was covered in opening under new management banners, and Fleur quickly climbed up the short stone stairs to the double doors that were slightly ajar. Slipping inside discreetly, she glanced around appreciatively. The lobby of the Prisma Hotel was massive, with a white marble floor, dangling crystal chandeliers, and walls painted a soft white color with gold lining. It was rather bare for the moment, with the exception of a long reception desk with a wall of keys behind it. Fleur saw Harry, Daphne, Parvati, and Adrian waiting at the desk, and she was glad to know she wasn't the last one here. She went and greeted them, and they were all joined shortly by Tracy and Draco. "Since we're all here," said Draco, "let's get started." He gave them all a quick smile before indicating the lobby. "As you can see, we have already renovated most of the lobby. The floor is brand new, the house elves fixed all the chandeliers, and the paint job is new as well." He tapped the sturdy mahogany wooden desk. "We kept the reception desk as it is, but I am open to ideas on how we want to furnish the rest of the lobby." "A waiting area would be nice," said Parvati, indicating a nearby empty space near the desk. "Some sofas and armchairs. A nice coffee table with magazines, perhaps." "Yes," Clearwater suggested the same, he said. She also suggested having a smaller bar out here. "There is another bar on this floor, isn't there?" asked Adrian. "Yes, through there," said Draco, indicating a large archway leading into a chamber to their right. "That one will be more of a bar and restaurant, but the one out here can just serve drinks for the guests who may be waiting." "There's space for it, so I think it's a good idea," said Daphne thoughtfully. Draco glanced at the others and there were quick murmurs of agreement. He made a note of it, and then led them to the bar/restaurant he had indicated a moment ago. Like the lobby, this too was a bare, empty space with a fresh coat of white paint, long Grecian columns painted gold, and hanging chandeliers. Unlike the lobby, the floor of the bar was covered with a thick, dark gold carpet. "There will be the usual spells on the carpet," said Draco, as they walked around the chamber. "Charms to prevent spills and stains, I mean." "The bar will go there, will it?" asked Harry, indicating an area at the far back where there were neat rows of glass shelves placed into the wall, stacked almost 20 feet high. "Yes," said Draco. "The bottles and glassware can go onto the glass shelves, and we'll have the bar in front of it. The rest of the room will have smaller tables, seating anywhere between 2 and 20 as needed." "Where's the kitchen supposed to be? Wouldn't it have to be close to the restaurant?" asked Parvati, glancing around. "It's underneath," said Draco. "There are cellars on the lower levels. I'll show you, come on." They took a quick tour of the cellars, which looked quite eerie, despite being heavily renovated. Fleur didn't want to think about what they looked like before, and it seemed no one else did either since they didn't ask Draco about it. "That is all for the ground floor," said Draco. "There are a few storage rooms and break rooms for staff, but that's about it." "On to the next one then," said Tracy, nodding towards the row of 3 lifts with polished golden doors. Adrian pressed the button on the wall next to one of them, and the middle one chimed and opened. They all piled in and Draco pressed the button for the very next floor. The doors closed, and the same chime was heard as the lift moved up one floor. "This level," said Draco, as the doors opened and they all walked out, "has 2 banquet halls. One is bigger than the other." "Surely they didn't have banquet halls in here before," said Tracy, as Draco led them to the smaller banquet halls. "No," answered Draco. "We had them built on this floor. Fleur had the idea." "There aren't many venues for events in Wizarding Britain," said Adrian, and Fleur smiled at him in agreement. "Not private ones anyway. It's an excellent idea to do that." "The next floor has the dorm rooms," said Draco, as they took the lift to the floor above. "I thought we had 2 floors for the dorms," said Harry. "We did, but since we have the banquet halls on the first floor, it's just this one floor for the dorms now," clarified Fleur. "I would think it would be better if we had little by way of dorms," said Adrian. "The renovations in the lobby and the banquet halls make for a much more upscale establishment. We might want to lean into that theme a bit more." "Yeah, I agree," said Tracy. "Dorms make it seem too much like a hostel and not much of a hotel." "It would still be good for business," said Draco, walking down the hallway with doors along both sides. "And not to brag, but these dorm rooms are much better than what you might ordinarily get in hostels," he added, opening the door on the far right end of the hallway. The room was painted a light gray, with a slightly darker gray carpet on the floor. The room was spacious with 2 bunk beds against opposite walls. Each of the 4 beds was a king single, with neat white sheets, pillows, and a gray duvet. There was another door inside the room that led to a small bathroom with enough room for a shower, sink, and toilet. The bathroom was painted the same dark gray as the carpet in the room, and had white tiles on the floor. "Seems functional to me," said Parvati, glancing around with interest. "And yes, definitely an upgrade on what you'd get at the Leaky." "Clearwater is amazing, as usual," said Tracy. "Dunno about the rest of you, but I'm all for this room being the blueprint for the rest of the rooms on this floor." They continued the tour, and the general consensus seemed to be to follow Clearwater's designs for the rooms on all floors. The next 8 floors had a few rooms with twin beds, others with queen beds, all of them done up in shades of teal and white. The bathrooms had a combined shower and bath and were slightly more spacious. The luxury suites on the 3 floors above that had much more spacious rooms, as well as an adjoining living room and kitchenette. The bathrooms had a separate bath and shower, and the color theme was coral and white for the rooms and bathrooms. Some of the rooms also had a balcony overlooking the alley. On the very last floor were 3 penthouse suites. Each one of them had a large living room, 2 separate bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a separate lounge and dining area, as well as a balcony with an exquisite view of magical London. The color theme was purple and white, and suffice it to say that it would put most ancient houses to shame with its interior design. "Can I live here permanently?" asked Tracy, looking around. "If you can afford it," smirked Draco. She flipped him the bird, with a look of dignified indignance on her face. "I think it would be a good idea to wait for your meeting with Lavinia Poitier to see if we want her input as well, prior to finalizing the details," suggested Fleur, looking at Harry and Daphne. "You are going to France this weekend, aren't you?" "Yes," answered Daphne. "This looks fine so far, and if all goes well in France this weekend, we can offer MS Poitier a more permanent role within the organization." "Sounds like a plan," nodded Adrian. "That should do it for the tour of Prisma, I suppose," said Tracy. "Not quite," said Draco with a pleased smile. "You are yet to see the roof." The roof turned out to have a beautiful rooftop bar with a gorgeous view of the entire magical London. It was also strangely dry and warm, considering it was pouring rain at the moment. "Impressive spell work," said Fleur, impressed. "Climate charms and an enchantment to conceal the ceiling overhead, yes." "Yes, there's a gazebo overhead, but it's enchanted the same way as the ceiling of the Great Hall at Hogwarts," nodded Draco. "And yes, climate charms that Harry's house elves put up to keep the rooftop at a neutral temperature." "This is an excellent idea," grinned Parvati. "Rooftop bars are a rarity in England because the weather always ruins it. This will be an excellent selling point." There was not much else on the roof at this point. apart from the bar and a few tall tables and bar stools, but with a few suggestions here and there from everyone which Draco wrote down diligently, it would shape up to be quite the attraction once complete. While the GSC team finalized the details of Prisma, across the country at the James Potter Institute, the Cornfoot brothers had a meeting with the institute's lawyer, Pearl Proctor Langley. In her mid-60s with impressively silver-streaked black hair and sharp amber eyes, Pearl was more reminiscent of a stern librarian than anything else. Her office at the institute was well-kept and clean, with books about patents from wizarding and muggle world alike stacking the shelves. "Talk to me, then," said Pearl, quill poised to take notes as she looked at Morgan and Matthew, sitting across from her. "Give me a general idea of the products you have come up with so far." "Well, we thought it best to start in a room of a house and work our way from that point," said Matthew, with a glance at Morgan. "We decided to start with the kitchen," continued Morgan, and set down a roll of parchment on Pearl's desk. "This is for an oven." Pearl unfurled the roll of parchment and appraised the design sketch. "How does it differ from ovens we have in homes now?" she asked. "The ovens now are little more than a metal box that require a heating charm to be cast at regular intervals," explained Matthew. "Or most people still have old-fashioned hearths as their ovens. The hearths are fine, but a bit outdated. As for the ovens in homes, it is rather inconvenient to keep renewing the heating charms, wouldn't you say?" asked Morgan. "Especially when it's cooking something over a long period of time. And it's difficult to have consistency with temperature, since the caster's magical ability plays a role in how intense the heat produced is," nodded Matthew. "All in all, while not life-ending, it is all rather inconvenient." Pearl gave a slightly amused smile. "I see," she said. "And your product?" "It operates on the same basic principle, but the whole idea is consistency and convenience," said Matthew. "The oven has fixed temperature settings, and there is no casting required to renew it or turn it on and off. Simply a matter of moving the switch in the right place to make it work. The enchantment we cast on it is permanent," explained Morgan, when Pearl looked a bit confused. "The technique is what we need to patent rather than the product itself." "I see," said Pearl thoughtfully. "What is the technique, if you don't mind me asking?" "It's a combination of runes and charm work," said Matthew. "Is it easy to replicate?" asked Pearl, taking notes. "It's not impossible," conceded Matthew. "They would have to reverse engineer our technique step by step, and anyone would need at least a basic working knowledge of technomancy to do it." "I see," nodded Pearl. "And there are other products like this." Morgan grinned at Matthew, who smiled at Pearl and set down a small pile of scrolls on Pearl's desk. "Excellent," smirked Pearl. 9 August 1998. Lavinia Poitier was not expecting to spend her 30th birthday working, but she could not complain. In her relatively short career, she had built up an excellent reputation for herself and her work, and if that meant working weekends and special occasions, that was a sacrifice she was willing to make. "Ginger beer and rice crackers," said Nicholas, holding them up for her. Lavinia smiled weakly, even as her stomach roiled in protest. "I just need her to hold still for 2 hours while I go to this meeting," she said, placing her hand on her still flat stomach. "Her?" asked Nicholas, amused as he handed her the glass of ginger beer. "Something you need to tell me about our child." She smiled fondly at him and sipped the ginger beer, relieved when her stomach held steady. "Intuition," she said, by way of response. Nicholas grinned and sat down. "I can do the meeting if you want to rest," he said. She shook her head. "It's the owner this time," she said. "And if we do this right, then there's the possibility of a more long-term opportunity." Nicholas sighed. "I know that," he said. "You know I can." Lavinia knew what he was about to say. He could take on another job, instead of assisting her so they didn't have to worry about more work coming in. The nature of her job as a consultant meant that income was dependent on projects coming in, and things had been slow as of late. She had been taking on some work in the Muggle world as well, until she had been handed the Chateau's Black Project. Or, well, the Alpine Onyx Project, as it was now called. She and Nicholas had worked their arses off on this project, and today was the ultimate test. If the owner liked what they had done, his people had promised they would consider her for a long-term position within their organization for future projects. With her and Nicholas also expecting their first child, it really would be good if she did get that position. She finished the glass of ginger beer and a couple of Rick crackers before standing up. "Are you sure you don't want me to come with you?" asked Nicholas as he stood up with her. "No, I know you're busy with the Illyria Inn project," she said. "It's in the last stages. I just have to do a final walkthrough for the photographs," he said. "Remember to use the non-magical camera," she warned him. "We don't want to freak out the Muggle owners." "That was one time," he chuckled, and Lavinia laughed as she left their little cottage in the French country and disapparated to Chamonix. The Alpine Onyx was nestled in a quiet corner of the Chamonix Valley, the structure sitting at the base of a private ski slope. Lavinia had been told the slope was property of the Alpine Onyx, and from Lavinia's best guess, she had to venture it was a beginner's slope. The Alpine Onyx itself was not a singular entity. The main lodge sat partway up the slope parallel to the ski slope and was a gorgeous 3-story tall property comprising 8 bedrooms and several living areas. There were 15 independent cottages dotted along the hill as it sloped downwards. Most cottages had 2 bedrooms, while a few others had 3, each with a living area and kitchen as well. Lavinia arrived in front of the main house and fought back the wave of nausea. It took her a moment to realize that she wasn't alone, and she hastily brushed her box braids away from her face and smiled at the 2 people waiting by the front double doors. They were the same age, the young man and woman. Lavinia gasped when she recognized the young man as Harry Potter. He wasn't as well known in France as he was in Britain, but the lightning scar was unmistakable, even though it was quite a bit fainter than the photographs had made it appear. He was dressed casually in expertly tailored black trousers and a steel gray wool knit jumper, with heavy black boots on his feet. The woman with him was unfamiliar to Lavinia, but she was quite beautiful with long, golden blonde hair that she was wearing in a ponytail. She was dressed in nude tights, brown suede skirt stopping at her knees, and a cream-colored turtleneck jumper, with brown ankle boots on her feet. "Ms. Poitier?" asked the woman. "I'm Daphne Gringotts, and this is Harry Potter. Mr. Potter is the owner of the Alpine Onyx, and I'm his lawyer." Lavinia's eyebrows shot up at her perfect French. "Very nice to meet you both," said Lavinia in French as she shook hands with them. "Please call me Lavinia." "Of course, Lavinia," said Daphne with a polite smile. "Do you mind if we switch to English?" "Yes, of course," said Lavinia in English, and saw Harry Potter smile gratefully at her. "Have you been waiting long?" "No, we got here early," said Harry. "Right then, shall we start with the main house?" asked Lavinia. "Lead the way," nodded Daphne. Lavinia walked them through the entire resort in the next 2 hours. The main lodge had a beautiful lobby with a reception desk and a lounge with an enormous fireplace. Despite the stone walls, the interior was warm, with a thick pine green carpet on the floor. The ground floor of the main lodge also had a kitchen, and the adjoining dining area had been turned into a preparation and storage area so that the kitchen could be used for providing room service to all the guests. There was no dedicated dining area as such, though the lounge did have a few armchairs and sofas for guests to sit and have a hot drink after a long day of winter sports. There were 8 rooms in the main lodge, each with a double bed, dresser and vanity, and a small sitting area. Like the rest of the lodge, the rooms were done up in shades of white and pine green, with warm lighting. Each of the rooms also had an ornate fireplace as well as thick glass windows with an excellent view of the mountains. There was a small terrace on the second floor with a massive balcony that also had a view of the mountains. There were tables and chairs set out on the balcony for guests to enjoy short meals and drinks. Climate charms and a concealed ceiling would make it ideal for use even during cold winter months. There were a few other sitting areas around the main lodge, as well as a recreation room for billiards, cards, and chess. The independent cottages were tastefully decorated in similar colors, each cottage perfect for families or groups to stay in for a holiday. Lavinia also went through the staff list with them, pointing out that apart from 2 house elves for cleaning, the rest of the staff were humans. "We have 3 managers, each working the first, second, and third shifts," explained Lavinia. "The first shift runs from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., the second shift from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., and the third from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. Each manager's staff rotates with them for the shifts." "How much staff do each of the managers have?" asked Daphne as she took notes. "Depends on the shift," said Lavinia. "We have more people during the day and around mealtimes, but only staff to monitor and attend to emergencies at night. All the managers are overseen by the resort director, whose job is to supervise and attend to any crises that may come up that the managers may not be able to handle alone." "And you handled the hearing of staff yourself?" asked Harry. "My husband and I, yes," she said. "The resort director has over 20 years' experience, and she is extremely competent. Each of the managers has between 7 and 10 years of experience in a similar role. The resort director helped us with hearing the remaining staff. We hired local furniture makers and interior decorators to design the rooms and the resort. We oversaw everything, of course, but my personal philosophy is always to hire someone who knows what they are doing." "Sound strategy," grinned Harry. "I'm rather fond of it myself." Lavinia smiled gratefully at him. A lot of people who hired her failed to see her function, despite being the ones who had sought her out in the first place. Lavinia's job was to work out everything needed for a hotel to function as a business and put the systems in place on a budget assigned to her. The reason why she was so successful, apart from her dedication and excellent taste, was her ability to work to the budget and not exceed it. "We still have the branding to finalize, yes?" asked Daphne. Lavinia nodded and passed them a few mock-ups. "I commissioned a few from a contact of mine in Greece," she said, as the two of them looked them over. "Once you have chosen, we can go ahead with the logo and branding. I estimate we shall be ready for the first guests come September." Harry and Daphne took a few minutes to look them over and discuss them before they finally chose the logo. After a few more questions, Daphne glanced at Harry, who gave her a nod. "Has Fleur discussed with you that we have another project in the works in London?" asked Daphne. "Yes," nodded Lavinia, her heart pounding in anticipation. "And if this one succeeds, we have the possibility of more projects that we think we could use your skills for," said Daphne, reaching into her bag and pulling out a sealed contract. "Something for you to consider," she smiled, handing Lavinia the contract. Lavinia suppressed the urge to squeal and accepted the contract with a smile. "I will look it over and be in touch soon," she said. "Thank you both very much." "The pleasure is ours," grinned Harry. "Why haven't you read further into it?" asked Daphne, as she and Harry ate dinner at the Potter Hall. After their brief visit to France, they had returned just in time for Minnie's Parma pork and potato salad that was absolutely delicious, paired with an apple Prosecco punch. Harry glanced at his father's journal, which was sitting on the table between them. He had not read further than the very first entry, finding himself unable to proceed just yet. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I can't explain it." "Have you spoken to Ivana about it?" asked Daphne, looking at him in concern. "Not yet, but I will," he said. "It's as if it will run out, I guess." He chuckled and shook his head. "That sounds ridiculous, I know." "It doesn't," said Daphne, and set her cutlery down on her half-finished plate. "I refused to open the last Christmas gift my mother gave me. She died the month before Christmas and had already prepared the gifts. But I refused to open it, because I knew it would be the last time I would get to open a present from her. I was barely old enough to understand it, but I knew I wanted to just hold on to it as it was." Harry nodded as he listened intently. "I could probably read the entire journal in a day or two," he said, "but I feel that if I did that, you would run out of that connection you have with your father," finished Daphne, understandingly. "Yeah," he sighed, and set his own cutlery down as well. "Did you ever open that present?" "I did," she chuckled. "A few years later, after my father talked me into it. It was a dress that I had outgrown by the time I had opened the gift." "And how did that make you feel?" asked Harry, and then chuckled as well. "Now I sound like Ivana." Daphne laughed and shrugged. "That's not a bad thing," she said before sighing deeply. "Foolish is how it made me feel, like I had placed a deeper meaning onto something and then been let down by my own expectations." She glanced at Harry and smiled sadly. "But that was my experience. It will not necessarily be yours." "I know that," he conceded, "but that doesn't mean I don't want to know you better." Daphne looked a bit surprised before smiling. "Discuss it with Ivana," she said, after a moment. "But there is nothing wrong with wanting to do this at your own pace." "Thanks," he said, smiling gratefully. They returned to their dinner, and after a few moments of eating in contemplative silence, Harry cleared his throat. "How is this week looking for us?" he asked. Daphne took a long sip of the punch before answering. "The nocturne trials are still ongoing, so our mornings will be busy," said Daphne. "We also have a meeting with the Cornfoot brothers on Wednesday in relation to the pottery." "I also have a busy Tuesday," said Harry. "A session with Ivana and the Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes is reopening as well." "Yes, I heard," said Daphne. "You will be attending." Harry nodded. "I am an investor after all," he grinned sheepishly. "I also need to mend my relationship with Ron Moore." "All right," said Daphne. "Speaking of which, I also needed to talk to you about something else," he said, as Minnie cleared their empty plates and brought out the spiced hummingbird cake. "What is it?" asked Daphne. "I want to tell the people at work about us," he said. Daphne gave him a confused look. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I don't want to keep our relationship a secret," he said. Daphne's eyebrows shot up. "We have talked about this," she said. "I know that," he conceded. "But we need to tell the people we see every day at the very least." "What is this really about, Harry?" she asked. When he looked confused, she held up a hand. "I understand wanting to tell people we see every day, and I am not opposed to it either. But you are talking about mending things further with Ronald Weasley, and at the same time wanting people to know about us." He shrugged, but at her insistent look, he sighed. "They are unrelated," he said. "Well, mostly, I suppose." "What does that mean?" she asked. "I do really want to patch things up with Ron," he nodded. "Because I have realized there are certain things I want, and I know I have to work for those things to happen. I know my friendship with Ron will never be what it was, but I want it to be better than it is now." He met her gaze unflinchingly. "I also know I want our relationship to be known, but I realize I have to be patient and start slow," he added. "I know this whole thing is a process, and the last thing I want to do is rush into things prematurely. But at the same time, I don't want to drag my feet either." Daphne sighed and smiled a little. "All right, I see what you mean," she said. "Let's tell people," she agreed. 11 August 1998. "Hey, where's Harry?" asked Tracy, as she glanced inside Daphne's office at Verdant. "At the opening for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes," answered Daphne, without looking up from what she was writing. "Just as well, I need to talk to you about something," said Tracy, and stepped into the office, closing the door behind herself. Daphne glanced up as Tracy took a seat opposite her. "Is this about what Harry and I told everyone yesterday?" she asked, setting her quill down. "Well, obviously," said Tracy, rolling her eyes. "I mean, none of us were surprised. It was only a matter of time." "Thanks," said Daphne dryly. "Have you given any thought to how we are preparing the rest of the wizarding world for you to be Lady Potter?" asked Tracy. Daphne raised an eyebrow and then chuckled. "I think you might be jumping ahead a few steps, Tracy," she said. "No, I am not. And don't lie and tell me you didn't think about this before you and Harry started dating," said Tracy. Daphne supposed it was the perils of knowing each other so well that Tracy had figured it out. She rolled her eyes but leaned back in her chair. "Fine, what do you have in mind?" she asked, figuring it was sometimes best to just go with it. "Glad you asked," said Tracy with a bright grin. "The main thing is to make you a household name, in a way that is safe and relatable and no offense to Harry, but in a way that is not associated with Harry. Because right now, all you are known for is being Harry Potter's lawyer." "Thank you, Tracy. That makes me feel better," said Daphne, rolling her eyes again. "Well, you know it's true. Even if you weren't the head of a sacred 28 family, just being his lawyer would be enough for claims of love potions to be flying left and right, said Tracy, without reacting to her sarcasm. Do you actually have a plan, or are you just listing all things I have considered already? Asked Daphne. I do, as a matter of fact, she said. I started thinking about it yesterday after you and Harry told us. Didn't you once tell me that your family has a repertoire of tea blends? Daphne gave her a slightly puzzled look. Yes, but what does that have to do with anything? She asked. Well, this plan is twofold, said Tracy. Making you a household name and maybe buying you some goodwill at the same time. She pulled out a scroll of parchment and unfurled it on Daphne's desk. You will need Fleur and Draco to narrow down the specifics, but you should consider a business marketing those teas. Daphne stared at the crude business plan for a shop selling tea. Hold on, she said, looking back up at Tracy. What are we talking about here? We are talking about creating a brand. The brand of a businesswoman. Something less daunting than head of a sacred 28 family and Harry Potter's lawyer, said Tracy. And you think selling tea will help quell rumors of a love potion? Asked Daphne, seeing the obvious flaw in the plan. This is where the second step comes in, said Tracy, sitting back in her chair with a smug smile. We convince Marian Giles to give you a column in Witch Weekly. To write about tea? Asked Daphne. Well, yes, said Tracy. It will be an excellent marketing tool for your business, and it will also turn you into a household name. She sighed and gave Daphne an appraising look. It will be impossible to completely eliminate all rumors or control every reaction. What we need to do is start laying groundwork now. This may seem silly to you, but we market this in a way to appeal to the masses. A writer and businesswoman, it also helps you are a part of the Hogwarts 40. You are going to have to keep building on that goodwill prior to your relationship going public, and then we need to prepare the next phase for when he plans on proposing. And what is the next phase? Asked Daphne. I don't know yet. It would depend on how the groundwork goes, said Tracy. Come on, Daph. You know I have given this proper thought. Just extend me the same courtesy and think about this, would you? Daphne stared at her friend and nodded slowly. All right, I'll do that. I'll have an answer before the end of the week. Tracy smiled and stood up. Thank you, Daphne, she said. Across Diagon Alley. The Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes was bustling with people on their reopening day. Harry kept a low profile, grateful that the customers were too excited with the new range of products to even glance at him. He noticed a few people in magenta employee robes that he didn't recognize. Not all of them were handling customers, as a few of them were bustling back and forth between the laboratory upstairs and the shop downstairs, giving him the impression that the employees were a combination of salespeople and developers. We got most of them from the Guild and the Office of Employment, Ron told him as an aside, when Harry caught him in a moment of temporary respite. It's taken a lot off George's plate and given me a few extra pairs of hands. It's how we could launch so early, and a good thing too because we wanted to catch the summer crowd before the kids go back to Hogwarts. Excellent choice, grinned Harry. Thanks, Ron grinned back. At first we were only thinking of keeping most of them for the summer, but they're good people, and they have been an enormous help. And if business keeps going the way today is, we can think of an expansion. Like having a branch in Hogsmeade? Asked Harry. To start with, nodded Ron. He lowered his voice and leaned in close. If you get a chance, talk to Percy or Dad about Kingsley's latest project. Harry's eyebrows shot up and he opened his mouth to ask more, but George called Ron over and he hurried away with an apologetic shrug. While Harry was thinking over his words, he saw a flash of familiar red. He quickly followed after it and caught up to Ginny just as she was about to head upstairs. Ginny, he called, and she stopped and turned around. Harry, she asked, surprised. Can I have a word with you? He asked. She gave him a slightly uncertain look, but nodded toward the employee's only door. Harry nodded back and followed after her into the storage room full of boxes. Sorry to do it this way, said Harry, with a shrug when she gave him a wary and expectant look. But, happy birthday. He pulled out 2 scrolls of parchment wrapped in a red ribbon and held them out to her. Ginny's eyes widened in surprise. Harry, you don't have to. Look, I know I may not have the right, he said, and took a huge breath. But it's your 17th birthday and it is an important day, whatever we may be now. It's not that, she interrupted and crossed her arms. It's not fair, Harry. I know and I am sorry, he said. Do you? She asked. Because I am trying, Harry. I am really trying to get over you. It doesn't help if you. It's Wood's training regimen, he said, before she could continue. He passed it down to Angelina, and she then gave it to me when I got the badge. Ginny paused and looked down at the scrolls. What? She asked. You got the badge this year, didn't you? He asked. Captain of Gryffindor. I did, she nodded. Then this is for you, he said, holding it out insistently. I know you are trying, and I know it's not fair of me to act like. I just want you to have this, all right? She stared at him briefly, but nodded and accepted the gift. Harry smiled gratefully at her and turned to leave. Thank you, Harry, she said, and he paused. I'll put it to good use. He smiled gratefully at her and walked out. 12 August 1998. And Ronald Weasley did not tell you what the minister's new project may be, asked Adrian, as they sat in their end-of-day meeting. No, I didn't get a chance to ask, said Harry. I'll try and get a hold of Percy or Mr. Weasley this week. I'll check with Bill as well, nodded Fleur. Are we any closer to getting someone in the minister's office? Asked Tracy. On that, I do have a potential candidate, said Adrian. He was in your year at Hogwarts, Ernest Macmillan, heir to the Macmillan family. Ernie, asked Harry in surprise. He's joining the ministry. I know he has applied for a position in the minister's office, said Adrian, most likely on his father's orders. Lord Macmillan is not someone we would usually count on to be in our corner, said Daphne. Yes, but rumor has it that father and son do not often see eye to eye, said Adrian. Hufflepuffs are loyal to a fault, pointed out Draco. What makes you think we can talk Macmillan into going above his father's head and working with us? That is why I said he's a potential candidate, said Adrian, pointedly before looking at Harry and Daphne. Do you want me to approach him? No, said Harry, shaking his head. I think it's better if I do it. That would tip our hands spectacularly, don't you think? Asked Tracy, as everyone including Daphne looked surprised at that. I know Ernie, said Harry. Like Draco said, he is loyal to a fault. Honesty might be the best way forward with him. That is an immense risk, said Daphne. Yes, I know, said Harry. But at the very least, I can meet him for coffee and get an idea of whether there is more than just potential. I don't like it, but the decision is yours, said Daphne. It's worth a shot if it means we get him on our side, said Adrian. Not only would we have someone in the minister's office, he is the heir to a sacred 28 family. Harry nodded. I'll see what I can do, he said. There were murmurs of agreement as the meeting continued. How about your meeting with the Cornfoot brothers today? Asked Fleur. Very productive, said Daphne. They have been working closely with Pearl and have several prototypes ready for display at the pottery. Additionally, they have put together a team focusing on manufacturing, using the candidates from the guild. And that is for the two-way mirrors, is it? Asked Draco. To start with, yes, said Daphne. Could you please stop calling them two-way mirrors? Frowned Tracy. I worked hard on the branding, you know. Draco rolled his eyes. Fine, the Pleiades mirrors, he corrected. They have enough units ready for the launch on. Harry paused and looked at Daphne. The 17th, she said, on Monday. Are the shop premises ready? Asked Parvati. Yes, nodded Fleur. I'll visit the Institute tomorrow and see if we need anything further before the launch on Monday. Thanks, Fleur, nodded Daphne. I also hear we have 2 new clients for the Diagon Restoration Program. Yes, said Fleur. Miria Blackwood is one of them. She is a clothing designer specializing in Muggle clothes. Her previous attempts to open a shop were unsuccessful because the ministry would not approve a license. Her husband is a wealthy American, so he is financing the business, said Draco. We're only assisting with licensing and some clout, and she has offered a generous cut in exchange. Do we know why she's being so generous? Asked Adrian. I'm quite sure it's the husband who is being generous. She seemed happy to design the clothes and run the shop, said Fleur. Do we know anything about the husband? Asked Daphne. Kay Blackwood, said Draco, looking at his notes. 4th-generation American wizard. He apparently met Miria when she was on holiday in the States and then moved to Ireland to be close to her. When he received surprised looks, he rolled his eyes. Miria is very talkative. Did she happen to say what he does for a living? Asked Adrian. Runs a business, apparently, said Fleur. I'll look into it a bit further, said Adrian. Give me a day or two before you accept. Draco and Fleur nodded in reply. Who is the other client? Asked Tracy. Sisters Ping and Sang Dao, said Fleur, checking her notes. They wish to open a beauty salon, which they were previously running out of their house. There is a very good store location 3 shops down that will be perfect, and we are putting together a business and finance plan for them. Very good, keep us updated, nodded Daphne. We have a few more meetings in the upcoming days for different restaurants, said Draco. It would be prudent to keep an eye out for clients who may be more suitable to Platinum than Diagon, said Adrian. We'll do that, said Draco. Nothing further from us. Here's something to ease things for you then, said Daphne, passing them a document. Lavinia Poitier has signed the contract. She is officially on the staff as the consultant for the hotels. She is finalizing the Alpine Onyx now, and she will turn her attention to Prisma starting next week. Does she need staff of her own? Asked Tracy. No, her husband assists her, and she has not requested any further staff just yet, said Daphne. They are planning on moving to London in a few weeks. That will help, nodded Draco gratefully. Oh, and we have made contact with Todd Boot, who has confirmed he is taking in bookings for the Alpine Onyx starting in September, added Fleur. Lavinia sent over some photographs of the resort and Todd said that would help drum up interest. Do you mind sending them to me as well? I can forward them to the Prophet and Witch Weekly and get some more interest going, said Tracy. Of course, nodded Fleur. Let's call it a day, said Daphne as the clock struck 8. We have all been working long days. Ask for help if you need it, and let's do our best to keep each other in the loop. There were murmurs of agreement as the exhausted members of the GSC dispersed for the day. 16 August 1998. Isaiah Crickerly looked over the press briefing and wished he could have a stiff drink before doing this. You'll be fine, Neville assured him. It's a small crowd and there's anticipation about the team. You have to admit it's better than having to do a public apology because the lads got drunk and thought it would be funny to moon the spectators after a match, Captain and Star Chaser. Vanessa Chen reminded him cheerfully. Someone get the man a drink. He looks like he's about to pass out, said Vice Captain and Beater, Colin Bradshaw. You people back off, said Neela Adjett, one of the other chasers. She placed a reassuring hand on Isaiah's shoulder. You'll be fine, Isaiah, and V and Colin will have your back if you stumble. Isaiah smiled gratefully at Neela, who was the oldest member of the starting team at 26 years of age, and easily the most level-headed one. She would have been an ideal candidate for captain, but she preferred to follow than lead, though she could pull everyone else in line when needed. Thank you, Neela, he said. All right, everyone line up and come out in the order I announce you. Neville and Harry will do the first announcement and then hand over the reins to me. We know, Isaiah, said Vanessa reassuringly. We have been through this. It will be fine. Isaiah nodded and took a huge breath before looking at Harry and Neville. Both of them were dressed in expensive tailored robes, Harry in olive green and Neville in burgundy. Isaiah's own robes were new as well, though he had gone for a classic gray. The players, both reserve and starter, were dressed in the brand new navy Quidditch robes, with crossed golden bulrushes emblazoned on the chest. The back had their number and last name in the same golden color. Brand new Quidditch armor made them look sharp and prepared. They had ultimately decided against hearing a PR person, since hearing Camille Gibson and her team had taken a lot of things off Isaiah's plate. Camille coordinated a team of assistant coaches, sports healers, and trainers, all of whom were also dressed in the new Navy team robes with their last name and job title on the back in gold. Camille herself was in the head coach's robes, with her short dark hair in a ponytail. That left Isaiah to oversee management, sponsorship, and day-to-day operations. It also fell to him to do this press briefing where they would be announcing the new team, with their new branding. The briefing was being held inside their brand new stadium, and they had representatives from the Daily Prophet and Witch Weekly to every Quidditch magazine in Europe in attendance. Apart from the press, they had a few club members and a small section of the general public in attendance. "It's almost noon," said Harry, checking his watch. "Everyone ready?" There were nods and murmurs of agreement. Isaiah took another breath to brace himself as he apparated after Harry and Neville to the temporary raised platform set in the middle of the stadium. He was already being blinded by camera flashes when he arrived, but he did his best to smile, knowing he was not going to be the focus of the photographs since they were mainly for Harry and Neville. The crowd was in the stands, in the 3 top boxes right in front of them to be precise. After a couple moments of the cameras going off, Harry raised a hand and they fell silent, though an occasional flash would still go off. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to our brand new stadium this afternoon," said Harry, the magical microphone in front of him broadcasting his voice easily while a massive screen behind them projected the visual more clearly to the assembled people. "I am Harry Potter, one of the 2 owners of Puddlemere United. With me today is the co-owner, Lord Neville Longbottom." There was some cheer and applause as Neville gave a smile and a wave toward the crowd. "As Harry said, thank you for coming to our brand new stadium. Although that is not the only thing that's new today," he said, as he and Harry nodded at each other and pulled out their wands simultaneously. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to introduce the brand new Puddlemere United team." At his words, both he and Harry waved their wands at the same time, and all around the stadium, the former mud-brown banners and logos were replaced with the brand new navy. There were gasps and excited whispers as cameras captured the new design and team colors, and as Isaiah stepped onto the platform, he cleared his throat and drew everyone's attention. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Isaiah Crickerly, the manager for Puddlemere United," he said, thankful that his voice sounded steady. "As you can see, our team has undergone some changes since we were last here. Today, it is my extreme pleasure and honor to introduce our team and our support staff." There was some applause after his words, but mostly there was just the air of anticipation that lingered. "First, our head coach, Camille Gibson, with our support staff." Camille flew out onto the stadium followed by the support staff, and they did a quick lap before landing on the platform and lining up behind Harry and Neville. A few of them waved, while others bowed, and Camille grinned brightly in acknowledgement. "Up next is our reserve team," said Isaiah. "Brighton, De Silva, Winter, Sanchez, McDonald, Ngo, and Anastas." As he announced them, the reserve team flew out one by one and did a full lap around the stadium to cheers and applause. They came to a halt on the same platform as them and lined up to the left of Harry and Neville. "And finally, ladies and gentlemen," announced Isaiah, "our starting team, Chen, Adjet, LaRue, O'Neill, Bradshaw, Wood, and Crumb." The cheering was much more raucous as the team flew out and did a few laps, including a couple of tricks in the air before landing on the platform and lining to the right of Harry and Neville. "Thank you for such a warm reception, ladies and gentlemen," grinned Isaiah. "It is the support of the Quidditch community and the enthusiasm of our loyal fans that has kept us all going. Come October, we shall do our very best to make everyone proud. Please look forward to it." Cheers and applause echoed around the stadium, and the infectious buzz of the crowd got the adrenaline pumping for the entire team. Isaiah knew it would be a very productive season, and he could not wait for October. Harry walked through the fireplace in Daphne's office and frowned when she barely even looked up. There was a wrinkle between her brows as she read the parchment in front of her, absent-mindedly twirling a quill in one hand. "Daph," said Harry as he walked up to her. She hummed in response, without looking away, and he sighed as he grabbed her wrist lightly to stop the movement of the quill. Daphne jumped a little when he touched her, and his frown deepened when he saw the slight purple bruises under her eyes showing her exhaustion. "When was the last time you took a break?" he asked, slowly releasing her wrist. She sighed and set the quill down. "How was the launch for Puddlemere?" she asked. "Don't change the subject, Daph," he said. When she gave him a tired look, he sighed and held out his hand. She placed her hand in his and let him pull her to her feet. The two of them walked over to the sofa in her office and sat down next to each other. "What is going on with you?" he asked her, keeping his voice gentle and not as frustrated as he was feeling. Daphne closed her eyes briefly, and then to his surprise, rested her forehead on his shoulder. Harry placed an arm around her shoulder and pulled her into a hug. "It is going to sound silly," she murmured. "Tell me anyway," he said. She pulled away and gave him a tired smile. "I am just a bit overwhelmed," she said. Harry chuckled, and when she looked a bit hurt, he quickly stopped himself. "Sorry, Daph, I don't mean to laugh, but honestly that is not unexpected," he said. She rolled her eyes but chuckled as well. "Shut up," she said. "Daph, with everything we have going on at the moment, it's not surprising," he said. "It feels like we have not had a moment to ourselves lately. I think we need a break, both of us." He chuckled again. "I mean, we went all the way to Chamonix last weekend and all we did was work." "I don't know if we have time for a break," she said. "True, but we need a night off," he said. "Harry, I can't. Fleur and Draco have just finalized the details for the tea shop and—" Harry cut her off with a shake of his head. "I will look over the plan," he said. "Why don't you have an early night?" "Harry, you don't have to," Daphne started, but he shook his head again. "The whole reason you are opening the tea shop and taking on more work for yourself is because of Tracy's plan. And you are doing it for both of our sakes, so it is only fair that I help," he said. He could see her wavering. So he leaned forward and placed a lingering kiss on her lips. "Take the evening off. I will look it over and make some notes that you can go over tomorrow with fresh eyes," he added, as he pulled back. "Are you sure?" asked Daphne. "I am," he said. "I won't stay long, just another hour or so." Daphne smiled gratefully and nodded. "All right," she said. "Thank you, Harry." He smiled back and kissed her again. "We're a team, you and I, you don't have to thank me." Chapter 24. 17, August 1998. The morning dawned cloudy, but with an undercurrent of anticipation and excitement in the air. In Diagon Alley, it was the opening day for the pottery, and a line of excited witches and wizards were eagerly awaiting entry to get their hands on a Pleiades mirror. While a lot of the crowd was younger, with teenagers and young adults making up the majority, there were a few curious adults as well, and Joshua Appleton happened to be one of those curious adults. It had been a month since the Lily Potter home had opened, and Josh felt like he had made a lot of progress with his charges. Last week, Orelai had even spoken to him, though it had been brief. Antonia was still silent, but she had begun smiling these days. He had spoken to Healer Lim, who had assured him Belinda was looking into hearing a mind healer for some of the children, and Josh knew he had made the right decision when he had accepted this job. "Appleton." Josh turned around and blinked when he saw a familiar man in the line 2 people behind him. "Kim, it's been a while," he smiled, recognizing the hit wizard he had worked with. Josh let the 2 people behind him jump ahead in line and made his way to William Kim. "Yeah, too long," grinned William. He looked older than Josh remembered, but the smile was still as bright as ever. "How have you been?" "Very well," nodded Josh. "You?" "Ah, can't complain," he said, and nodded toward a teenage girl next to him. "Fulfilling my obligations as a father." Josh's eyes went wide. "Is this Trinity? She was 5 the last time I saw her," he said. Trinity Kim gave him a polite smile and William laughed. "She's 14 now, and apparently it is unthinkable to return to Hogwarts without buying a Polaris mirror," he said. "Pleiades mirror, Papa," said Trinity, rolling her eyes a little. "It is amazing." "And how do we know? It is only going on sale today," said William. Trinity shook her head and refused to answer. William made a face at Josh, who suppressed a chuckle. "I dunno, Kim, I think she has a point," said Josh. "Not you two," said William. You have to admit, it is an incredible invention, said Josh. If it works, said William. Harry Potter has staked his name on the Institute's showroom, Josh pointed out. William shrugged but did not argue the point. You have to admit, it will be a game changer out in the field. Communicating discreetly has always been an issue. Patronuses aren't exactly subtle, even if people learn to cast them. Being able to use these out in the field would help immensely. Josh saw the unchanged expression on William's face and smiled. But you had already thought of that, which is why you're here. Apart from fulfilling your obligations as a father. William chuckled ruefully. Could never get one past you, could I? He said. Billington asked me for a personal favor. The head of DMLE asked Josh. She wants me to check these mirrors out to see if they will assist hit wizards and aurors out in the field, he confided in a low voice. If they do, the ministry will likely want to commission a batch for their operatives. Josh nodded, knowing that made sense. He checked the time and noticed it was only 2 minutes to 9. Well, he said, with a smile at William, I suppose we shall know soon enough. When the doors opened, Josh lost track of William and his daughter. He had expected a smaller shop, but it was an extensive showroom. The walls were painted a light parchment color, and the dark brown furniture and tapestries gave a sense of calm to the interior despite the crowd inside. The central portion of the pottery was dedicated entirely to the Pleiades mirrors, the uniquely ornate mirrors, made from pewter, brass, silver, or gold, depending on what kind the customer wanted, arranged in neat cases. Salespeople in brown trousers and parchment-colored tunic tops assisted the customers, answering their queries and ringing up their purchases. The rest of the showroom was entirely fascinating to Josh. He had only been expecting to buy the mirror for himself, but there were other products that did not seem to be on sale, but were arranged as a sort of demonstration. With a look of curiosity on his face, Josh spent the next 40 minutes or so getting a detailed tour. He had been handed an information booklet at some point, and he explored the pottery, noting the inventions would be perfect inside any magical home. Josh had brief knowledge of Muggle appliances, and these seemed similar in theory, though entirely magical. Ovens for cooking and heating food, refrigerators for cooling food, washing machines for washing clothes, dryers for drying clothes, blenders and mixers for cooking and baking, even something that would clean and dry the dishes. You can place orders for any products that interest you, he was told by one of the salespeople at one point. At our current estimate, your order is expected to be delivered within 2-3 weeks. Josh was quite interested in a compact wireless radio, the size of a small book. Most wizarding wireless were quite bulky and cumbersome, so something of that size which could be carried around easily was exciting. It would be perfect for the window sill in Antonia and Orlia's room. He had noticed they grew calmer when they heard music, but there was only one wireless at the orphanage in the assembly room downstairs. It was slightly outside his budget, but he placed an order for the wireless before buying a pewter Pleiades mirror for himself. He was given a stamped receipt as proof of purchase for the wireless radio and promised he would receive the wireless in the upcoming days. With a sense of anticipation and glee, Josh left the pottery to return to the orphanage. 20 August 1998. That is Kingsley's new project, asked Harry, sitting back in his chair in shock. Arthur Weasley ate a bite of the penne alla vodka and gave a nod. It may seem extreme to you, Harry, but it is not an uncommon strategy, he said. Not in the wizarding world, but Muggles, especially around Europe, have been using this as a strategy. And it has worked, he asked, puzzled. It has, to an extent, said Arthur. You have to admit it is not a bad idea. Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain. We have Diagon Alley, but it is just a small part of London. Other cities have similar areas, but nowhere on the same scale. As for villages, most all-magical villages were abandoned or destroyed in the past 2 wars. All we have left are fringes of Muggle towns and villages. It is safe, hiding in plain sight, but it does restrict expansion. So, this Project Atlas is reviving magical villages? Asked Harry. In a sense, yes, nodded Arthur. There is no shortage of magical land. We would not be encroaching on Muggle territory or trying to steal any land. The ministry, well, Kingsley in particular, wants to encourage growth in other cities beside London as well as in rural Britain. We are also expecting a sharp rise in population soon, agreed Harry, remembering Elia's greengrass book about borogoves. Exactly, nodded Arthur. We are starting to stabilize the economy, but it is still too soon to tell. At the moment, what we are doing is tending to the open wounds. It is necessary but not sustainable in the long run. Harry must have looked puzzled, because Arthur smiled in understanding. Take the Celine Abbott boarding house, for example. It's perfect at the moment while we help people get back on their feet, said Arthur. But then what? Most people there would be unable to afford London's soaring housing prices. The wizarding settlements we have on the fringes of Muggle villages are at capacity. But if we can offer them incentives to move to magical villages, where they could afford the cost of living without having to rely on the ministry's support, it would be ideal, wouldn't it? I suppose, nodded Harry, but knew he sounded doubtful. It is a lofty goal, but we need a solution, Harry, said Arthur. It is still in the very early stages, so keep this under wraps. Of course, agreed Harry. Thank you for telling me. Arthur smiled at him as they returned their attention to their meal. No problem at all, Harry, he said. Astoria stepped out of the fireplace in Daphne's office at Verdant and brushed off the soot from her robes. Daphne looked up from her desk and gave her a smile. Come in, you're right on time, said Daphne, and cast a quick spell to remove the remaining soot from Astoria's robes. Thanks, said Astoria, and thank you for making the time today. I know you're busy. Don't worry about it, said Daphne. Part of it is work anyway. Astoria smiled at her and waited while she grabbed her cloak. They stepped out together and walked toward the brand new Primp and Trim salon. The Dow sisters had worked exceptionally fast to get their shop set up, and with the GSC helping, they had opened the day before. The salon was only a few shops down from the GSC HQ, and was immediately noticeable because of the bright pink exterior and interior. Despite the garish decoration, the interior was clean, neat, and organized. When they entered, a young woman sitting at the reception desk stood up and smiled at them. Welcome to Primp and Trim Salon. Do you have an appointment? She asked. Yes, at 2 p.m. Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, said Daphne. She checked the book in front of her and beamed at them. Of course, this way, please, she said, and led them further inside the salon. Ping, sang, your 2 o'clock clients are here. The Dow sisters were identical from the top of their dark hair to their perfectly pedicured toes. Astoria remembered Daphne telling her they were twins. Welcome, I'm Ping and this is my sister, Sang, said Ping Dao with a polite smile. Take a seat, please. Daphne sat down in one of the chairs, and Astoria took the one next to hers. There were 2 other customers in the salon, one of them reading Witch Weekly while she had curlers in her hair, while another employee was styling the other customer's hair. We have you both booked in for a wash, treatment, cut and dry, said Sang, as she summoned 2 black smocks. At a quick flick of her wand, one of them went to Daphne while the other to Astoria. That is correct, said Daphne, as Sang tied the smock around her. Tilt your head back, please, Ping said to Astoria, as she did the same for her. Do you mind if I remove the pins from your hair? Not at all, go ahead, please, said Astoria. Ping deftly removed the pins from Astoria's hair and set them down in a glass bowl nearby. She moved the chair into a reclining position, and Astoria tilted her head back so her dark hair could gather into the little wash basin behind the chair. For sisters, you both have very different hair, said Sang, who had already started washing Daphne's hair. Daph was lucky enough to get our father's hair, blonde and wavy, giggled Astoria, as Ping started washing her hair with warm water. I got the straight, dark, and boring. But it doesn't take as much effort to maintain, Daphne pointed out. True, agreed Astoria. Your shop is new, isn't it? She asked after a moment. Yes, we only opened yesterday, said Ping, as she poured a generous amount of odorless shampoo onto her hair. We were surprised we are already getting appointments, but there have been a few walk-ins as well. It's not surprising, to be fair, said Daphne. We don't really have many salons. Try none, said Sang, with a chuckle. We used to run our business out of our house before. We had a dedicated client base, but that was about it. Daph and I would hire a freelance beautician before this, said Astoria. Yes, that is what most people end up doing, nodded Ping. Do you still have the contact for this beautician? Asked Sang. Sang, admonished Ping. Are you short on staff? Asked Daphne. No, but demand is much higher than we expected, said Sang. Sang, I'm sure our customers don't wish to hear about this, said Ping pointedly. No, it's fine, it's interesting, said Astoria. I'm sure we can give Odessa's details to you, right, Daph? Yes, of course, said Daphne. That would be a big help, especially if she is a professional, said Sang. How did you get your staff that you have so far? Asked Astoria, knowing they'd had help from the guild and the Office of Employment. Kara, whom you saw at the front desk, we hired with the ministry's help, said Ping. Madeline, over there, is an apprentice we got from the guild. We have 2 more apprentices working part-time. But what we need are skilled professionals, said Sang. Right now, it's just me and Ping. She finished rinsing off the shampoo from Daphne's hair. Do you have a preference for scent for the treatment? Lavender, said Daphne. Rose for me, please, said Astoria. Of course, said Sang, and Astoria watched as she summoned 2 familiar glass bottles. Rosette's beauty potions, asked Astoria. Yes, we have a deal with the shop, said Ping, as she uncorked the bottle for the British Rose hair conditioning potion and poured some of it onto Astoria's hair. Why choose anything but the best, right? Grinned Sang. So you need more professionals? Asked Daphne, bringing them back to the earlier conversation. Yes, we are booked out, and we need to teach the apprentices, said Sang. At the moment, the apprentices charge a lower rate, and while that's good for the customers who can't afford our full rates, we want to grow our business. It's too soon to think about that, Sang, said Ping. No, it's not, and you know it, said Sang. I assume the hope is that your apprentices will go on to become skilled professionals in time, said Astoria. Of course, but they will only become skilled if we have the proper opportunities to teach them and supervise them, said Sang. At the moment, we are almost exclusively a hair salon, but we want to expand into manicures, pedicures, maybe a few other beauty treatments as time goes on. Yes, it makes sense to have another professional, maybe even 2, said Daphne, as Sang finished applying the hair conditioner to her hair. Someone who can teach the apprentices and tend to the clients without the need for supervision. It will leave you to focus on growing the business and building up clientele while preparing for expansion. I'll be sure to give you Odessa's details. She has recently had a baby, so she has taken a break from work, but you could always try contacting her to see if she is looking for an opportunity, added Astoria. That would be helpful, nodded Ping, as Sang just beamed gratefully. Ping checked her watch and began rinsing the conditioning potion from Astoria's hair. Once she had rinsed it out, she summoned a jar of cream with a faint pink color to it. There was no label on the jar, but Ping scooped out about 2 teaspoons worth into her hand and began massaging it into Astoria's scalp. What is that? Asked Astoria. Hair treatment potion, said Ping. We usually make our own concoction, but we collaborated with Rosette Frost to improve on the formula this past week. It's not on sale anywhere. We commissioned Rosette to make it exclusively for our shop, added Sang. Astoria glanced at Daphne, who gave the faintest nod confirming what Astoria had already suspected. The GSC had introduced Rosette Frost and the Dow sisters. She also noticed that the treatment potion in Sang's hand was of a faint lavender color, leading her to believe that they were also scented like Rosette's other beauty potions. Unlike the conditioner, which they had left in for a few minutes, Ping rinsed out the treatment potion immediately. She summoned a towel and gently dried her hair before moving the chair back upright from the reclining position. What did you have in mind for a haircut? Asked Ping, as she began combing through Astoria's still damp hair. Actually, I am thinking of cutting it a bit, said Astoria, knowing she had let it grow past her waist. Maybe take off a few inches. No problem at all, smiled Ping. Astoria closed her eyes as Ping began cutting her hair. She had a tendency to doze off a bit while getting a haircut, and it seemed this time was no different. Gentle shaking awoke her, and she blinked in slight confusion. "Good morning, sleepyhead," grinned Daphne. "Ping asked you a question." "Oh, sorry," said Astoria sheepishly. "Yes." "Is the length all right, or do you want to go shorter?" asked Ping with a chuckle. Astoria looked at the mirror and her hair was going to the middle of her back. She smiled at Ping. "That should be enough, thank you," she said. "All right," said Ping as she finished up. Once she was done, she sprayed it with a hair styling potion before drying her hair with a heating charm, brushing it at the same time. Once she had finished brushing it, she put it back into the same style it had been in before, using Astoria's pins to put it back up. As she was doing so, Astoria glanced curiously at Daphne. Daphne seemed to have had only the ends of her hair trimmed, the length staying more or less the same. She couldn't remember if Daphne had worn her poisoned pin when coming to the hair appointment, having grown used to seeing her with it. "Should have known," murmured Astoria, as she noticed the pin held in Daphne's hand as Sang styled her hair. Astoria knew she must have taken it off once coming into the salon. She had to wonder if she had a death grip on her wand, just out of sight. "How do you want me to style it?" asked Sang. "Just back into a bun, please," said Daphne. "I'm going back to the office." "You got it," nodded Sang, and finished putting it up into a neat, professional bun, securing it without having to use Daphne's pin. "There we go, all done," said Ping, as she removed the smock from around Astoria. "Kara will ring you up." "Thank you so much. You did a lovely job," smiled Astoria as she stood up. Her hair looked glossy and neat, smelled amazing, and the new length was perfect. After bidding goodbye to the Dow sisters, she and Daphne headed back to the front where Daphne paid Kara, who thanked them with a bright grin. "A bit on the pricey side, wasn't it?" asked Astoria once they had left the salon. "Skilled professionals charge more. It was about on par with what Odessa charges," said Daphne with a shrug. "Did you leave Odessa's details?" asked Astoria. "I did, while you were taking your little catnap," chuckled Daphne. "Shut up," said Astoria, rolling her eyes. "It's cute you even snored," she laughed. "I did not," protested Astoria immediately. "Sure, keep telling yourself that, dear sister," said Daphne, as they returned to Verdant. Astoria decided against keeping up the argument because she noticed Daphne had tucked her poisoned pin inside her bun already. "Thanks for coming with me today, Daph," she said, with a small smile. "You don't need to thank me. I told you part of it was work," said Daphne. "And it was helpful. Clients aren't always completely upfront about what they need, which is why we are determined to keep an eye on the businesses we help." "It must be exhausting, though," said Astoria, as Daphne took a seat at her desk. "Of course it is," said Daphne, and then sighed. "Adrian is finding me an assistant or two. I will still oversee everything, so we are just vetting the candidates thoroughly, considering everything that comes across my desk." "Smart plan," nodded Astoria. "It's good you are getting help as well." "Harry talked me into it," she shrugged. "Good," said Astoria. "How many people does that bring it to now? The employees, I mean." Daphne summoned a folder from the filing cabinet behind her. "The main team consists of me, Harry, Draco, Fleur, Tracy, Parvati, and Adrian. All of us know everything we do within the organization. The overseer team, if you will." "Makes sense," nodded Astoria. "Are you thinking of bringing more people in on that team?" "Not yet, and not unless it is necessary," said Daphne. "There are people like you and Blaze and Andromeda and Hermione who are aware of things, but none of you are employees." Astoria nodded in acknowledgement as Daphne continued. "Then there's the next tier, the support staff. Maribeth is one of them, Julius Godwin, who is now Tracy's assistant, and whoever we hire to assist me. They know a lot about what we do but are not privy to our discussions. There are strict employment contracts in place for all of them." "That should be it, right?" asked Astoria. "No," chuckled Daphne. "Then we go to the next tier. People that run the major projects like Newt with the Institute, Belinda with the orphanage, now Lavinia Poitier with the hotels. The tier after that is the management staff of those organizations, followed by regular employees. Fuck, swore Astoria. Torre, admonished Daphne, though she looked amused. Believe me, I had a moment like that. It's partly how Harry managed to convince me to get assistance, because if I have too much on my plate, I am more likely to miss things. Smart man, grinned Astoria. Where is he anyway? He had a lunch meeting with Arthur Weasley, said Daphne. He should now be at a meeting with Andromeda and Belinda. They're finalizing candidates for a mind healer for the children. Does he get an assistant? Asked Astoria. The idea is for me to have two, one of whom will also manage Harry's schedule. If it gets busier, we can get someone exclusively for him, explained Daphne. And how's your pet project going? Asked Astoria. You have a name yet? Emerald Teacups, said Daphne. Shop space in Platinum is being renovated, and I am meeting with Clearwater tomorrow to go over some design ideas. I could use your input. Mine? Asked Astoria, surprised but not displeased. Of course, the repertoire belongs to our family, not just to me, she said, and then gave her a searching look. I hear you are meeting Draco for lunch tomorrow. Astoria went red, but nodded. We don't have many more opportunities to spend time together before I go back to Hogwarts, she said. There was a knock on Daphne's office door, and judging by the frown on her face, Astoria knew her sister was not expecting anyone. Go on home, Torre, said Daphne as she stood up. But protested Torre. Now, ordered Daphne. Astoria nodded and vanished through the fire. As Astoria disappeared, Daphne went over to the door and opened it. The person on the other side made her frown again. Zinnia, what are you doing here? She asked. Zinnia Yaxley was still dressed in her healer's robes, but she also seemed a bit frantic. Sorry to drop in unexpectedly, Daphne, she said, trying to smile, but it fell flat. But I need to discuss something with you and Harry urgently. Come in, said Daphne, inviting her in and nodding toward the sofa. Harry is at a meeting, I'm afraid. Zinnia nodded and took a seat. Daphne really wished she had Maribeth around because Zinnia looked like she needed a strong cup of something. This might be nothing, said Zinnia, but Herman Abercrombie was brought into St. Mungo's earlier today. Is he all right? Asked Daphne, summoning a tea set and starting to make a cup of tea for Zinnia. Yeah, it's a minor stroke, said Zinnia. They are observing him overnight, but he is otherwise fine. So what's the problem? Asked Daphne, passing her the cup of tea. Thanks, said Zinnia, accepting the cup and taking a sip. She took a deep breath. I think he's being poisoned. Daphne's eyebrows shot up. What makes you think that? She asked. I work on the emergency floor, said Zinnia. When patients come in needing urgent assistance, it is my job to cast as many diagnostic spells as possible and prepare a quick profile for a more senior healer to take over and begin treating the patient. Does that make sense? It does, yes, said Daphne. So when you cast your spells on the chief warlock, you saw something that made you suspect he was being poisoned. She nodded, and per protocol I noted it on his patient profile, she said. It wasn't a detailed analysis. The spell is designed for quick judgment calls, so I saw that there was something in his system, some kind of toxin. Daphne nodded to show she was listening, and Zinnia seemed encouraged by it. Once he was stabilized, he was moved to a patient room. I went to check on him a few hours later. She shrugged sheepishly. It's not really my job to do that, but I just like to keep an eye when it's a patient I have worked on. That's perfectly reasonable, said Daphne. Zinnia nodded, but then frowned slowly. My initial patient profile was still there. Any additional tests that are done are added to update the profile, but my initial diagnosis is still kept there to track any changes, she said. But when I saw Abercrombie's profile, the diagnosis for the toxin wasn't there. What do you mean? Asked Daphne, puzzled. It means my entry was removed, said Zinnia. But no one other than a senior healer could have done that. The spell requires a seal to cast. The seal that only senior healers know, asked Daphne. Zinnia nodded, and Daphne frowned as well. Could you have been mistaken about the toxin having been there in the first place? No, but that's what must have happened, right? Asked Zinnia. I must have imagined it. Daphne gave her a searching look. But you don't believe that, said Daphne shrewdly. Zinnia shifted uncomfortably but took a deep breath. I know what I saw, said Zinnia. There was some kind of poison in his system, and I know I noted it on his profile. Could it have left his system between you first seeing it, and then when you saw him later? Asked Daphne. Even if it had, it would not have erased it from my initial profile, said Zinnia. Did you cast the spell again when you saw him? Asked Daphne. I didn't think to do that, said Zinnia, looking disappointed. That's all right, said Daphne. Could you ask your senior healer if there was any reason for it to be removed? Zinnia looked very uncomfortable. I am not, she paused and looked away. Not what? Asked Daphne. Zinnia. Zinnia chuckled bitterly. My family name makes it difficult for me to have any right to ask anyone anything these days, she said. Sorry, she added. No, I am sorry, said Daphne immediately. That was rather careless of me. Zinnia shook her head and smiled. There's no outright hostility as long as I do my job and do not try and stir things up, she said. But if you try and imply someone altered the chief warlock's medical information, that would change, nodded Daphne and sighed. Do you have any idea what kind of toxin it was? No, only that it was consumed orally, said Zinnia. I'm sorry, like I said, it's only an initial diagnostic spell. She set her empty cup of tea down and looked at Daphne. Do you think there's foul play involved? I don't know, admitted Daphne, but thank you for bringing it to my attention. There may be a perfectly rational explanation for all we know. She smiled to reassure Zinnia. Leave it with me to look into, all right. I don't want to get you involved if it will put you and Harry at risk, said Zinnia. Daphne smiled at her and shook her head. We won't do anything that would place us at risk, she said. Thank you for telling me. Of course, nodded Zinnia. Thank you for believing me, I suppose. You have never given me a reason not to, Daphne assured her. 24, August 1998. So these are the candidates you have narrowed it down to? Asked Harry, looking at the resumes in front of him. Yes, I am hearing one of them as a legal assistant. They will take over preparing the documents, doing research, all the legal aspects, explained Daphne as she drank her afternoon cup of coffee in Harry's office at the GSC HQ. The other is more of a personal assistant. Their job will be to keep both of our schedules, assist around Verdant, basically any tasks that I can delegate instead of having to do them myself. I think it's a good idea, said Harry. Do you have any idea who you will be picking? Most of them interviewed well, she said. Tristan Lee stood out for the legal assistant's position. Muggle-born, British-Chinese, 3 years older than me. He seems efficient, has a clean background and experience in a similar role, though in the Muggle world, of course. He seemed familiar enough with wizarding law, but will need to brush up on the titles and estates planning part. Sounds like a good one, said Harry, reading through Tristan's resume. What about the other position? Alicia Shafik, said Daphne. Any relation to? Harry began, and Daphne chuckled. Yeah, she's part of the Shafik family, said Daphne. Not the main branch. I think she's the granddaughter of Elder Shafik's first cousin. She's the same age as us, but went to school in the United States. Does that side of the family reside overseas? Asked Harry. No, her parents sent her there to study because they were worried about her being at Hogwarts, considering the target on the family as a whole, said Daphne. She grew up in Britain but attended school in America. Seems like you have a pretty good idea of who you want to pick, said Harry. Are you having Adrian do another background check? Yes, she nodded and took a sip of her coffee. I'll be glad once I have some help. He grinned at her. Now, aren't you glad I talked you into it? He asked. Shut up, she said, rolling her eyes. You do realize that this means I have more time to focus on some of the things that have taken a backseat, like the Halloween event for one. I thought we had finished planning most of it, he asked. We have, but you need to enchant the invitations, she said. They need to go out soon. I'll do it this weekend, he promised. We don't have time this weekend, she said. We planned that lunch on Saturday, remember? Right, of course, he said. He and Daphne were hosting a lunch before Blaise, Astoria and Hermione left for Hogwarts. And then we have the going-away party at the orphanage the next day, he added, knowing they were doing it for the students going to Hogwarts. Daphne nodded, but they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Yes, called Harry, and Adrian opened the door. Sorry to disturb you both, but I have a few things to discuss, he said. Of course, have a seat, said Daphne. Coffee. Thank you, he nodded. He accepted the cup Daphne poured for him and took a sip before speaking. To begin with, I have completed my checks for Tristan Lee and Aisha Shafik. They are both clean. Excellent, said Daphne. I'll send through their letters of offer and contracts of employment this afternoon. Adrian nodded and took another sip from his cup. This other part is not as good, he said. What is it? Asked Harry, sitting up in his seat. Adrian frowned lightly. Remember the client Fleur and Draco had, Miria Blackwood? Yes, she wanted to open a Muggle clothing store, said Daphne. It's her husband, said Adrian. Kay Blackwood is much more than he appears on the surface. How so? Asked Harry, exchanging a glance with Daphne. For one, Blackwood was the name adopted by his family upon moving to the States, said Adrian. Originally, the family name was Fleamont. Harry's ears perked up at that, but what he didn't understand was the look of concern on Daphne's face. What's wrong? Asked Harry. Daphne frowned heavily as she looked at Harry. The Fleamont family used to be very extensive and quite influential in medieval Britain. Their influence and notoriety was rivaled only by the Peveril family, she explained. I was under the impression the entire family became extinct, but a branch must have made its way over to the States, said Adrian. I am descended from the Fleamont family too, said Harry. You are? Asked Adrian as Daphne looked at him in question. Harry nodded. Adelheid Fleamont was my great-great-grandmother, he said. My grandfather, Fleamont Potter, was named in her honor since she was the end of the Fleamont line. Well, the Fleamont line in Britain, I guess, if the Blackwood family is an offshoot. The connection is unexpected, but I assume there is more that has you concerned, said Daphne, turning to Adrian. He nodded. The Blackwood family in the States is now just down to Kay and Miria, but the influence of the family is unprecedented. The Blackwood conglomerate owns a substantial chunk of business ventures in the States, more so than they would ever admit publicly. A bit like us, you mean, said Harry. Yes, said Adrian bluntly. So it doesn't make sense that Miria Blackwood came to us to open a Muggle clothing store. If one were paranoid, one would think they meant to scope out possible competition. Daphne looked at him sharply before glancing at Harry. It's not an unreasonable assumption, she said. What do we do about it? Asked Harry. If you want my suggestion, I say we do the sensible thing and play dumb, said Adrian. Keep our enemies close, in a manner of speaking. Engage with them, you mean, said Daphne. Think she's just another client and pretend nothing is amiss. Outwardly pretend nothing is amiss, corrected Adrian. But we keep an eye on things, see if the Blackwoods make any further moves. I think you're right, said Harry thoughtfully. If we refuse them, we can't anticipate their next move, and besides, there might not be cause to worry. Their intentions could be innocent. Both Slytherins shot him looks full of disbelief, and he chuckled. All right, I admit we should be cautious. We'll bring it up at the end of the day meeting, said Daphne, and Adrian gave a nod. Keep digging on this one. Of course, agreed Adrian. I did also have an update on the Abercrombie situation. Has he been released from St. Mungo's? Asked Harry. Yes, and he apparently has no lasting effects from his stroke, said Adrian. He looked between Harry and Daphne. I know your theory is that he is being poisoned, but have you also considered it might have been voluntary? Harry's brow furrowed. What do you mean? I mean, he could have a habit, said Adrian. Drugs, said Daphne, when Harry continued to look confused. Muggle drugs do not have much effect on wizarding constitution, but there are plenty of magical drugs, explained Adrian. It does make sense, said Daphne. A drug would register as a toxin on an initial scan, though I will verify this with Zinnia, of course. And the chief warlock cannot have this knowledge be made public. He could have requested that it be redacted from his record. If that's true, I am not sure what we can do here, said Harry. With respect, it is not really up to us to solve every problem that comes up, said Adrian. Sometimes it is enough to know there is a problem. He's right, Harry, said Daphne. We can monitor it. Harry nodded, albeit reluctantly. I'll leave you to be, said Adrian. I have some business to take care of this afternoon, and I'll see you later. Harry waved goodbye to Adrian as he finished his coffee and took his leave. He glanced at Daphne, who was frowning a bit. Daph, he prompted. She looked up and then shook her head. I was just thinking I'll be glad when I have Tristan and Aisha on board, she said. Harry smiled at her. Me too, he said, and checked the time. I should go. I want to check on how Platinum Warders is doing. We're only 1 day past the launch day, but I have heard they are already booked out for the next 3 months. All right, said Daphne, clearing up the coffee tray with a wave of her wand. I'll see you later. Harry nodded and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Oh, and I'm meeting Ernie for tea, he added. To do what we discussed, asked Daphne. Yes, he said. I'll let you know how it goes. Harry left the HQ and walked the distance to Platinum Alley. It really was remarkable how different the place looked now. The dreary shop windows were bright and shiny, the streets were clean, and there was even a bit of light peeking through. He passed by the enormous building, which housed the guild, and past the Prisma Hotel to reach the premises of Platinum Warders. The shop looked more like an office and had a wrought metal sign hanging above the door. As Harry entered, he felt an air of cool magic wash over him. Glancing up, he was unsurprised to see carved runes in the doorway. The shop reminded him of a medical clinic in the Muggle world more than anything. There was a neat waiting area with a front desk, and a frosted glass door beyond the desk that was closed. A solitary person sat at the desk, and he stood up when Harry entered. Welcome to Platinum Warders, greeted the young man dressed in silver robes before he saw who it was. Mr. Potter, good afternoon, sir. A shock, isn't it? Asked Harry, remembering his name from when Tracy had told him. Why, yes, sir, he said. Shall I fetch Mr. Montgomery? Is he free? Asked Harry. Yes, his next client isn't until 3.3, he said. I'll let him know you're here. Harry nodded in thanks, and a shock went through the frosted glass door, closing the door behind him. Harry smiled at the couple in the waiting room who were staring unashamedly at him, and they grinned back eagerly. Before they could approach him, a shock returned and beckoned Harry to follow him. Past the frosted door was a corridor with 3 little consulting rooms. There was a small break room and other facilities as well, but a shock led him to one of the consulting rooms where a young man with a shaved head and impressively trimmed mustache was waiting. He was shorter than Harry, but twice as muscled. Harry hadn't met him previously, but knew him to be Cillian Montgomery, Noah Disford's former apprentice, and now the main warding specialist at Platinum Warders. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter, he said. How do you do? Very well, thank you, said Harry, shaking his hand and glancing around the consulting room. The room was painted a silvery gray and had dark wood furniture, in the form of a long desk and a bookcase along the walls. The chairs were upholstered in dark silver fabric, and Cillian offered one of them to Harry while he took a seat behind the desk. I wish we had known you were coming. I would have arranged a tour, said Cillian. No, I was just passing by, said Harry. So run me through how this works. Cillian nodded. The consulting appointments last 1 hour. In that time, it is our job to work out what the customers need in terms of wards around their property and what their budget is. After working that out, we will dispatch a field warder to inspect the property and ascertain a timeline. After that, the field warder will return and put up the wards as needed, he summarized. What have been the most popular wards? Asked Harry with interest. It's actually a combination, said Cillian, handing him a neatly printed pamphlet. It's the second-tier package we offer, and this is what most people have been getting. Harry read through it quickly and nodded. It had the usual creature-repelling wards, anti-apparition wards, an anti-death mark ward, and a few other repelling wards. Sensible, but not anything that would suggest the residents wished to hide. Appointments have been booked out for the next 3 months, continued Cillian. Would it help to have more people? Asked Harry. In a manner of speaking, but they need to be trained extensively with our methods, said Cillian. I don't know if we can pull resources away to do that. How about getting them to shadow the current warders? Asked Harry. Cillian's eyes lit up and he nodded slowly. I will speak to Noah, he said. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Not at all, said Harry, standing up and holding out his hand. Keep up the good work. Cillian shook his hand, and Harry took his leave. He disapparated from outside Platinum Warders instead of walking back and made it to Fortescue Cafe only 5 minutes before his appointment. Ernie was unsurprisingly already sitting at one of the booths in the back. Harry raised his hand in greeting and placed an order for tea and Victoria sandwiches at the counter, which Sylvia said she would bring over to the table. Hello there, Harry, greeted Ernie as he stood up. Harry shook his hand. Nice to see you, Ernie, he said. Thanks for meeting with me. Of course, I have been meaning to catch up as well, he said as they both sat down. How have you been? Very well, and you? Asked Harry, smiling briefly as she placed their tea and food on the table. Ernie smiled and shrugged instead of answering. I am due to commence a job at the minister's office in September, he said, as junior undersecretary. Harry frowned a little. I thought Percy Weasley held that position, he said. He's being promoted, said Ernie. Minister Shacklebolt is expanding his office, and there has been a flurry of restructuring. Harry nodded, knowing he couldn't look too eager. The point of this meeting was to entice Ernie into their circle at the GSC, as his new position would provide them with the perfect inside man at the ministry. Well, congratulations are in order for you, Ernie, said Harry. You will be great at this job. Ernie looked genuinely pleased. Thank you, Harry, he said, and then sipped his tea as if stopping himself from saying something else. Harry remembered the lessons that Daphne and Adrian had given him in anticipation of this meeting and took a deep breath. Your father must be proud as well, said Harry. Predictably, Ernie went red and nodded stiffly. Yes, well, he said. He was instrumental in me getting the position, so yes, he is very pleased. Don't sell yourself short, Ernie, said Harry. You will be perfect for this job. Ernie gave him a curious look. Why do you say that? You're a leader, said Harry, without missing a beat. At Hogwarts, everyone in our year at Hufflepuff followed your lead. You must have known that, surely. Ernie went red again, but this time he looked rather pleased. You are also honorable, and while most people would say that is counterintuitive to a political career, I think we are due for some forthright and honorable politicians. Ernie stared at him for a moment. Thank you, Harry, he said finally. Truly, thank you. Harry just shrugged. It's true, he said, and then leaned forward slightly. Can I confide in you, Ernie? Of course, said Ernie without hesitation. Truth is, while I did want to catch up, I also wanted to run something past you, he said. Ernie looked surprised, but nodded at him to go ahead. My relationship with the ministry has been, complicated over the years, to say the least, he said. While I believe that Kingsley is different, he is only one man and there are limits to what he can do. Ernie nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I see what you mean, he said. I'll confess, I have had my reservations about the ministry over the years as well. He visibly hesitated before leaning forward. And while my father encouraged me into this role, I admit I did not resist it too much. It sounds like I am copying you, but I want to make a difference. Harry smiled at him. I believe you, and I don't think you're copying me, he said. You and I aren't the only ones who want to make a difference. I have been doing what I can, and I have also been finding like-minded people. Like the DA, asked Ernie. In a manner of speaking, he said. The Potter Foundation, the Lily Potter Home, the James Potter Institute, all of it has been a group effort. He took a deep breath. And there's more. More? Asked Ernie. Harry nodded. That's what I wanted to ask you, Ernie, he said. Whether you would like to join me, join us." "And who is us, exactly?" asked Ernie. "A few people," said Harry, "most of whom you know from Hogwarts." "And what is it that you're doing, apart from what's publicly known?" asked Ernie. "Helping push Britain out of an economic crisis," said Harry. Ernie's eyes went wide and he nodded thoughtfully. "And while you're on the Wizengamot, you also need to know which direction the ministry is going in," he said shrewdly. Harry nodded, not bothering to deny it. "Yes," he said. "I wanted to present you with the option, Ernie," he said. "I won't take offense if it makes you uncomfortable or—" "I'll do it," said Ernie before he could finish. "Provided," he added, "you detail exactly what it is that you need me to do and what is it that you are doing." Harry sipped his cooling tea and nodded, before reaching into his robes to pull out a scroll of parchment. "I can do that," he said, and handed Ernie the contract. 31, August 1998. Harry poured wine into 2 goblets and carried them over to Daphne, who was sitting on the squashy sofa in the arboretum. He smiled at how cozy she looked, dressed in a pair of black leggings, sky-blue cashmere jumper, and matching woolen sky-blue socks on her feet. She had kicked off her boots and was sitting Indian-style on the sofa, wavy blonde hair loose all the way down her back. She had even taken off her poisoned pin, and it was sitting on the end table next to the sofa. She was biting her lip as she read through the parchment in her hand. "How is it looking?" asked Harry as he handed her one of the goblets. She took it with a small smile and handed him the parchment. "I think it's looking good," she said. "I have it narrowed down to 30 blends to start with. 5 each of black tea, white tea and green tea, 6 floral and herbal ones, 4 of rooibos, and 5 with fruit." Harry read through the list of tea blends and nodded. "What about the shop?" he asked, kicking off his boots and sitting down next to her. "It's almost ready to open," she said. "I'll take you once Aisha and Tristan start, so I'll have a bit more free time." "When do they start?" asked Harry, setting the parchment aside. "At the start of September," said Daphne, leaning toward him. Harry smiled as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder, so she could snuggle into his side. They sipped their wine in silence as the fire burned in the fireplace in front of them. "I'm glad we can do this," said Daphne after a while. "It feels like we hardly get a moment to ourselves, so it's nice when we can have time together." Harry hummed in agreement and emptied his goblet before setting it down on the end table. He thought about his relationship with Daphne and realized that unlike his briefly lived relationship with Cho Chang and the passion-charged relationship with Ginny, he and Daphne had been taking things very slowly. Too slowly, now that he thought about it. He glanced down at Daphne and realized that while he felt warm and content with holding her, he knew he wanted more. He wanted to kiss her. Not the polite pecks that they had been exchanging since Lammas. He wanted to kiss her properly. "Daph," he said, "can I ask you something?" Daphne pulled back slightly and smiled at him. "Of course," she said. He took her empty goblet from her and set it down. With a smile, he cupped her cheek and kissed her deeply. She made a small noise of surprise before melting into the kiss. Harry bit back a groan at the taste of wine and the cherry pudding they'd had with their dinner on her lips as he carefully eased her back so that she was lying down on the sofa. The need to breathe kicked in and he pulled away briefly, but began pressing kisses down her jaw and toward her neck. Her jumper had a V-neck which left her décolletage exposed, and she arched into him as he kissed the creamy skin. Harry felt her grab his hand which was hovering around her waist, and to his surprise and delight, she pressed it against her waist. With a pleased hum, he gripped her waist as he kissed her mouth again, delighting in the feeling of her running her fingers through his hair as they made out on the sofa. Time seemed to slow down as they touched and kissed each other, gasps and breaths escaping them, punctuated by the sound of the crackling fireplace and a building storm outside the window. "You all right?" asked Harry after a bit. They were both fully clothed, but he could see that Daphne's lips were pink and swollen, and there was an attractive blush covering her face and neck. Her hair looked disheveled, and there were little love bites along her neck that he hazily remembered placing. His own lips were tingling, and he knew he definitely had at least one love bite, judging by the sting on his neck. "Yeah," answered Daphne, from where she was lying underneath him. I would ask what brought this on, but I'm honestly surprised we held back so much before this. He grinned down at her and placed a swift kiss on her mouth. What was it that you wanted to ask me? She asked, as he kissed his way along her jaw. He sighed and pulled away so he could look at her. I never asked you, he said, about your past boyfriends. Daphne raised her eyebrows. You want to talk about who I dated in the past while having me under you on your sofa? She asked, amused. Well, now that you say it, it sounds insane, said Harry. Daphne laughed. Well, the answer to your questions is easy, she said. There weren't any. He blinked in surprise. Are you serious? He asked. She nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. There were interested people, but I just didn't acquiesce to any of them, she said. Am I your first? He asked, shocked. Not my first kiss, if that's what you're asking, said Daphne. When he gave her a look, she shrugged. I asked Blaze to kiss me, just so I knew what it was like. Harry felt a flash of jealousy, despite knowing Daphne and Blaze were just friends. But you're a virgin? Asked Daphne. Yes, I am. She gave him a look. I'm guessing by that tone of surprise that you aren't one. He nodded sheepishly. Ginny and he trailed off. It was a couple of days after the end of the war. It wasn't often, but it did happen. Daphne nodded, and she sat up slowly, as did Harry. I wanted to wait, said Daphne quietly. The dowry would have been better if I were a virgin. She must have seen the look on his face because she chuckled. As much as I love the wizarding world, Harry, it is still rooted in deeply sexist traditions. Harry nodded, and then remembered what Astoria had said to him the day before when they had hosted the lunch. She won't say it, so I will. Harry had been surprised to find himself being ambushed by Astoria on his way back to the dining room from the bathroom. Daphne deserves the world, continued Astoria. She won't say it, but she relies on you, so don't let her down. I promise I won't, said Harry. Thanks, Harry, smiled Astoria. And if the grandbitch or any of that side of the family tries to interfere, you give them hell. Daph, he said now. I've always been pants at divination, but I see us lasting, so if you want to wait. Harry, laughed Daphne. I'm not particularly fussed about it. I have said it before, and I will say it again. We will do this at our own pace. I'm not saying we should jump into bed, but I'm not saying we should wait for the wedding night either. Harry smiled at her, and she pressed a kiss to his cheek. That's just fine with me. More wine? He asked as she leaned away. Daphne gave him a flirty smile. More wine, she agreed. Theodore not pulled down the hood of his cloak as he arrived at the edge of the village of Hillsworth. It was a quiet village, but not knew what lay in its midst. He had his wand in his hand, though out of sight, as he began walking further into the village. He could feel eyes on him the moment he stepped in, but he kept his gaze forward and continued toward the clock tower in the center of the village. The village was little more than the clock tower and a few houses dotted here and there, and while it was his first time here, his father had described the village accurately enough for him to know where to go. When he reached the clock tower, the door at the 30-foot arched entranceway was closed. Not reached over and banged the knocker twice. Nothing happened for a moment before the door creaked open. Steeling himself, he walked in, squinting his eyes to see in the dark. He felt an arm grab his neck from behind and pull him into a chokehold. Your kind is not welcome here, hissed a female voice in his ear. Fear gripped Not, and he struggled against the unwavering hold that the woman had on him. I can explain, he said. We do not care about your explanation, wizard, hissed another female voice in front of him. I demand an audience, he gasped out, with Lady Moriah. You do not make demands, said the woman holding him. And you do not come with your wand drawn, said the other woman, and Not felt his wand being wrenched out of his grip. Before he was forced onto his knees. Stop playing with the wizard. The third voice was also female, but more authoritative. The room around them filled with light, and Not realized that the sconces were now lit, showing him he was in an entrance chamber of sorts inside the clock tower. There were 3 women in the room, all of them with dark skin. The 2 women who had been taunting him were dressed in plain black robes, but the one who appeared to be in charge was dressed in a flowing red gown with a high collar. She also appeared to be younger, 16 if he had to guess an age. "I am Karina," said the girl in red. "What business do you have with Our Lady, wizard?" she asked, looking down at him sharply. Knott bristled at the treatment but maintained his cool. "My name is Theodore Knott. My father was Friedrich Knott. Lady Moriah owes him a favor. I have come to collect," he said. The two women in black hissed at him, but Karina raised an eyebrow. "Come," she ordered. Knott struggled to his feet and righted his robes. "I want my wand," he demanded. "No," said Karina, and began leading the way up the stairs. Knott glared at her back but followed her to a chamber on the next floor. The chamber was alight with amber lanterns, and the floor was covered in plush dark red carpet. Various silk drapes in shades of red hung around the chamber, and the air was thick with the smoke and scent of heavy incense. Knott felt a bit dizzy, but he grit his teeth as Karina led him past various other women dressed in black who were lounging around the chamber on various cushions, who surveyed him with narrowed eyes. At the very end of the chamber, a woman was lounging on a red velvet chaise lounge. She was similarly dark-skinned with dreadlocked hair and was dressed in flimsy red robes made of silk. Unlike Karina's conservative robes, Lady Moriah's robes had a plunging neckline and slits going up to her waist on both sides. She was spooning a man from behind, and Knott shuddered when he saw her fangs buried deep in the man's neck. "Pardon me for interrupting your meal, Lady Moriah," said Karina, as she dropped to her knee and bowed her head. "But there is a wizard seeking an audience with you." Lady Moriah raised her blood-red eyes to Knott and retracted her fangs. She licked the man's neck, cleaning up the stray blood drops, and then pushed the man away, and Knott was disgusted as the man kissed her feet before shuffling away. Lady Moriah sat up and crooked her finger at Knott. "Come closer, young wizard," she said. She had a heavy French accent when she spoke. Knott gulped but took a few steps toward her. Lady Moriah licked her lips, which still held remnants of blood from her meal. "You are Friedrich's boy," said Lady Moriah. "I can smell the blood." "My father said you owed him a favor," said Knott. "I have come to collect." "And what do you want?" asked Lady Moriah, looking slightly amused. "I want you to destroy Harry Potter," he said. He heard a sharp intake of breath from Karina, but Lady Moriah looked unfazed. "And you believe me to be capable of such a feat?" she asked. "You are an ancient vampire over 500 years old," said Knott. "You are also immortal." "If wizarding kind is to be believed, he is immortal too," said Lady Moriah. "He's not immortal," snapped Knott. "He got lucky." Lady Moriah gave him another amused look. "The favor I owe your father is not enough for me to destroy Harry Potter," she said. "However, if I do this, you will owe me too." "I have money," said Knott. Lady Moriah laughed, and it was a cold, harsh sound. "I do not care for money," she said. "Then what do you want?" asked Knott. The smile Lady Moriah gave him chilled him to his bones. "Karina," she ordered, "return the wizard's wand." Karina got to her feet and walked up to him. As she did, Knott realized that Karina was human and not a vampire like the rest of the women in the clock tower. He accepted his wand back as Karina stepped away and looked at Lady Moriah, as if awaiting her next command. "Now," said Lady Moriah with a sharp smile, "let us plan." Chapter 25. 1 September 1998. Daphne pursed her lips, but otherwise did not show any indication of her displeasure as she climbed the marble steps of Gringotts. It was pouring rain in London, and ideally, she would be in her warm, dry office with a hot cup of coffee. Or even better, she could have had a late start to the day, since Harry was busy elsewhere this morning. Entering Gringotts, she walked up to the first free goblin and handed over the letter she had received that morning. The goblin surveyed the letter and then beckoned her to follow him to one of the numerous meeting rooms at Gringotts. Caskforge, the account manager for Harry and his vast fortune, was waiting in the meeting room with a grim look on his face. Daphne looked at him sharply as she took a seat and shook her head when he offered her tea. "Explain," she said calmly, but with a hint of steel. Caskforge took a breath. "We were notified of a breach of contract," he said gravely. One of Lord Peveril's errant ones. Not, I'm guessing, by your lack of surprise, said Daphne, and she didn't bother concealing her displeasure this time around. Caskforge nodded. Per the protocol discussed with you and Lord Peveril previously, we have contacted Elder Knott and invited him for a meeting, he said. Excellent, said Daphne. What time is he expected? Noon, said Caskforge. Daphne checked the time. It was just after 9. She nodded and stood up. Thank you for informing me, she said. Lord Peveril and I shall be in attendance at noon. Caskforge stood as well and bowed. Daphne returned the gesture and left. She was furious, of course, but not entirely surprised. Knott had always been a little slow on the uptake. No matter, she thought. When the contract was breached, it notified Gringotts, so the breach could then be investigated by Harry. If found to be true, then Harry could mete out whatever punishment he deemed fit for the crime. Since they had started dating and Daphne had told Harry a bit more about Knott, Daphne knew that Harry would have no mercy for him this time around. Well, it was going to be an unpleasant afternoon, she thought as she went to Verdant. At least for Knott. Hermione finished packing her trunk and carefully pinned her headgirl badge to her robes. She made sure Crookshanks was in his carrier and levitated her luggage downstairs to the front hall of Grimmauld Place. She would need to find a new place once she finished Hogwarts, but she had enjoyed living on her own at Grimmauld Place since Andromeda and Teddy had moved to Black Castle. No doubt Walburga was having a conniption in the afterlife, but Hermione didn't care. She checked her watch and knew she had 20 minutes to spare. There was a knock on the front door, and she had drawn her wand before she knew it. To her surprise, she found Victor on the doorstep when she opened the door. "Hello," he said sheepishly. "Victor, what are you doing here?" she asked, putting her wand away. "I knew you were going to Hogwarts today," he said. "I wanted to speak with you." Hermione nodded and invited him in. He followed her into the living room and they took a seat in the armchairs by the unlit fireplace. Hermione thought he looked rather nervous, and if she were honest, she felt a bit nervous herself. She and Victor had reconnected since his arrival in Britain, but apart from dancing at Harry's birthday party, they had mostly been talking and writing letters back and forth. It had felt nice, and so soon after breaking up with Ron, she wasn't in the right mindset to hope for more than that. But she had to admit, seeing Victor had made her heart skip with excitement in a way it hadn't in a while. "It has been nice, since I have been back in England," he said. "I was not happy in Bulgaria." He paused, and Hermione had to marvel at how much better his English had gotten. His accent was still as heavy as ever, but his sentence structure had definitely improved. "I do not wish to take a lot of your time. I know you have to leave soon." Hermione nodded, and Victor took a deep breath. "Would you like to date me?" he asked bluntly. Hermione's eyes went wide, and she vaguely supposed she shouldn't have been so surprised. Victor was usually so tongue-tied, but she knew from experience that he was a very blunt person once he got comfortable with someone. She realized he was looking at her expectantly for a response, and she cleared her throat. "I'm going to be at Hogwarts," she said, gathering her thoughts. "Won't that be a problem?" Victor shook his head. "I can visit you when you have Hogsmeade weekends," he said, clearly having given this some thought. "And you will return for the holidays, yes?" "Yes," said Hermione. She took a breath and repressed the instinctual urge to start babbling and avoiding the issue. She knew deep down that there was never just the one. She had no idea if she and Victor were meant to be, but she supposed that there was only one way to find out. Worst-case scenario would be that they would end up walking away from one another. With a small smile, she nodded her acceptance, and when a beaming Victor leaned forward for a kiss, Hermione didn't overthink it for once before she returned the gesture. Astoria was not entirely surprised when she felt the knock on the wards. She carefully finished tying her Slytherin tie before going downstairs. Unsurprisingly, Draco was waiting in the foyer and he smiled when he saw her. Astoria's stomach fluttered and she held out her hand as she got closer. Draco took her hand and brushed his lips over her knuckles. "Good morning, Tori," he greeted, and the soft look in his gray eyes made Astoria feel like she was floating. "Hi," she said. "I thought we'd said goodbye yesterday." "We had," he said, and let go of her hand to reach into the pocket of his robes. Astoria gasped as he pulled out a small, carved wooden box identical to the one that had held the gloves, though this one was about the size of his palm instead. "But I couldn't wait to give you this one." "A courting gift," murmured Astoria in astonishment. She hadn't expected the next one until the autumn equinox, maybe even Yule. Draco sank into a bow and held out the box. "Heiress Greengrass," he said. "I, Heir Draco Malfoy, of House Malfoy, do beseech you to accept my second gift, hair combs studded with Malfoy pearls." Astoria curtsied gracefully before accepting the gift and opening the box. Resting on the bed of velvet was a pair of pearl and gold hair combs shaped like snowdrops. "It's beautiful," said Astoria, and then curtsied again. "Thank you, Heir Malfoy, I accept your gift." Draco beamed at her, and Astoria smiled back for a moment before looking down at the hair combs again. "Would you?" Draco nodded and stepped closer to her as Astoria turned and faced the other way. Her straight, dark hair had been brushed back into a French braid. With a flick of Draco's wand, the intricate braid unraveled until her hair lay in a dark curtain down her back. Astoria stayed still as she heard him murmur the incantation for the hair styling charm and felt gentle magic lift her hair up and twist it into an updo. She'd need a mirror to see exactly what he'd done, but then she felt him lean forward and tuck the hair combs at the back of the updo. Astoria's breath caught, and she closed her eyes briefly. "All done," he whispered and stepped away. Astoria exhaled heavily before turning back around to face him. As she did, she caught a glimpse of herself in a mirror on the nearby wall. Her dark hair had been tied back into a simple chignon, with a few tendrils of hair framing her face and the hair combs neatly tucked into the chignon. "Thank you," she said, with a small smile. She hesitated for a brief moment, but then took a step toward him and raised herself up on tiptoes. He took the hint, thankfully, and met her halfway as their lips touched for the very first time. His lips tasted like tea and strawberry jam, and Astoria let out a quiet sigh when she felt him cup her cheek as they kissed. Draco was the first to pull away, and he rested his forehead on hers for a moment. "We should go," he said. Astoria nodded and then took a reluctant step back. "Yes," she agreed. He grabbed both her hands and kissed her knuckles. "The first Hogsmeade weekend is in 2 weeks," he said. "I'll see you then." She smiled widely and nodded. "I look forward to it." A fair distance away at King's Cross, Isaac was busy ushering his charges onto the train at platform 9¾ Naomi was at the orphanage, organizing groups to take the portkeys that Harry had been making painstakingly since 8 that morning. "Isaac, I think I've forgotten my charms homework in my room." "Isaac, I can't find my Ravenclaw tie." "Isaac, I need to." And on it went, but to his credit, Isaac managed it well. He always thought Naomi was better at this than him. But by the time she had arrived with the last group of children, Isaac had managed to get the rest squared away. Naomi shot him a grateful smile as she ushered the 4 first years onto the train. Before Isaac could help load their luggage, Harry apparated onto the platform, though he was polyjuiced, of course. The only way Isaac knew it was Harry was because Naomi tilted her head toward him in a silent signal. "I'll give you a hand with the luggage, Isaac," said Harry, and between the two of them, they managed to load Mila, Kai, Jeline, and Luca's trunks and various pet cages into their compartment. Isaac ran an eye over the 4 young children and was unsurprised to see nerves and excitement on their faces. Jeline was practically vibrating in her seat, speaking at 1,000,000 miles an hour about the sorting, while Luca fidgeted with a loose thread on his jumper as he did his best to listen. Kai was staring out of the window impassively, but Isaac could see his tense posture that betrayed his nervousness. Mila was the most collected out of all of them, but she too was bouncing her foot restlessly. "You will all do fine," said Isaac, reassuringly, as they all quietened down and turned to him, even Kai. "You've got the older children at Hogwarts and the rest of us are only a letter away." "Couldn't have said it better myself," smiled Harry before he turned to the children. "Hogwarts will be your school for the next 7 years, and your home will always be at the Lily Potter home. We are all here whenever you need us. We will see you at Christmas." There was a beat of silence as Harry let his words sink in. Mila half sobbed, half giggled as she threw her arms around Harry, and then Isaac and Naomi in quick hugs. Jeline and Luca were quick to follow suit, and Kai reluctantly shook hands with Isaac and Naomi, before giving in and hugging Harry and letting go just as quickly. The train whistle sounded, and with a final encouraging smile at the children, Isaac, Naomi, and Harry alighted the train and went to the platform. Isaac smiled to himself at the sight of the familiar last-minute scramble of goodbyes and farewells, and he waved and smiled, ignoring the slight burning in his eyes. It would never get easy, he supposed, saying goodbye to his charges. Then he glanced at Harry and Naomi, who looked the same way that he felt. "Guess that's not a bad thing," he murmured to himself as the Hogwarts Express disappeared around the corner. Harry closed his eyes as he rested his head in Daphne's lap, enjoying the sensation of her running her fingers absently through his hair. "We have to leave for Gringotts in a bit," murmured Daphne. He agreed, but made no move to get up. He was exhausted, physically and emotionally, since he'd spent the morning making portkeys for the students from the Lily Potter home to get to King's Cross, and then seeing them all off to Hogwarts. Daphne had told him about Nott and the meeting at noon, but all he wanted was to stay right where he was for the foreseeable future. Daphne seemingly let him get away with it for another 5 or so minutes, before nudging him gently. He sighed but opened his eyes and sat up. Daphne smirked at him before sitting up from the sofa in her office and going over to the floor-length mirror to fix her robes and hair. There was a knock on Daphne's office door, and as Daphne called for the person to enter, Aisha Shafik stepped into the room. She was a year older than them and had glossy back hair cut into a short pixie cut and was wearing wizard's robes in a striking olive green color. Even though it was only her first day, Harry had already learned from Daphne that she seemed to prefer wearing traditionally male clothing. "You asked me to remind you when it was time for Gringotts," she said, looking at both of them. "Yes, we were just on our way," smiled Daphne. "How has your first day been?" asked Harry as he stood as well. Aisha smiled. "Busy, but not overwhelming," she said. "I have been mostly organizing employee files and creating an organizational system. I still have a bit to go, though." "We will leave you to it then," said Harry as he glanced over at Daphne. "Let's go and deal with Nott, shall we?" Daphne nodded, and the two of them apparated to Gringotts. Caskforge met them at the doors and led them to a meeting room. Before they could enter, though, Caskforge paused and gave them a look. "Lord Nott has brought legal representation with him," he said. "Has he now?" asked Daphne, and Harry loved her frosty tone. "Who did he bring?" "Johanna Inglewood," said Caskforge. Daphne frowned, as did Harry. "I thought Johanna was a criminal defense lawyer," said Harry. "She is," said Daphne. She looked a bit concerned, so Harry took her hand and gave it a squeeze before releasing it. "Let's see what this is about," said Harry, straightening his posture as Caskforge opened the door to the meeting room. Sure enough, when they entered the room, Nott was sitting on a sofa with Johanna next to him. Sitting on Nott's other side was an unfamiliar girl with beautiful dark skin, dressed in scarlet silk robes. All three of them stood as they entered, and Nott gave a curt bow toward Harry, which almost made him stumble with surprise. Harry glanced at Daphne, whose eyes had narrowed, though her face betrayed no obvious emotion. "Elder Potter, Madame Greengrass," greeted Johanna. "I have been retained by Elder Nott for this matter." "And who is Elder Nott's companion?" asked Daphne, as she and Harry sat down. Johanna glanced at Nott, who nodded. "That is part of the reason why I have been retained," she said, as they all took a seat as well. "Elder Nott realized he may have inadvertently breached his contract with Elder Potter." "Oh," asked Daphne, and Harry felt his own eyebrows climb higher in disbelief. Nott cleared his throat. "Allow me to introduce Lady Carina Nott, my wife," he said, indicating the dark-skinned woman next to him. "Wife?" asked Daphne in shock. "As of last evening, yes," said Johanna, handing over a sealed scroll of parchment. Caskforge accepted it and examined the seal before nodding, which confirmed that it was genuine. Caskfor, broke the seal and unfurled the scroll of parchment. Betrothal contract and bonding documents, confirming the marriage and bonding of Theodore Xavier Knott and Karina Annemarie Devereaux on 31 August 1998, said Caskforge. Harry glanced at Daphne, who met his gaze with an equally confused and exasperated look. I see, said Daphne, finally, holding out her hand. Caskforge hurriedly handed her the documents, and her cool blue eyes read through them quickly before she looked at Knott with a frosty gaze. Of course, the contract only notifies Elder Potter of the breach, not if a specific clause of the contract was breached. Knott looked back at her impassively, but there was a hint of smug arrogance in his pale eyes that made Harry want to punch him in the teeth. The contract my client signed with Elder Potter, while having several specific clauses, also had the standard clauses regarding matters of marriage and inheritance, said Johanna. As his lord and master, Elder Knott had no authority to marry Lady Karina without Elder Potter's express consent, a genuine oversight on my client's part. I'm sure, said Daphne, handing the paperwork back to Johanna, who accepted it with a nod. How did Elder Knott's marriage come about anyway? My father and Karina's mother were old friends, said Knott, and he took Karina's hand. Karina's mother is in ill health, and without her, Karina would have no one. I am the last of my line, unless I wish the Knott title to end up in the hands of my cousins. It was a necessity for me to marry as quickly as possible and endeavor to produce an heir. Judging by the way Daphne's jaw tightened, that was an acceptable reason for the hurried nuptials. Give us a moment, said Harry. Caskforge stood up immediately and led Knott, his wife, and Johanna out of the meeting room. Harry waited until the doors were shut to turn to Daphne. Well, he asked. I think Knott's a little snake who has found a loophole, said Daphne, eyes spitting pure fury. But the bonding contract is genuine. He really did marry that poor girl. Could she be potioned? Asked Harry. Daphne shook her head. If he had just married her, I would have thought so, but they are bonded. Bonding won't work if both parties do not give full and proper consent, she said. Johanna was right. The contracts had the specific things we needed, but I also kept the standard ones. He, who must not be named, would not have permitted any marriages or bloodlines that he didn't approve of. She looked frustrated. I should have been more careful. Harry reached over and grabbed her hand. Daph, we've been through this, he said patiently. I know you demand perfection from yourself, but you can't be omniscient. Daphne frowned but nodded. I know, she sighed. I don't trust it, though. You wouldn't be you if you did, said Harry, with a sly grin. When her frown deepened, he pulled her in and placed a hot kiss on her lips, swallowing her protest with a smug chuckle. We're working, she said, pulling away, her cheeks flushed pink. Apparently, he laughed and kissed her fingers before sitting back. Daphne shot him an annoyed look, which was ruined by the pretty blush on her face. Something clicked in Harry's brain as he watched her tense posture relax slightly, and she straightened her robes and tucked a strand of hair that had escaped her careful updo behind her ear. Clearing her throat, Daphne stood up and went to the door to let the others back in. Hiding his grin, Harry schooled his expression back into a neutral one. Once everyone was seated again, Daphne cleared her throat. This seems to be in order, she said, and glanced at Harry, who nodded once in confirmation. Elder Potter instructs that he is happy to write off this breach as a genuine mistake. Excellent, smiled Johanna, unless there is anything else. No, said Harry, dismissing them, with another curt bow, not left with his wife and his lawyer. Harry glanced at Daphne, who was frowning again. He knew that no matter what he said, Daphne would still obsess over this mistake. You should head home for some rest, said Daphne, looking at him. You still look tired. He was indeed tired, and he smiled softly. All right, he said, a plan already forming in his head. Are you going back to work? Yes, she said. I want to see how Tristan and Aisha are settling in, and since the Death Eater trials start tomorrow, I want to make sure that everything is squared away during our absence. Harry nodded as Caskforge returned, presumably having seen the others out. Thank you for your time, Caskforge, said Harry, as he and Daphne took their leave as well. Outside Gringotts, Daphne returned to Verdant and Harry apparated to Potter Hall. He knew the knot thing would weigh on her for the rest of the day, perhaps even longer, which is why he had a plan. But first, he needed a nap. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mila walked behind Luca as they followed the fifth-year prefect, Nicola Jackson, to the West Tower. Nicola was one of the children at the Lily Potter home, and Mila had secretly hoped she would be sorted in Ravenclaw, just so she could have Nicola as the prefect. Nicola was a no-nonsense sort of girl who liked to read, and Mila admired her immensely. Mila was also glad that both her and Luca had ended up in Ravenclaw together. Jeline had gone to Gryffindor, and, to Mila's surprise, Kai had ended up in Hufflepuff. Kai had looked shocked, and each time that Mila had glanced toward him during the welcoming feast, he had been frowning at his plate and avoiding conversation with everyone at the table. Luca's breath hitched and Mila glanced at him in concern, as did Nicola, but he smiled reassuringly at them. The climb up the stairs must have tired him out, not to mention the long train journey. Mila herself was finding her own breathing getting labored. "Here we are," said Nicola, stopping in front of a door with an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. The knocker sprang to life, much to Mila's surprise, before speaking. "The more of this there is, the less you see." Nicola looked at the first years expectantly. "Darkness," answered Luca. "Correct," said the eagle, and the door swung open. Mila's eyes were wide with wonder. Answering a riddle to get into the Ravenclaw Tower sounded like so much fun. Her eyes widened even further when she saw the beautiful circular common room with wide-arched windows and blue and bronze silks hanging over them. The carpet was a gorgeous midnight blue, patterned with stars that were reflected in the domed ceiling overhead. The common room was dotted with various tables, chairs, and bookcases, upholstered in blue and bronze, and at the far end from the entrance was the marble statue of a statuesque woman with long hair. "This is our founder," said Nicola, as she led them toward the statue. "Rowena Ravenclaw was also the architect of Hogwarts, and as you can see, she certainly favored us." Mila giggled, as did some of the others. There was a door next to the statue, and Nicola indicated it with a wave. "The dormitories are through here," she said. "Boys to the right, girls to the left. It's signposted and your luggage ought to be waiting. Get going now. Classes start tomorrow and you want to get plenty of rest before the term begins." Wishing Nicola and Luca good night, Mila followed the 5 other first-year girls to the dormitories. The girls' dormitory was 2-storied, and Mila's bed was by one of the arched windows, overlooking the lake. Her trunk and Swordstorm's cage was waiting neatly at the foot of the bed for her, and Swordstorm hooted at her in greeting when he saw her. "Lo, Swordstorm," she said. "I'll take you up to the owlery tomorrow, all right." Swordstorm hooted once again, as if to agree. Mila quickly unpacked her trunk, placing her clothes in the dresser next to her bed, and her books and school supplies in the bookcase and chest of drawers. The other girls made small talk as they unpacked, but Mila mostly listened, feeling a bit shy. Soon enough, though, all 6 girls were tucked into their respective beds as the lanterns dimmed to nothing. Mila heard the whistling wind which echoed around the dorms, and like her favorite lullaby, the sound lulled Mila to sleep. Daphne glanced at the time and frowned. They had foregone their usual end-of-day GSC meeting that day and would have a long meeting the next morning instead. Daphne was the only one at Verdant, both Tristan and Aisha having left at 5.3. Both had hit the ground running right away, and Daphne was already feeling less anxious about leaving Verdant in their care over the next few weeks while the Death Eater trials would be occurring. Truthfully, Daphne had finished everything she needed to get done, but instead of heading to Potter Hall for dinner, she was currently procrastinating. Her misstep with Nott kept playing over and over in her head. While it may very well have been Nott's marriage that triggered the breach, Daphne knew it was no guarantee. And then there was his new bride. While she may not have been potioned, Daphne knew that you could coerce someone without any magic at all. Nott SNR didn't have any friends, the nasty man that he was. Daphne had no idea what Nott was holding over the girl to make her marry and bond with him. With a sigh, Daphne stood up and stretched her arms. With Astoria back at Hogwarts, she wouldn't entirely mind spending more time at Potter Hall, but she knew Harry would sense her anxious mood, which in turn would worry him. Just as she was debating whether to send Harry a message that she was going to Greengrass Manor for the night, the fireplace blazed to life, and Harry stepped into her office. "Thought I might still find you here," he said, casting the charm to banish the soot from his robes. He was still wearing the formal gray robes from before, but he had unbuttoned it so that they hung open over his black trousers and light gray shirt. Daphne smiled, but even she knew it wouldn't have reached her eyes. "What are you doing back here?" she asked. Harry chuckled, but didn't say anything else as he walked up toward her. He cast a quick look at her desk and smiled. "What?" asked Daphne, but then Harry simply swept away the files she had been working on with a wave of his wand. "Harry, that—" Daphne stopped when she realized that Harry hadn't stopped advancing toward her, and now she was caught between him and her recently cleared desk. "Daph," he said softly and cupped her cheek. Daphne felt her face flush, but she closed her eyes and leaned in instinctively. Harry kissed her gently, easing her back so that she was sitting on top of the desk. His other hand went to her hair, and Daphne's eyes flew open when she felt him pull out her poisoned pin from her hair. She tried to protest, but Harry just deepened the kiss, and she vaguely heard the pin being tossed onto the hardwood floor behind Harry. Her hair unfurled slowly, helped along by Harry's fingers combing through it. Daphne held onto the collar of his shirt as she began to feel lightheaded with the need to breathe. Harry pulled away and rested his forehead on hers. "All right." Daphne nodded, trying to catch her breath. "What brought this on?" she asked. He smirked, emerald eyes flashing at her in amusement as he leaned back slightly. "I'm testing a theory," he said. He kissed her again before she could ask him anything further, and to Daphne's surprise, she felt him move the hand from her cheek to the top button of her robes. "Do you want me to stop?" he murmured against her lips. Daphne considered it for a moment, but then shook her head. Harry smiled and unbuttoned the top of her robes, deft fingers continuing down the row of buttons until the last one on top of her waist. The robe fell open, and Harry helped ease it off her shoulders and arms, and onto the desk behind her. She was wearing a high-collared white blouse and a light turquoise skirt underneath the robe. It was the usual attire Harry saw her in after work, but Daphne couldn't help but flush when she saw the way his gaze moved down her body. "What theory are you testing exactly?" she managed to ask. Harry smiled and, to her surprise, knelt onto the floor. At the same time, both his hands gripped her thighs and he pulled her right to the edge of the desk. Daphne squeaked in surprise and had to brace herself with her hands on top of the desk. "Is this okay?" asked Harry, looking up at her with a serious expression. Daphne stared at him, cheeks turning pink. She was a virgin, not an idiot, so she knew what he was asking. The fact that he looked so serious told her clearly that he would stop the moment she felt uncomfortable. She nodded once, and Harry moved his hands down her legs, easing them over his shoulders before diving his head under her skirt. Daphne shivered violently at the sensation of his warm breath between her thighs, and her arms buckled, making her drop to her elbows. "Tell me to stop, if you don't want me to," said Harry. Daphne's affirmative hum was all the encouragement Harry needed. She felt him taking her underwear off, but at the first touch of his tongue between her legs, all thoughts seemed to vanish from her head, as a cry of pure delight escaped her mouth. She vaguely supposed she should have been embarrassed. This was hardly the way for the head of a sacred 28 family to act. But whatever Harry was doing was too good for any of those thoughts to intrude, and Daphne closed her eyes and surrendered herself to the sensation of Harry touching her in a way no one had ever done in her life. A haze of pleasure overcame her as a strange tightness grew in the pit of her belly. Daphne could hear a low moaning sound, and it took her a second to realize that it was her making that sound. She was too far gone to be embarrassed, though, and as the tightness in her belly grew, another loud cry escaped her mouth, and an overwhelming sense of pleasure followed by a rush of satisfaction washed over her. Her elbows gave way as she lay down flat on her back on the desk, trying to catch her breath. She heard Harry stand, and when she opened her eyes, his face radiated nothing but smugness and an undercurrent of arousal. He brushed her cheek with the back of his fingers before straightening back up. "I'll see you back at home," he said. "Minnie has made Irish stew." Daphne made a noise of agreement, still too out of it to say anything. Harry was almost to the fireplace when she sat up quickly and glanced around. "Harry James Potter," she thundered, face going red. "Where in Merlin's name is my underwear?" Harry winked at her outrageously, and his laughter echoed in the wake behind him as he disappeared through the fire. 2 September 1998. Lavinia drank a vial of the morning sickness potion, grimacing at the bitter taste. Her stomach roiled in protest but held steady. She swallowed down a glass of water and took a breath. It was 6 a.m., and it was too bloody early to be up, but the baby in her belly had apparently missed the memo on that one. It also happened to be a big day for Lavinia, and she'd slept poorly the night before due to nerves. Knowing she wouldn't be able to go back to sleep, she climbed out of bed and made her way to the bathroom to start getting ready. An hour and a half later, she and Nicholas apparated to Diagon Alley and made their way to the GSC HQ. They were almost half an hour early, but Maribeth greeted them with a broad smile and ushered them into a meeting room where they were joined by Fleur and Draco in a few minutes. "Sorry for being early," said Lavinia. "Not at all. We all have a busy day ahead, so we've had an early start as well," said Draco. "So, what's your checklist for the day?" Lavinia obligingly unfurled the scroll of parchment that Nicholas handed her. "Nicholas and I will head over soon to oversee the last bit of preparations. The management is double-checking the reservations for tonight's opening dinner as well as guests who are planning on staying overnight. The staff is doing a final run through starting at midday. Then, barring any disasters, doors can open at 6 p.m. Draco nodded, and Lavinia put away the list. It was opening day for the Prisma Hotel, renamed the Prism Plaza. There was a dinner hosted in the main dining room starting at 6:30 with various guests and press in attendance. After dinner, there was live music and drinks at the rooftop bar. All of the attendees had also been offered a complimentary night of stay at the Prism Plaza. The launch day idea had been Lavinia's, and she and Nicholas had planned it meticulously. The event had been advertised almost immediately after they had accepted the offer from GSC and had been sold out within the week. Everyone was eager to see the previously disgraced Prisma Hotel as the brand new Prism Plaza. Lavinia also suspected that most of them were curious in and of itself because of all the rumors about the old hotel under its previous management. Either way, the 100 galleon a plate dinner and complimentary night of stay had been sold out. "We will let you go then," said Fleur. "Draco is on call if any disasters happen." Lavinia nodded as she and Nicholas stood up. With a bright smile, they headed toward Platinum Alley. Daphne reviewed the last of the candidates on her list and pursed her lips. She was due at the Wisengamot any moment, but she wanted Aisha to have contacted the people on her shortlist in the meantime. Emerald Teacups was weeks away from opening, and Daphne was yet to hire the staff. There was a knock on the door, and Aisha entered a moment later. "You're running late," she reminded her. "I know," sighed Daphne. "Call the ones in that pile," she said finally. "They're all starting to look the same." Aisha laughed, but picked up the pile of resumes from Daphne's desk. "I'll start scheduling them in." "Thanks, Aisha," smiled Daphne as she tidied her desk and prepared to leave. Aisha returned to the front desk, and Daphne checked her appearance before ducking in briefly into Tristan's office. He was in the middle of preparing neat little piles of documents on the floor, and he smiled sheepishly when he saw Daphne. "Don't mind me, I just visualize things better when they are all in front of me," he said. "I am organizing them according to each arm of the GSC. Then I'm going through and auditing everything we have to make sure we are all covered on our internal processes." "Thanks, Tristan," she nodded gratefully. "I should be done around 4, and I'll stop by the office for a bit before the end of the day meeting." "I'll see you then," he smiled and returned to what he was doing. Daphne went outside of Verdant and disapparated, arriving in the atrium at the ministry. It was the usual hustle and bustle of early morning rush, but Daphne hurried over to the courtrooms, dodging and weaving through the crowd expertly. She barely made it to her seat as the doors banged closed, signaling that the Wisengamot was being called into session. The courtroom was filled to the brim since it was open to the press and the public for the trials. You okay? Asked Harry as she subtly tried to catch her breath. She nodded. I need 10 more hours in the day, she said, adjusting her robes primly. What you need is to relax a bit more, whispered Harry, and her face flamed red as she remembered how he had helped her relax the evening before. She heard his quiet chuckle and shot him a half-hearted glare as the chief warlock stood up. Good morning, valued members of the Wisengamot, he greeted. Today is the first day for what will be known as the Riddle Trials. They are named after the wizard Thomas Marvolo Riddle, whom the accused have been allegedly associated with, and in doing so, have committed crimes of a grievous nature. For ease of reference, I will reiterate what has been previously agreed by way of procedure. He unfurled a scroll of parchment and cleared his throat. The trials will run from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. on each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. All members or a third party appropriately nominated by the member must be in attendance for each of the trials. The accused shall be under the influence of Veritaserum for the duration of the trial. The verdict has to be reached at the conclusion of every trial, however. Sentencing shall be reserved for a later date. Are there any questions? No one spoke up, and the chief warlock nodded once. Then, we will take appearances. He sat down as Gawain Robard stood up. He had a grim look on his face, and his voice was steady when he spoke. Head Auror Gawain Robards for the prosecution, Chief Warlock, he said. Thank you, Head Auror, said the Chief Warlock as Robards sat back down. The man on the other end of the table stood up. He was in his mid-40s with salt and pepper hair and a long beard, dressed in modest black robes. Mason Dorati, he said, in a slightly hoarse voice. For the accused, Mr. Ione Mulciber. Thank you, Mr. Dorati, said the Chief Warlock, looking at him like he was dirt beneath his shoe. Bring the accused in. Ione Mulciber was brought into the courtroom in a cage. While he didn't bear the haggard look of someone exposed to dementors, he didn't look like someone who suited prison well. He was wearing drab gray robes and was clean-shaven with neatly shorn hair. The robes had short sleeves, and he was holding his left arm deliberately turned in, presumably to hide his dark mark. Daphne vaguely remembered Harry telling her that the new Azkaban wards, while not as soul-draining as dementors, were still quite harsh on prisoners, especially with their magic bound. Sure enough, a rune-crafted silver bracelet adorned his right wrist, glowing purple briefly from time to time, confirming that the runes were suppressing his magic. Mulciber's charges were read out by Robards, and Daphne fought to keep her face neutral. The charges included various uses of the unforgivable curses, assault, rape, and escaping Azkaban. And how does the accused plead? Asked the Chief Warlock, after all the charges had been read. Not guilty, said Mulciber's lawyer. Abercrombie sighed. Very well, bring in the potioneers, he said. 2 potioneers, one chosen by the prosecution and one chosen by the defense, entered the chamber. They both assessed the vial of Veritaserum held out by Robards before nodding shortly. An Auror then took the vial and fed the potion to Mulciber, who grimaced but swallowed it. As the familiar blank expression fell on his face, Robards stood up with a sheaf of parchment in his hands. State your full name and date of birth for the records, said Robards. Ione William Mulciber, 5 April 1960, he answered monotonously. Robards took a deep breath. Have you ever cast an unforgivable curse? Yes, he answered. Which one? Asked Robards. All of them, said Mulciber without hesitation. When did you first cast the Imperious Curse? Asked Robards. In my 4th year at Hogwarts, said Mulciber. There was a slight hiss in the chamber as people looked horrified, but Robards continued with a neutral expression on his face. Tell us what happened, he said. As Mulciber nodded and launched into the story of how he had Imperiused a Muggle-born student to defile her, Daphne clenched her fists and swallowed back her revulsion. The questions continued as Robards walked Mulciber through his entire history, including him taking the Dark Mark and his role in supporting the Dark Lord in the First and Second Wizarding Wars. They had to take frequent breaks for the Veritaserum to be readministered, but by the time it was 3:30, Robards seemed to have reached the end of his questions. Taking a breath, Robards drank some water from his goblet and looked at Mulciber's lawyer. "Your witness," he said. The defense lawyer looked like he was about to throw up. "Mr. Dorati," prompted the chief warlock when he didn't move. "Do you wish to question the accused?" "No, Chief Warlock," he stammered out. Abercrombie nodded. "Very well, then we will move on," he said. "Head Orer, make your closing statement." Robards stood up and gave a short bow. "Honored members of the Wisengamot, there is not much else I wish to say. The accused has admitted to many more crimes than he was charged with, and a conviction on even one of those charges is enough to secure him a lifetime of imprisonment in Azkaban. However, I implore you all to remember that the accused was previously imprisoned in Azkaban at the end of the First Wizarding War, and yet he continued his heinous crimes upon escaping Azkaban during the Second Wizarding War. He has demonstrated no remorse for his actions, and has admitted in his responses today that he does not regret his crimes. With that, I implore you to give consideration to a greater punishment than imprisonment." He paused and took a breath. "I ask that the accused be sentenced to death." There was a collective gasp in the room, and the chief warlock had to call for silence. Robards bowed and sat down, seemingly well aware of the bombshell he had dropped. Daphne glanced at Harry, whose mouth was set in a grim line, but something told her that he was not opposed to Robards' suggestion. Daphne remembered that one of the students attacked by Mulciber had been Mary MacDonald, a friend of Lily Potter's. "Head Orer Robards," hissed the chief warlock. "The Wisengamot has not awarded the death penalty since 1874. With respect, Chief Warlock, the prosecution will be seeking the same penalty for anyone found guilty during the Riddle trials," said Robards. "Besides, the last execution in 1874 was for the torture and murder of 5 children. The accused has admitted to much, much more than that. I would say the punishment fits the crime." Abercrombie pursed his lips, but Elder Foley spoke up. "We are getting ahead of ourselves," he said. "The accused's guilt is yet to be determined, and as the chief warlock said at the beginning of the trial, sentencing is a question for another day." The chief warlock nodded immediately. "Exactly," he said. "Mr. Dorati, your closing." The defense lawyer stood up and mumbled about how Mulciber regretted his actions and deserved mercy, but the prosecution's case had been ironclad. Daphne glanced at the public gallery and knew that more than one person in there would gladly carry out the death penalty themselves, after hearing everything that Mulciber had done. After about 5 minutes of mumbling his way through his closing statement, Dorati sat down shakily. "Very well," said Abercrombie. "We will now take a vote. All those in favor of acquittal, please raise your wands." Not a single wand went up, and the chief warlock nodded grimly before hitting the gavel once. "Ion William Mulciber, the Wisengamot finds you guilty of all charges." A loud cheer broke out from the gallery, and Abercrombie had to hit the gavel a few more times to get them to be silent. "You will return to Azkaban, and your sentencing hearing shall be listed 4 weeks from today." The last bit of Veritaserum had left Mulciber, and as the verdict was delivered, he slumped in his seat, too defeated to even attempt to plead his innocence. As his cage was led away, Abercrombie declared the trial to be at an end, and Daphne wished for nothing more than a glass of brandy and her bed. Harry stood in front of the mirror in his chambers at Potter Hall, adjusting the bow tie on his wizarding tuxedo absently. He was exhausted after the Mulciber trial, but he had to put an appearance in for the Prism Plaza launch. He dearly wished he could take Daphne with him, but the GSC team had collectively shot down that suggestion, nodding it would start rumors too early on if he showed up with her on his arm. Instead, Harry was meeting Isaiah and Neville for dinner to discuss the upcoming Quidditch season and how the new team was coming together. He sensed a minor disturbance in the wards, but relaxed when he realized that it was Daphne. Finishing up, he went downstairs to find her in the kitchen with Minnie, who was pouring her a glass of wine. "Hey, you," she said when she saw him. "You look great." He smiled and planted a deep kiss on her mouth. "Thanks, my girlfriend picked out the outfit," he laughed. "She has good taste," laughed Daphne. He laughed as well and kissed her again. "I really don't want to go to this thing," he murmured, placing one more kiss on her lips before backing away. Daphne smiled at him as she held out her untouched glass of wine to him. "It will be fine," she said. "It's dinner and mingling with some people, and then you can come home." He took a sip of wine and nodded. "What are your plans for tonight?" he asked. "Honestly, I just feel like going to bed," she said, drinking from the same glass of wine. "I will probably have an early night." Harry brushed his fingers down her cheek, marveling at the porcelain-like soft skin. "Can you stay here tonight?" he asked. Daphne's eyes went wide, and he didn't blame her. They hadn't spent a night together, not since he'd fallen asleep at Greengrass Manor, but even then, it hadn't exactly been a night together. Their physical relationship had been progressing, but the most they'd done was the evening before in her office. "Just to sleep," he clarified when she didn't say anything. "We know we said we would take things slow." Daphne chuckled and nodded. "Sure," she said. Harry grinned and kissed her again, wishing more than ever he didn't have to leave. Daphne seemed to sense his reluctance to leave, so she was the first one to pull away. "Go on," she said. "The faster you leave, the faster you can come back." He sighed. "Fine," he said. "Look after your mistress, Minnie. I will be home soon." As Minnie chimed affirmatively, Harry smiled softly at the emotional look on Daphne's face and disappeared through the fire, arriving in the foyer of the Prism Plaza. Lavinia had given them a final tour 2 days ago, so Harry was not surprised at the newly renovated interior, but he was still just as awed. The foyer looked majestic and was full of bustling people and various staff in white and gold uniforms. Harry brushed the soot off his robes and made his way to the reception desk, nodding at various people he recognized. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," said the young Scottish woman at the reception desk. "The other guests at your table are already here, so Benny will show you to them," she added, indicating one of the staff nearby who jumped to attention. "Thank you," said Harry, and followed Benny up the stairs and into the large banquet hall. The hall was set with little tables, some of them for as big as 10 people, while there were plenty of intimate 2-person tables as well. Harry was led to the table where Neville, Isaiah, and Isaiah's wife, Shelley, were sitting. Harry greeted the 2 men with a handshake and placed a polite peck on the back of Shelley's hand. "I'm sorry for being late," he said, as they all sat back down. "Not at all. Neville was just telling us about the Mulciber trial," said Isaiah. "Dreadful business. The Evening Prophet's report was most upsetting," said Shelley. "They reported the truth," said Neville. "If anything, they summarized the extent of his deeds." Shelley looked horrified, and Isaiah cleared his throat. "Well, shall we get started with some drinks?" As if on cue, the entrees were brought out by the numerous staff to the guests at each of the tables. Grilled sauté prawns were served alongside a glass of chilled Semillon Sauvignon Blanc, and they turned to lighter topics at the table, as they talked about the renovation of the Prism Plaza and how wonderful it all looked. Harry ate his food, interjecting briefly when he was addressed directly. The food was delicious, and as the first course was finished and the second course of heirloom tomato salad was brought out, the topic turned to Quidditch. "The first match is 4 weeks away," said Isaiah, taking a hearty sip of the mint water that had been served alongside the salad. "How's Victor fitting in with the team?" asked Neville. "Really well," answered Isaiah. "He is a professional and his personality is non-confrontational. The others were a bit intimidated at first because of his reputation, but they are starting to come around. Camille and her team are helping them work together, and their spirits are at an all-time high, which is always a good thing going into a season. Of course, the biggest news in the league is the return of the Bankery Bangers," said Harry. The news had been met with shock last week by the GSC. Bankery Bangers had been a Scottish team that had been forced to disband in 1814 for flouting regulations. Then, last week, the Blackwood conglomerate had announced they had received permission from the Department of Magical Games and Sports to reassemble the team. The news had been met with wariness since the Blackwood conglomerate was American. However, a lot of the old loyal supporters had been getting very excited. At the GSC, the wariness was even higher since they knew Kay and Miria Blackwood had already started snooping around the GSC. Draco and Fleur had proceeded with Miria Blackwood's plans for the Muggle fashion store in Diagon Alley, and there had already been not-so-subtle questions asked by Miria about the GSC. Draco and Fleur remained tight-lipped, of course, and they had all come to the conclusion that the Blackwood conglomerate was looking to expand into Britain, now that Voldemort was no longer a threat. The Blackwood conglomerate, then acquiring the Bankery Bangers, further cemented this. Isaiah shook his head. "I still can't believe it," he said. "I thought it was April 1st when I saw the headline." "Do we know anything about their current team?" asked Neville. "Yes, they're a mix of national and international players," said Isaiah. "They will start at the bottom of the league, of course, and are up against the Ballycastle Bats first." "That will be telling," said Harry, as Isaiah nodded. "The Bats are first in the league, not to mention it will be the first match of the season." "At least it will even up the numbers," said Shelley. "It was always tiresome to have 13 teams in the league. The matchups were a nightmare to figure out, if nothing else." Harry was spared having to respond as the main course of tamarind beef was brought out. It was paired with a delicious glass of Shiraz, and the talking at the table all but ceased as everyone tucked in. The main course was then followed by a strawberry crumb cake and a glass of sherry for dessert, and Harry was feeling very full and tired by the end of it. He glanced subtly at the time and saw that it was well after 8. "Looking to escape?" asked Neville in a low voice. "You have no idea," chuckled Harry. "Pretty sure I do," said Neville. "I do want to see the rooftop bar, though." "One drink," said Harry as Neville nodded. As the last of the dessert was cleared away, the guests proceeded in groups to the rooftop bar. Isaiah and Shelley begged off and instead went to their room. The rooftop bar looked amazing with strung-up lanterns and an enchanting view of magical London. Harry got himself a lime soda, not really wanting to keep drinking. Neville, on the other hand, ordered a gin and tonic, and the two were soon accosted by various people wanting a word. Harry spoke to Elder MacDougall and his wife, who were thrilled with the new Prism Plaza. He then ran into Marion Giles from Witch Weekly and Barnabas Cuff from the Daily Prophet, with a pair of young reporters in tow who were taking dutiful notes, so Harry knew they could expect reports in the press the next day. Neville retired for the evening and went down to his room, and Harry was about to return to Potter Hall when he heard his name. He turned around to see a man in his early 30s with caramel brown hair and sharp hazel eyes, dressed in an expensively tailored Muggle tuxedo. On his arm was a short woman with curly black hair and blue eyes, dressed stylishly in flapper-like fashion, feathery accessories included. "Mr. Potter, it is an honor," said the man, and his American accent made Harry blink. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kay Blackwood, and this is my lovely wife, Miria." Harry blinked again before smiling politely. "Of course, you revived the Bankery Bangers," he said, holding out his hand. Kay Blackwood's thin smile widened as he shook his hand. "Yes," he said. "I have been told you own a Quidditch team yourself." "Partly own," corrected Harry. "And yes, the Puddlemere United." "Ranked second in the league currently, correct?" asked Kay. "Wonderful, wonderful." Harry smiled, wondering what their game was. "Well, it is very nice to meet you both," he said, "but I'm afraid I was just on my way out." "Of course, we don't want to hold you up," said Miria in a chiming bell-like voice. "It was very nice to meet you." "Although, before we let you go, could we perhaps ask a favor?" asked Kay. Harry looked at him questioningly. "What kind of a favor?" Kay's smile widened. "We would love for you to join us for dinner sometime," he said. "You must be a busy man, and I don't wish to brag, but so am I, but we could find a mutual time that would work for us." Harry's mind raced, and he forced himself to smile. "Certainly," he said. "The food here today impressed me, so how about dinner this Saturday at 7? "That sounds perfect," gushed Miria. "Doesn't it, my love?" Kay smiled down at her briefly before looking at Harry. "That does indeed work," he said. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." "Harry," he said. "Harry," nodded Kay. "We will see you soon." Harry smiled, meeting Kay's gaze firmly. "I look forward to it." Potter Hall was quiet when Harry returned, which was not surprising considering it was almost 10. Daphne had been looking ready for bed when he'd left, so he wouldn't have been surprised if she'd had an early night like she'd said. The lights were dimmed low along the foyer and the hallways as Harry made his way toward his chambers. He opened the doors to his bedroom quietly, though they still creaked. A sliver of moonlight cascaded from the gap in the curtains and illuminated a fast asleep Daphne in his bed. Feeling his chest get tight with emotion, he softly closed the doors behind himself and tiptoed over to her side of the bed. Whether intentionally or not, she had chosen the right side of the bed, which was perfect. She was on her back, and the covers were pulled up to her shoulders, showing the top of a light blue silk shirt with short sleeves that she was wearing. Her hair was loose, the silver pin sitting in a tray on her bedside table, along with her Greengrass family ring. Daphne breathed steadily, looking peaceful as can be, her hair looking almost silver in the moonlight. Smiling at her, Harry went to the bathroom and changed out of his robes and into gray pajama pants and a worn red Gryffindor t-shirt. Tiptoeing back into the bedroom, he went over to his side of the bed and took off his glasses before climbing in slowly. Daphne stirred a little as he got into bed, and her eyes opened sleepily. "Sorry," whispered Harry. "I was trying not to wake you." She shook her head with a smile and turned onto her side so she could snuggle into his arms. Harry smiled broadly as he wrapped his arms around her, jumping only slightly when she threw a leg over his hip as well, thoroughly cuddled into his embrace. Who knew the Ice Queen was such a cuddler? He thought briefly. He pressed a kiss to the top of her head, well aware that her breathing had already evened out and she had gone back to sleep. He would have to talk to her about tonight, about the success of the Prism Plaza, about the upcoming Quidditch season, about Kay and Miria Blackwood, about the riddle trials, about the Horcruxes, about thousands of other things they were doing and that they still needed to do. But tonight, Harry just held Daphne close and shut his eyes, because he knew that they had time for all of those things and more. It was only the beginning, after all. 5 September 1998. Harry apparated into Platinum Alley and took a breath. With every day that passed, the remnants of Nocturne Alley were disappearing one by one. New businesses helped along by the GSC now dotted this part of the alley, with plenty of empty shop spaces which would no doubt be snapped up sooner rather than later. The crowning jewel, of course, was the brilliantly iconic Prism Plaza. Since a very successful opening launch earlier in the week, the hotel had been a buzz of activity. The press had been raving in their praise. Many of the guests had rebooked already, and the rooftop bar had been an overnight success. There were already rumors that the ministry was planning on hosting their yearly New Year's ball at the Prism Plaza Banquet Hall instead of the ministry ballroom. The Prism Plaza was Harry's destination that evening. The lobby of the hotel was not as busy as it had been on launch day, but it was still fairly full. The doorman bowed him in, and Harry made his way toward the restaurant through the arched entranceway past the lobby. The hostess in an impeccable knee-length white dress with gold jewelry greeted him by name. "Your guests are yet to arrive, but I will show you to your table," she said, throwing a rather flirty smile in his direction. Harry nodded back with a fixed smile and followed her into the restaurant. The place was mostly packed, and the few empty tables he saw had a reserved sign on it. The hostess led him to a table by the arched windows. Spotless white tablecloth adorned the table, and the china was a pristine white with gold border. The cutlery was gold and the goblets were crystal, and the whole table made a beautiful picture of luxury and taste. Harry made a mental note to tell Lavinia how wonderful it all looked. Harry took off his cloak and handed it to the hostess, who bowed and left, though not without a lingering glance at him. He took a seat and picked up the menu, running his eyes appreciatively over the dinner options. He didn't have to wait long until the hostess led over his guests. Though not as formally dressed as before, Kay and Miria Blackwood were no less stylish in their appearance. Harry stood up to greet them, Kay with a handshake and Miria with a kiss to the back of her hand. "We apologize for our tardiness," said Kay, as they all sat back down. "Not at all, I was just early," said Harry. A server arrived and poured water in the crystal goblets before looking at them expectantly. "Good evening, my name is Nee, and I'll be your server this evening," he said. Our special this evening is blackened sea bass with a side of roasted greens. We also have a lamb rack with a mint and pesto sauce. Shall I get you started with some drinks? How about a bottle of the 1996 Pride Cabernet Sauvignon? Suggested Kay, looking at the wine list before glancing at Harry. Harry kept his face impassive as he nodded. Kay had picked out the most expensive wine on the list, which also happened to be from the Pride farmhouse. Wine from the Pride farmhouse had hit the shops some time ago, but the expensive ones were being saved for the hotels and resorts. Of course, the really expensive ones were being kept carefully in the cellar for future events. Harry hadn't seen a statement, but from what Daphne had told him, the wine was very popular. They were currently in the process of hiring a full-time staff member to manage the inventory and coordinate with suppliers, and the house elves to keep the business going. Nee nodded and left, returning a moment later with bread for the table and the wine. I don't need to taste it, said Kay, before Nee could even ask. The Pride farmhouse wine has never disappointed. Nee nodded and looked at Harry. I'm fine as well, he said. Nee dutifully poured 3 glasses of wine and left the bottle on the table. Are you ready for entrees? Actually, we'll order all of the food now, said Harry. The less interruptions they had, the better. I'll have the stuffed porcini mushrooms and the lamb special. Oh, I'll have the same, said Miria, beaming at Nee. I'll have the ricotta puff and the wagyu steak, said Kay. Nee bowed and left, and Harry turned to the couple. How have you both been? Very well, thank you for asking, Harry, said Kay, as Miria nodded. And thank you for agreeing to this dinner. Yes, I admit I'm curious as to the reason why, said Harry, taking a sip of his wine. Kay sipped his own wine before contemplating his response. It is a bit of an awkward issue, but I suppose I had no other way of saying it other than bluntly, he said. Miria placed a hand on his arm in a show of silent support. You and I are related, Harry. Harry raised his eyebrows. Yes, I'm aware of that, he said. Kay and Miria looked surprised. You are, asked Miria as Kay just blinked. I am unsure of the details, but I know the Blackwood family is an offshoot of the Fleamont family, he said. Yes, said Kay. My great-great-grandfather was Icarus Fleamont. He was the youngest of the main Fleamont family and was cast out after he jeopardized the family name and fortune because of an illicit affair with a daughter of the Shaffick family. He migrated to the States and adopted the name Blackwood. Harry tried to remember Icarus Fleamont and realized that Adelheid had been his older sister. He and Daphne had gone through the Fleamont family tree earlier that day to prepare for this dinner. They had seen that Icarus had been disowned, but nothing else apart from that. Adelheid had been the last of the Fleamont family before she had married into the Potter family. I believe I am familiar with the name, said Harry. My great-great-grandmother, Adelheid Fleamont, was his older sister. Yes, precisely, said Kay, as Miria squeezed Kay's arm in excitement. You have to understand, Harry, Kay grew up an orphan as well, said Miria. You are the first family he has met. Oh, said Harry, taken aback. I see. I apologize if I seem too enthusiastic, but as Miria said, I grew up an orphan. My parents died when I was very young, and I was raised by guardians appointed by my family's business, who never revealed to me the full scope of the Blackwood conglomerate. It was already a successful conglomerate which my guardians were benefiting from, though when I was old enough to take control, I raised it to even greater heights. They didn't tell you of your connection to the Fleamont family, asked Harry. Kay shook his head. They led me to believe we were nouveau rich, but I was never satisfied with that response. It was only when I met Miria that we began to dig deeper into my family's history, he said. We finally worked out the connection last year, but Britain was too dangerous, said Miria. Especially for a half-blood like me, so we had to stay away. Nee thankfully arrived with their entrees, and Harry was spared having to answer. Daphne had suspected that they would bring up their familial connection and use it in some way. She was partly right, though Harry had no idea how they would want to use it, if at all. From the sounds of it, the Blackwood conglomerate was doing as well, if not far better, than the GSC, so it wasn't money they wanted. And you worked out I was descended from the Fleamont family? Asked Harry. Yes, it was not hard to figure out, said Miria as Kay nodded. The more interesting question is, how did you find out that I was descended from the Fleamont family? Asked Kay shrewdly. Harry calmly ate his mushroom entree, having expected that question. Or rather, Daphne had anticipated it. I am in the process of reviewing my family tree. I am the last of my line, and there are precautions I must take to protect my interests. Kay nodded, seemingly satisfied. Yes, I would not expect anything otherwise, he said. Miria and I have had to take similar steps. Though we are fervently trying for an heir as well, laughed Miria, and Harry turned red, which made her laugh harder. Kay shook his head with an amused smile. My point is, it makes things rather simple if you know about our shared familial connection. How so? Asked Harry as he braced himself. Unfortunately, Nee came by to clear their plates and refill their wine glasses. Harry tried not to fidget, as he waited to hear what the Blackwoods wanted from him. Kay took a long sip of his wine, further delaying his response. I'll be blunt with you, Harry. I am looking to expand my business in Britain, he said. When I was scoping out my competition, I realized I had two major competitors, an organization called the GSC and you. Harry nodded slowly, face not betraying any emotion. I see, he said. Then, imagine my surprise when I found out that you and the GSC have something in common, said Kay as Harry's eyebrows shot up. You share the same lawyer, the Verdant firm. Fuck, thought Harry. He and Daphne knew it would be inevitable that someone would deduce that Daphne was signing off on the applications for the Diagon Restoration Program, not to mention the Verdant seal on all the official documents prepared on behalf of the GSC. You don't seem surprised, said Miria. Harry shrugged and took a sip of wine. I'm sure I'm not the only client that Daphne has, he said. I've heard of the GSC before, of course. It's hard not to these days. I wasn't aware that they were Daphne's clients, but it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't, asked Kay, even though the Verdant firm primarily handles matters of estates and titles. What makes you think it doesn't belong to the estate of one of the families the firm manages? Asked Harry. Kay and Miria exchanged a look. I suppose that could be possible, he conceded. Just an odd bit of coincidence, I suppose. It's not coincidental at all, said Harry. The Verdant firm is the only one of its kind operating in Britain currently. I wouldn't be surprised if most of the old families have the firm on retainer. I personally chose them because Gringotts referred them to me. And you don't think this creates a conflict of interest? Asked Kay. Daphne is a consummate professional, said Harry firmly. I have complete faith in her. You seem very close, said Miria, looking at him shrewdly. We went to Hogwarts together, he said coolly, and she has been instrumental in helping my newest ventures. The institute and the orphanage, you mean, said Kay. Among other things, yes, he said. And you trust her? Asked Kay. I do, said Harry, before realizing he may have tipped his hand. The more diplomatic answer would have been to say that he was paying her, and she was bound by confidentiality oaths. Kay and Miria gave him unreadable looks as Nee brought up the main course. Harry cut into his lamb, taking a deep breath to calm down. He still wasn't sure what they wanted, but it wouldn't do for him to lose his cool. For the 1000th time, he wished Daphne could be there with him. There was silence as they all ate for a moment. Kay cleared his throat and looked at Harry. As I was saying, I have two competitors, you and the GSC, he said. I was hoping to propose that I reduce my competition to just one. Harry raised his eyebrows. I'm not sure I follow, he said. The Blackwood conglomerate is my family's, our family's, said Kay. I don't know why we have to compete when we should be joining forces. Harry stared at him for a moment. You want me to team up with you, against the GSC? Yes, said Kay. You have connections here, connections that I don't. Your reputation will also open a lot of doors that will otherwise remain closed. In other words, you want me to be your British poster boy? Asked Harry, cutting to the chase. Kay's smile became fixed. That's rather harsh, he said. I was suggesting a partnership instead. But I would essentially be a gateway for you into the British market, said Harry. He was sure Daphne or Adrian might have handled it better, but he was not fond of beating around the bush in a diplomatic way. He saw Kay Blackwood's words for what they were. Notwithstanding the fact that Kay didn't know that Harry was the one behind GSC, Kay saw Harry as a stepping stone. All that tosh about family had been for show. Let me be very clear, Harry. I will break into the British market, with or without your help, said Kay. I would just prefer it to be with you rather than against you. Harry took a long sip of his wine and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. I would say a healthy competition will be good for the economy, he said. I never saw the appeal in a monopoly. He remembered Daphne having said that previously. Kay's smile dropped and Miria placed a placating hand on his arm. Perhaps you wish to think about it, Harry. Consult with your lawyer, she said. I'm fine, thank you, he said. I won't stand in your way, but I'm not setting aside what I want to do. Britain is big enough for the two of us, and the GSC, of course. He took a deep breath and appraised the couple with new eyes. For what it's worth, we are family and I will treat you as such, but I prefer to keep my business dealings out of it. Kay's eyes gleamed and he nodded slowly. Very well, he said and raised his goblet. To family, then. Harry chuckled humorlessly and raised his goblet. To family. 13 September 1998. Emerald Teacups and Talking Teas. A Conversation with Lady Daphne Gringotts. By Cordelia Woodrow. It should come as no surprise to anyone that Lady Daphne Gringotts has become a household name since receiving the Minister's Special Recognition Award on 31 July this year. Part of the infamous Hogwarts 40, Lady Gringotts was one of the brave Hogwarts students who fought in the Battle of Hogwarts, which saw the downfall of he who must not be named. Lady Gringotts has also assumed the mantle as the head of Verdant Firm, the prominent estate and title lawyers. However, my interview with Lady Gringotts pertains to a different matter entirely. Cordelia Woodrow, C.W. Lady Gringotts, it is an absolute pleasure to meet you. Daphne Gringotts, D.G. The pleasure is all mine. Please call me Daphne. C.W. Daphne, you have had a very busy summer. First, you assumed the mantle of Verdant. Tell me a bit more about that. D.G. Verdant was supposed to shut down. Business had stopped entirely in the last 2 years, and my father's death all but cemented it. I was going to close the doors. C.W. What happened to change that? D.G. I got some new clients. I cannot disclose who they are, of course, for confidentiality reasons, but it helped me revive the business. C.W. I mean, one of your clients is well known. D.G. Yes, I suppose it is well known that I act for Elder Potter. When I first reopened, I was the only one running it. Now we have 2 other people besides me. It has allowed me to take a step back. C.W. Verdant is not your main focus. D.G. In a way, it is. It is my family's legacy, and it was what I was raised to inherit. However, there are things I wish to accomplish on my own. C.W. Do you ever see yourself leaving Verdant? D.G. No, I will never leave Verdant behind, but I could see myself stepping into an advisory role when it is more stable. Not yet, but perhaps in a year or 2. C.W. Wonderful. So let's talk about your newest venture. Emerald Teacups opened its doors this week, and the people have been buzzing about it. D.G. Thank you. The response has been overwhelming. C.W. I heard reports you were sold out of your first stock within 3 days. D.G. Yes, particularly our house blend, Emerald Brew. C.W. Tell me more about it. D.G. It was a personal recipe. It aids with sleep, without the usual downfalls of a sleeping draft. It is by far the most popular product we have. C.W. Sounds lovely. So what made you want to open Emerald Teacups? D.G. I have always wanted to start my own business. Something that I am passionate about, and something that is more relaxing than a state law. C.W. That is certainly true. Was the shop's design your idea? D.G. Mine and my sister's. And we had Penelope Clearwater consult on it as well. We wanted to create something reminiscent of a Victorian tea room. C.W. Well, you certainly managed that. The shop looks absolutely beautiful. What caught my attention were the green jars. DG, yes, we wanted a signature of sorts. Something that would identify our brand. The green glass jars with the gold lids seemed like a good idea. CW, they certainly are. Now, as to your involvement in the shop's day-to-day running, how does it work? DG, at the moment, I am preparing the blends myself with help from another tea maker. She also manages the shop, and we have 2 part-time floor staff. CW, wonderful. That must keep you very busy, though. DG, it does, but I'm up for the challenge. CW, that is incredible to hear. So, shall we talk about talking teas now? It has been a source of quite the excitement for us here at Witch Weekly. DG, certainly. One of my favorite columns in Witch Weekly is Hermione Granger's book club. I got the idea for talking teas from her column. CW, for our readers, can you tell them what Talking Teas is about? DG, yes, it will be a monthly column discussing one of our blends at a time. Each blend has a history and a story behind it, and I am hopping to share it. CW, we cannot wait. The first column will be published next week. I have had a peek at it, and let me tell you, it is incredible. DG, thank you. I'm very grateful that Marian liked it. CW, oh, she loved it. We all did. Daphne, thank you so much for your time. DG, thank you. Harry closed the copy of Witch Weekly and smiled toward Daphne, who was currently helping Teddy Doggy paddle his way through the lake. Teddy was having the time of his life, giggling his head off as Daphne supported his body through the water. Harry had to admit it, Teddy was a much better swimmer than him. There was a crack as Minnie appeared with a packed picnic basket. Harry smiled at her gratefully and called out to his 2 favorite people in the world. Lunchtime. Daphne glanced at him and then picked Teddy up before swimming back to the shore. Harry ogled his girlfriend shamelessly as she stepped out of the water, but then straightened up when she handed Teddy to him. Harry changed Teddy into dry clothes, as Daphne cast a drying charm on herself and put on a light green sundress over her emerald green swimsuit. He and Daphne, along with the rest of their team, had analyzed Harry's dinner with the Blackwood couple in detail, and they had all reached the same conclusion. It could have been better, but it was overall not the worst outcome. They had tossed around the idea of Harry accepting, so he could gain insider information from the Blackwood conglomerate, but Daphne had rightly pointed out that a businessman of Kay's caliber would take precautions to prevent that from happening. Harry had run into Kay once at a presser for the Quidditch season opening, and they had been distant but polite to one another, which Harry supposed was for the best. "Were you reading the article?" asked Daphne, nodding toward the magazine as she unpacked the picnic basket. "Yes," said Harry, pressing a kiss to Teddy's head after he had finished dressing him. "Apparently, you are thinking of stepping back from Verdant." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Tracy made me say it," she said. "Said it would help me distance myself from the lawyer image and become the approachable businesswoman who is fit to be Lady Potter." Harry raised his eyebrows at the dripping sarcasm and chuckled. "Tracy knows best," he said, repeating what Daphne had told him many times before. Daphne scowled playfully. "Yeah, I am questioning the wisdom in that," she said. "Do you want me to feed Teddy?" "No, I've got him," smiled Harry, holding the bottle to Teddy's mouth. It was a quiet afternoon as they ate their own lunch between feeding Teddy. There was a storm roiling overhead, so they decided to pack up and head indoors. Harry went to Teddy's room and put him down for a nap in his crib before returning to his own room. He could hear the shower running and knew Daphne was most likely cleaning up after swimming in the lake. Since the first night she had stayed over, Daphne had been staying over almost every night. Neither of them had discussed it as such, and Harry knew that it was a discussion they would need to have at some point or another. Their physical relationship had been heating up, but they were yet to cross the line, despite sleeping in the same bed every night for almost 2 weeks. Harry knew he was still hesitating, because his relationship with Daphne was markedly different from his previous relationships. He was afraid to step too quickly and ruin the wonderful balance they had created. At the same time, he didn't wish to hesitate too much. Daphne emerged from the ensuite, freshly showered and dressed in her green sundress, though she was also wearing a matching cardigan on top of it, which wasn't surprising considering the weather was starting to get colder. She smiled when she saw him sitting in the armchair by the unlit fireplace in his bedroom. "Is Teddy asleep?" she asked, as she walked over and sat down in the other armchair. Harry nodded and waved his hand, which caused the fireplace to spring to life with flames. Daphne grinned gratefully. "I still can't get used to your wandless magic," she added. "It only works this well at Potter Hall," he said. "And you still don't know what's caused it?" she asked. He hesitated. "I have some ideas," he said. When she gave him an expectant look, he smiled. "I never told you what I had been doing this past year, did I?" She blinked. "I figured you would when you were ready," she said. He nodded slowly. "I think I am ready now," he said. Daphne smiled and held out her hand. He took it and inhaled deeply. "I told you that in my 6th year, Dumbledore began giving me lessons. The lessons were memories he had of Voldemort from his youth, which told us something very important." He took another deep breath. "Have you ever heard of Horcruxes?" 17 September 1998. Daphne sat in her office at Verdant, carefully going through the guest list for the Halloween event. The invites had been sent 2 weeks ago, and most if not all of the guests had RSVP'd. The event was shaping up to be at least 300 people, if not more, and Daphne was glad she had Tristan and Aisha now, because there would absolutely be no time for her to plan an event that size and still maintain a sleep schedule without their help. Speaking of which, she heard a knock at the door and Aisha poked her head in. "Mr. Scamander is here," she said. Daphne nodded and quickly put away the papers from her desk as Aisha showed Newt in. "Good afternoon, Newt. How are you?" she asked, standing up to greet him. Newt walked into her office and smiled as he took a seat. "Very well, and you?" "Good, thank you," she said. "Tea?" "Of course," he said, and Aisha bowed and left to fetch it. "Thank you for making the time." "Nonsense," said Daphne, sitting down as well. "I'm sorry Harry can't be here, but he was needed at Hogwarts. I am having my associate, Tristan Lee, join us if that's okay." "Of course, not a problem at all," said Newt, as Tristan walked in and Daphne made the introductions. "Why was Harry needed at Hogwarts?" asked Newt, when Aisha returned with a tray of tea and biscuits. "One of the children at the Lily Potter home was injured after his flying lesson," said Daphne. "I have been told it's not too serious, but Harry went with the matron to see for himself." Newt nodded understandingly. "He is very dedicated to them, isn't he?" "He is," said Daphne, without hesitation. "He writes to them regularly and sent care packages this past week." "That is wonderful," said Newt, taking a sip of his tea. "So, what did you want to talk about?" asked Daphne, picking up her own cup of tea. Newt took another sip before speaking. "I have been getting more and more applications from both masters and apprentices over the past week. I am working my way through them, and I am expecting our numbers will be growing soon." "That is great news," smiled Daphne. "Yes," nodded Newt. "However, we will need more space." "Of course, the Ayola Castle is quite extensive, as you know, so we can get started on that," said Daphne. "I thought the same, but when I mentioned it in a staff meeting the other day, Emily said something interesting," said Newt. Daphne's brow furrowed. Emily Hallberry was the genius arithmancer at the James Potter Institute and one of their most valuable academics. She was also the most eccentric person Daphne had ever met. Emily said she had figured that the reason why we were in such a large castle was because there were plans for it to become an institution for education after Hogwarts, said Newt. Tristan's eyebrows shot up. "Like a university in the Muggle world?" he asked, sounding intrigued. "Yes," said Newt, nodding along. When she said that, it was like opening a can of worms. Other masters jumped in with ideas, and needless to say, everyone is very enthusiastic about this idea. Daphne blinked. "Okay," she said slowly. Newt smiled understandingly. "We haven't done anything yet, of course, but with suggestions, I have prepared an initial blueprint of what that might look like," he said, and pulled out a scroll of parchment from his robes. "Essentially, The current institute would remain as is, with the research division continuing. However, there would be a course-based education system as well, reminiscent of Hogwarts, but with specialized focus. Daphne unfurled the scroll of parchment that he offered and read through it quickly with Tristan. The structure was quite simple. Students who had completed 3 or more newts could apply to study an advanced course in their chosen field of study. The advanced course was for a period of 3 years, and upon completing the same, they could apply for an apprenticeship and choose their specialization for a mastery. "It makes sense, you see," said Newt, as they read it. "Currently, an apprentice will start their apprenticeship right out of Hogwarts, but they will only finish their mastery between 6 to 8 years after that point. As Madame Quinton put it, it is because the first 2 to 3 years are heavily focused on learning the advanced techniques in the first place. More often than not, this knowledge is imparted by the older apprentices rather than the masters themselves. And as the applications for apprenticeships grow, it will become impractical very quickly to manage them." Tristan nodded slowly. "On the other hand, if it were in a course-based format, that knowledge would be delivered to them as a class, preparing them for the mastery," he said. "Exactly," agreed Newt, enthusiastically. "It won't just be classroom-based learning. Depending on the subject, there would be practical and field work components as well. Then if they wanted to proceed to a mastery after that, it would only be between another 3 to 5 years for them to achieve that." "If," asked Daphne, confused, "what would be the purpose of doing this course-based path if not to progress to a mastery?" Newt smiled. "I'll give you an example," he said. "Say someone chooses to do a course in advanced runes with a focus on warding. They finish the 3 years of learning, and instead of wanting to go into research to get a mastery, they decide to apply for a position as a warder at the Platinum Warders. They will have had extensive knowledge and practical training during their learning at the Institute, and will need little to no training to apply their skills as a warder." Daphne let that sink in. "That would change everything," she said. "It will," nodded Newt, "but in a good way." She looked back at the scroll and read through it with new eyes. "This is incredible, Newt," she said, without bothering to conceal her wonder and excitement. Newt beamed at her, looking very pleased. "It is still in very early stages, mind you," he said. "It will need a lot of work, but I think it is worth pursuing." Daphne nodded slowly. "I will speak to Harry and the rest of our team," she said. "It will be a lot of work, like you said, and no doubt we will be consulting with you and the other masters along the way as well." "I would expect nothing less," laughed Newt. "We are at your disposal. When I say this idea was universally liked, I was not exaggerating. The masters are all very excited." "That is wonderful to know," said Daphne. "Thank you for this, Newt. I will discuss this with the others." Once Newt had left, Daphne turned to Tristan. "What do you think?" she asked. "I think it's a splendid idea," he said, without hesitation. "I would also look into the training programs offered by St. Mungo's and some of the ministry departments. If those courses can be offered at the Institute with a combination of practical experience at the relevant organization, that would also be immensely impactful. Additionally, professions such as ours or even ones like business management, journalism, public relations can be taught. And another thing to consider is vocational training provided by the Guild." Daphne's eyes went wide. "Start looking into it," she said. "Put together a list of relevant existing and potential educational programs. Cross-reference with what is offered in similar institutions around the world and prepare a concise report for me." Tristan nodded, taking diligent notes. "I will have it for you by the end of the week." Harry arrived through the fireplace in the headmistress' office and brushed off the soot from his robes before turning and smiling at Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, I had a feeling you would attend," said McGonagall as she stood up and shook her head with a fond smile. Harry stepped aside as Belinda exited the fire behind him. "Hello, Professor," he said sheepishly. "This is Belinda Sawbridge, the matron at the Lily Potter home." "We've met," said Belinda with a smile. "It is nice to see you again, Minerva." "You as well, Belinda," said Professor McGonagall. "Come, I will walk you to the hospital wing. Mr. Braxton's injury was minor, but Poppy will likely keep him there overnight for observation in case of a concussion. What happened exactly? Asked Belinda. His broomstick lost its enchantment during the flying lesson, said McGonagall as she led them to the hospital wing. He was not too high up, thankfully, so he only suffered a broken ankle. Has Madame Hooch found out what was wrong with the broom? Asked Harry. It was an old broom, and they tend to lose their enchantment with age, said McGonagall. Madame Hooch is currently in the process of checking all of the school brooms and getting rid of ones whose enchantment is wearing off so this doesn't happen again. Harry nodded, already thinking about what he could do to fix it. School brooms acting up was an unfortunately common thing. They reached the hospital wing and walked in to see Madame Pomfrey fussing over a sulky Kai. Mila and Lucas sat at his bedside, and their faces lit up when Harry walked in. "Harry," greeted Luca, with a bright smile as he immediately ran forward to give him a hug. Harry laughed as he hugged Luca and then Mila, who had been more sedate in running over to him though no less enthusiastic. Harry glanced at Kai, who looked shocked to see Harry, but then immediately glanced away when he noticed Harry's gaze on him. After exchanging pleasantries with Mila and Luca, Harry said hello to Madame Pomfrey, who beamed at him. "Following in your footsteps, this one, Mr. Potter," she said, nodding toward Kai. "I don't doubt it," smiled Harry. "How are you feeling, Kai?" Kai frowned, still not meeting Harry's eyes. "Fine," he said. "No need to make a fuss." "That is up to me to decide, young man," said Madame Pomfrey firmly. "I have fixed his ankle and he's showing no signs of a concussion, but I will observe him overnight," she added, looking at Harry and Belinda. "That's good to hear," said Belinda. "Thank you, Poppy." The bell rang, signaling the start of the next period, and Harry looked at Mila and Luca. "Go on," he told them. "I'll stay with Kai." They hugged him goodbye and left after another concerned look at Kai. "We will come by after dinner with Jeline," said Mila. Kai rolled his eyes but nodded as they left. Belinda and Professor McGonagall retired to her office to sign off on the paperwork. Harry had no idea that parents or guardians had to be informed of any injury received by a student while at Hogwarts. That certainly hadn't been happening consistently during Dumbledore's time, but McGonagall seemed to be enforcing the law to the letter. As Madame Pomfrey retired to her own office, Harry took a seat by Kai's bedside. "How are you really feeling, Kai?" asked Harry. "Crappy," said Kai sulkily. "Everyone was laughing." "It had nothing to do with your flying," said Harry. "This was an accident, it happens." "Did it happen to you?" asked Kai. "What, falling off my broom?" "Yes," said Harry. "More times than I can count, if I'm honest." Kai gave him a suspicious look, but then accepted his answer. He paused awkwardly for a moment. "Sorry I haven't answered your letters," he said. Harry smiled softly. "That's all right," he said. "I know how busy it gets in the first few weeks of the term. Did you like the care package?" Kai nodded, still not meeting Harry's gaze. "Thank you," he mumbled finally. "Of course," grinned Harry. "How's Hufflepuff House?" Kai shifted awkwardly again. "It's all right," he said. "They're friendly." "That's good," said Harry. "And you, Mila, Luca, and Jeline still seem to be getting along as well." Kai nodded. He looked at Harry finally and opened his mouth as if to ask a question. Harry waited patiently until he had worked up the nerve. Mila said she wrote to Veronica. Veronica Bradshaw had been the mind healer hired by the Lily Potter home. She did weekly visits to the orphanage and was counseling the children and providing mental health support. "Yes, I know Veronica has said she doesn't mind continuing counseling through correspondence," said Harry. Kai nodded but then fidgeted again. Can I see her?" he asked. "You want to see Veronica?" asked Harry. Kai nodded vigorously. "I suck at writing letters. It's easier to talk in person." Harry hummed in agreement. "I'll speak to Professor McGonagall and see what we can arrange," he said, and Kai looked visibly relieved. "Thanks for telling me, Kai." Kai nodded, and Harry stood up and ruffled his hair fondly. Saying goodbye, Harry noticed Madame Pomfrey beckoning him to her office, and he made his way to her. "I heard what he said," she said. Veronica Bradshaw is an excellent mind healer. I had told Albus several times over the years that we needed a mind healer to counsel children, but there were never enough funds for it, and the school governors would shoot it down as well. I know Minerva is in the process of reconvening the Board of Governors, and I think you should seriously consider applying. Harry raised his eyebrows. I thought the board was intact, he asked. Madame Pomfrey shook her head. It's in tatters, and the ones who remain haven't been at Hogwarts for over a century. We need new blood if we are to see change happen. Harry nodded. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, he said. I will look into it. 18 September 1998. It was the end of the day meeting at the GSC, and the agenda was packed. It was also Ernie's first meeting since he had been invited into the fold. After his initial meeting with Harry, where they had briefly discussed what the GSC did, Ernie had been busy taking over his new duties as the junior undersecretary to the Ministry of Magic. It had not left him time to join the GSC fully until this week, when he had finally managed to wrangle some sort of a schedule for his job at the ministry. Ernie had briefly met the members of the GSC, but it was his first time attending the regular meeting. Good evening, who would like to start today? Asked Daphne. Perhaps we should, said Draco, looking at Fleur, who nodded. We had a meeting with Finn Fortescue this week. He has plans of opening a branch in Hogsmeade later this year, said Fleur. He was hesitant at first because he thought we would only help if it were in Diagon or Platinum, so I said we would get back to him. Do we own any premises in Hogsmeade? Asked Harry. No, but that is what we wanted to talk to you about, said Draco. Fleur and I have looked at property prices in places outside of the alley, and we concur that it should be our next area of focus. Ernie blinked and then cleared his throat. I believe you are referring to Project Atlas, he said. All eyes turned to him, and Ernie realized that the spotlight had been cleverly turned onto him. Bloody Slytherins, he thought wryly but had to admire it. What can you tell us about it? Asked Adrian. The ministry is developing magical villages across Britain, he said. They are releasing plots of land for sale, giving grants for construction of residential and commercial premises, and will encourage businesses and citizens to relocate. And it's all hush-hush for now, asked Parvati wide-eyed. Not for long, said Ernie. It isn't the kind of project that would benefit from being hush-hush. The first village on their list is Hogsmeade because it is already an existing all-magical village, but they will be offering further land for expansion. It's due to go public in 3 weeks. What do we need to get ahead of this? Asked Harry. Well, we could purchase the land as soon as it goes on sale, but that won't necessarily help, said Draco. Also, it might bring the ministry's eye on us in a bad way. What do you mean? Asked Tracy. Think about it, said Daphne. The ministry is wanting to encourage citizens to expand their land, and then one business comes along and buys all of it. It doesn't look good, nor does it help what we are trying to do here. What then? Asked Parvati. I think we should be strategic about this, said Draco. What's the one business that will absolutely benefit from all that land for sale being available? Construction, breathed Tracy, eyes going wide. Brilliant, said Harry. We will still buy some land, of course, particularly commercial land, but I think our focus should be a construction business, said Fleur. Draco and I have started drafting up a plan if you would like us to present. Over the next 30 minutes or so, Draco and Fleur went through a detailed plan for a construction business. The business would offer new home and commercial construction, addition and renovations. Subcontractors would be used for framing, roofing, and plumbing work, and in-house project managers and magical engineers would form the first lot of employees. Platinum warders would collaborate to develop the warding and defenses around the properties. An office space would be cleared in Platinum Alley, and the hearing would begin as early as the following week. The business should be a subsidy of Larkspur Incorporated, said Daphne, which made Harry smirk. Larkspur Incorporated had been the first company Daphne had created in his name after they had realized how notorious GSC was becoming. While the initial plan had been for the GSC to be the umbrella organization, and which was still the case as far as the people in the room were concerned, they had to essentially treat GSC as solely a consulting business, that assisted other businesses in the public's eye. Everyone was becoming curious as to who was behind GSC, so they had agreed that Harry's other business ventures would need to be under a separate parent company to cover their bases. On paper, Larkspur was no different than any other business that the GSC had helped. Larkspur Incorporated was the parent company of the businesses that Harry owned which were not known to the wider public, including but not limited to the hotels, the Pride Farmhouse Wine, Platinum Warders, and the Pottery. While the latter two were an extension of the James Potter Institute, and it was understood that Harry owned or at least partly owned them, the fact that the name Larkspur was not known to anyone, but the people in the room or people who had signed a contract to maintain their silence, meant that the other businesses would not be connected to Harry directly. It had been one of many precautions Daphne had insisted on taking to keep Harry's name out of things, and he had agreed wholeheartedly. Privately, he and Daphne had essentially agreed to start treating Larkspur as the Potter Greengrass Company, and Emerald Teacups was also a subsidy of Larkspur Incorporated as a result. They had also discussed Larkspur acquiring the Verdant firm down the line. "Have we got any idea of who we are hearing?" asked Harry. "Somewhat," said Fleur. "I spoke to Bill, and he has put me in touch with a father-daughter pair from Egypt, Ammon and May Terk. Ammon is an experienced magical engineer, and May is a very adept project manager. They have only moved to Britain 2 months ago and were thinking of starting their own business, and Bill initially told me about them as a potential client for the GSC. However, I think it is worth making them an offer to run this business instead. They have contacts for subcontractors in Egypt, Monaco, Turkey, and Morocco that they can call upon as well. Invite them for a meeting next week," said Daphne. "Present them with the standard confidentiality agreement and liaise with Tristan to draft an offer." Draco and Fleur nodded as they made notes to that effect. "What about a name?" asked Draco. Harry leaned back in his chair. "Cardinal Constructions," he said, and a wave of agreement chorused around the room. There were brief discussions of the start of the Quidditch season, of the ongoing Death Eater trials, and an update on the Alpine Onyx with the positive confirmation that launch day would be the 1st of November. Todd Boot had informed them that the resort was already booked for November and over the Christmas period, and he anticipated that the rest of December would be booked out before launch day. Tracy had added they would help things along with some marketing if Boot's prediction did not eventuate, though no one had any doubts about it. The next major item on the agenda was the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Professor McGonagall was granted permission to supersede the board under the minister's wartime power to reopen for this year, said Harry. However, in my meeting with her last week, she explained that currently only 5 of the 12 governors remain. The others were either removed or resigned. "Removed?" asked Ernie. "Some by Voldemort, some by the Aurors after the end of the war," said Harry, shortly. The room collectively shuddered when he said the name. "She is extending invitations to various alumni to nominate themselves for a position on the board. It will be voted on in 2 weeks by the existing board." "Are we nominating anyone?" asked Parvati. "Andromeda, for one," said Daphne. "Also, Newt Scamander, Owen Sayer, and Bianca McDougal. She is the wife of the second McDougal's son." Ernie raised his eyebrows. The choices were not what he expected, but they made sense. Owen Sayer was the middle son of Elder Sayer, and had been a head boy and a high achiever in his day who was currently the main brewer at Sayer Potions. One of the board members who had resigned had been an elderly member of the McDougal family, so it made sense that the family still wished to be involved. Newt Scamander was a legend, of course, and given Andromeda's involvement in the Lily Potter home, she was an obvious choice as well. "My father is also applying for a position on the board," Ernie felt compelled to point out. "Not surprising," said Adrian. "That brings the count to 10. Anyone else?" "What about your father, Adrian?" asked Tracy. Adrian shook his head. "He is currently in Aruba with my stepmother. It is doubtful he is returning to Britain any time soon," he said, and then paused. "Perhaps your parents, Tracy." Tracy frowned. "I will ask my mother," she said. "She would most likely be interested." No doubt Professor McGonagall will also find some more options, said Daphne. Harry nodded. In the meantime, she has given permission for Veronica Bradshaw to conduct regular counseling sessions at Hogwarts for any of the children from the Lily Potter home, he said. They all bloody need counseling, not just the children from the Lily Potter home, said Parvati. One step at a time, said Daphne. For the time being, we have no authority over anyone except the children from the Lily Potter home. Once the Board of Governors is formed, Andromeda has agreed to raise the issue for the appointment of an on-site mind healer at Hogwarts. And new school brooms, added Harry. There were murmurs of agreement. Daphne cleared her throat. The last item on tonight's agenda is to do with the expansion of the James Potter Institute. Everyone sat up with interest, even Ernie. He had only briefly heard about this, and he was very curious. Daphne pulled out a sheaf of parchment. Tristan put together a report of his research for me, following which he and I consulted with Newt, and we have now developed a list of possible courses that can be offered. Have a read of it, she said, distributing the copies to all of them. Ernie ran his eyes over the list, and his eyebrows shot up. Apart from advanced studies in most of the subjects offered at Hogwarts, the list also had courses such as technomancy, magical engineering, healing, as well as accounting and bookkeeping, business and economics, law, marketing and public relations, media and journalism, politics and international relations, and art and design. This is amazing, Daphne, said Parvati, awed. It's just the basics for the time being, said Daphne. Newt and the masters are finding instructors for the courses, who will then develop a syllabus. Newt has a meeting with the full committee of the guild to propose that we also add some vocational courses. They might be shorter in length than the other courses, but no less valuable. Speaking of which, I assume this will be a private institution, asked Draco. It's a little bit of both, said Daphne. Tristan did some research, and upon registration, any students who apply will be subject to a means test with access to interest-free ministry assistance. We would also offer scholarships, though those would be limited in numbers. So our income will come from students who can afford to pay the fees, and from the ministry for those that cannot afford it, surmised Fleur. Yes, said Daphne. We are still consulting on finalizing the fees, but we don't expect them to be exorbitant. Enough to cover room, board, supplies, and the salaries of the instructors. When are we aiming to start? Asked Ernie. In autumn next year, said Daphne. We need to get it up and running and give the graduating Hogwarts students enough time to decide. Ernie took a sip of water, sufficiently impressed. He remembered how everyone had contributed suggestions based on their area of expertise during the course of the meeting. Each member brought something unique to the table. Time would tell, of course, but he was happy with his decision to become a part of this team. Are we going to rename the institute? Asked Tracy. It is currently the James Potter Institute for Magical Research. Might get confusing. We will only be changing it slightly, said Daphne, with a nod at Harry. It will become the James Potter Institute for Magical Research and Education. 22, September 1998. I think the autumn equinox might be my favorite sacred day so far, said Harry. Daphne laughed at him as she sipped her wine. The two of them were standing side by side in the arboretum on the east end of Potter Hall, leaning against the empty dining table. The house elves had just finished clearing the table from the feast they had hosted for Andromeda, Teddy, Draco, Bill, and Fleur that evening, their guests having left about half an hour ago. In keeping up with the traditions of the autumn equinox, they had dressed in their best finery and conjured ivy to wrap around each of their arms from wrists to elbows. Daphne had then burned an incense of benzoin, myrrh, and sage, and they had all dined in the luxurious arboretum of the East End, which was Harry's favored dining room for hosting guests. The Potter House elves had cooked an enormous feast of pot roast with all things harvested, fresh bread, caramel apples, and homemade apple cider. Harry had been unable to take his eyes off Daphne, who was dressed in an exquisite peacock blue sleeveless Grecian gown, her hair loose down her back with honeysuckles woven into the golden tresses, and sapphire jewelry adorning her ears, wrists, and neck. After dinner, they had buried the ivy they'd been wearing in the garden at the base of the tallest noble fir, and had made an offering of wine to the tree, before returning to the arboretum to drink some wine. The evening had begun winding down after that, as people went home one by one until it was just Harry and Daphne. "Why is it your favorite?" she asked, finishing her goblet of wine and setting it down on the table behind her. Harry followed suit and reached over to touch one of the honeysuckles woven into her hair. "Because you look so damn beautiful," he said, too drunk to hold his tongue. Daphne, it appeared, was equally drunk because she laughed again and pulled out the flower he'd been touching and tucked it into the lapel of his robes. Harry smiled and bent his head to kiss her hand as she did that, lips gradually drifting to her wrist. "These flowers are going to be a pain to get out of my hair," she murmured, as Harry held her wrist and continued to press kisses down the inside of her arm. Harry hummed in agreement and raised his gaze to hers. "I could remove them for you," he said. She smiled and retracted her arm before turning her back to him and shaking back her hair in apparent invitation. She had shed her poison pin after the last guest had left. Harry leaned forward and began plucking the flowers from her hair, slowly creating a pile of sweet-smelling flowers onto the empty dining table. When he removed the last flower, he undid the clasp of her gold and sapphire necklace and removed it as well. "Turn around," he whispered. Daphne turned around and Harry cupped her face and tucked her hair behind her ear before removing the dangling gold and sapphire earrings, setting them next to the necklace. The bracelets were next to go, and he kissed her naked wrists before pulling her in for a kiss. Her arms wrapped around his neck as Harry kissed her, tongue brushing hers in a playful dance. "Stay with me, Daph," he murmured, pulling back just enough to speak. "Stay here at Potter Hall with me." "Haven't I been doing that already?" she asked, laughing lightly. He shook his head. "You went to Greengrass Manor to get dressed today," he said. "I know it might not be proper or whatever, but I want you here all the time. I want this to be your home, and with every day that passes, I become more and more confident about us. About you." Daphne's cheeks flushed pink and she pulled away slightly. "You're drunk, Harry," she said. He just held her tighter but tilted his head back so he could meet her gaze. "I am," he confirmed, "but that doesn't mean I don't mean what I say." She chuckled and nodded. "I like it here too," she said. "Then stay," said Harry. "Daphne," he beseeched. She looked at him for a long moment and then sighed. "All right," she said. His heart thudded in his chest. "Really?" he asked. "Really," she nodded. "It isn't proper, but I don't care. I want to be here, with you." Harry beamed at her, and the two moved as one to kiss each other again. Harry knew he was too tired and drunk to do anything that night, so he reluctantly pulled away after a few moments. "Come on, love," he murmured, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Let's go to bed." Daphne grinned, and the two of them retired to their shared bed upstairs as the first autumn equinox came to an end. 1 October 1998. Daphne opened her eyes, having woken up before the ringing of her alarm. She blinked blearily for a moment and realized she was resting her head on Harry's chest, which was not an uncommon way for her to wake up these days. The day after the autumn equinox, she had officially moved into Potter Hall. The ladies' chamber at the Potter Hall currently held all of her clothes and belongings. The reading room had been populated with her books, and the ladies' study had become her new home office. The Greengrass Manor had been left in the care of the house elves, who had been practically giddy when Daphne had moved her belongings. Daphne knew most people would disapprove. While her virtue remained intact in the crudest of senses, she was essentially acting like the lady of the house with no betrothal contract or promise in place. Even her father, who was more open-minded than most people in her family, would have had trouble reconciling her decision. Merlin only knows what her grandmother would have to say about it. Daphne didn't care, or so she was telling herself. For the first time in her life, she was choosing what she wanted, rather than something that was expected of her or something that she had been trained for. Being with Harry made her happy, and Daphne was letting her heart lead her, simultaneously excited and dreading this entirely new territory that she had stepped into. Harry seemed happier, and it brought her great relief to see that he wasn't regretting his drunken decision to ask her to move in with him. She looked at his sleeping face now, and her eyes invariably drifted up to the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. It was getting fainter every day, and yet Daphne felt a cold chill down her spine as she remembered what Harry had told her about Horcruxes. She had always assumed that the Dark Lord had delved into the darkest of dark arts, but even she hadn't considered Horcruxes. She hadn't even heard the word before Harry had told her about his past year. And the greatest shock of all had been the Horcrux within Harry himself. Daphne still wasn't sure how she felt about it. Harry had looked worried when he'd told her, as if expecting her to be disgusted by it. Daphne wasn't disgusted, not in any way whatsoever, but she did see Harry with new eyes. It was almost amusing that the wizarding world that saw him as the savior barely even knew the extent of his strength and power. Harry Potter had wielded all three of the Deathly Hallows. He had defeated the greatest dark wizard of all time, all the while as a piece of the Dark Lord feasted on his own soul. Harry had never given in to the temptation of the dark arts, never used his strength to lord over anyone. Men like the Dark Lord, even Dumbledore, had succumbed to the lure of power in one way or another, but Harry had channeled it into something else, something beautiful and wonderful. Daphne had known very early on that she could very well fall in love with Harry, but now she was certain she had fallen even deeper. She wasn't ready to say the words, not even close, but she could admit to herself at least that she was in love with Harry. Harry stirred slightly, and Daphne smiled and kissed his cheek before starting to climb out of bed. Harry's strong arm pulled her back into his embrace as he hummed. Daphne chuckled and raised her gaze to his. "Good morning," she said. He was squinting sleepily, but he smiled back. "Morning," he said. "Do we have to get up yet?" "You don't, but I do," she said. "I want to get a swim in before breakfast." He hummed again and released her. Daphne turned her alarm off before it could ring and went across the hall to the ladies' chambers. After freshening up, she put on a bathing suit and made her way down to the lake. She waved at Gainsborough, who was swooping for prey near the lake, and he hooted at her in greeting before flying back toward the house for a much-needed nap. Setting her towel on the shore, Daphne dived into the slightly cold water, relishing in the way it woke her right up. The water would have been much colder without the climate charm, but it was thankfully just the perfect temperature for a vigorous swim. Daphne swam a few laps for about 30 minutes before returning to the house. She had seen Harry briefly as he went on his morning run around the mansion grounds, and he'd blown her a kiss when he'd passed the lake. Back in the ladies' chambers again, she showered and got dressed for the day, choosing a silver skirt, pink silk blouse and silver robes and matching cloak on top. Harry walked in, freshly showered and dressed, as she was pinning up her hair. "Are you almost ready?" he asked. Daphne nodded, finishing up and appraising her reflection carefully. They went down to breakfast together where Minnie served them both eggs, toast, and porridge with coffee and freshly made scones. They ate in companionable silence, Harry going through a pile of his mail while Daphne read the Daily Prophet. It was her favorite part of the day, when they ate breakfast in peace before the insanity of the day hit them. Thankfully, there wasn't a trial that day, which meant Harry would most likely use his morning to answer his mail before his meetings. Daphne knew he was meeting with Belinda and Andromeda later that morning to oversee hearing of tutors for the younger children at the Lily Potter home. Daphne herself would be dropping by Emerald Teacups for a while and finishing her latest Talking Teas piece for Witch Weekly, before they both had a meeting with Newt to discuss the progress of the Institute's expansion. Harry had a press conference later that afternoon to promote the pottery, since the first of the household products had now been shipped to their recipients, and they were ready for more customers. Daphne, who had grown up in a magical home herself, could see how immensely useful some of the appliances were, and had already bought a portable wireless radio and a magical kettle for her office, which she used frequently. While Harry would be busy with the press conference, Daphne had an appointment with a dressmaker for her gown for the Halloween event. An exclamation from Harry interrupted Daphne's musings. "What?" she asked immediately. Harry was staring at a letter, jaw dropped in shock. He wordlessly handed the letter to Daphne, who hurriedly took it and began reading. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you. I know you use owls to send letters, but I didn't know where to get one, so I asked Mrs. Fig to do it for me. I know you might not want to hear from me, especially since the last time we saw each other. Mum and Dad pretty much threw you out of the house. Funny thing is, I am kind of in the same boat at the moment. I have left Privet Drive and I am currently living on my own in London. I really wanted to talk to you and explain in person. Could you please meet me for dinner on Sunday, 10th of October at the second Italian restaurant in Piccadilly Circus at 7? I hope you can make it, and I look forward to seeing you. Best, Dudley Dursley. Daphne looked at Harry. That's your cousin, isn't it? Harry nodded. I know he said he would want to stay in touch with me, but you didn't expect this, surmised Daphne. Are you going to go? He paused but then nodded. I should, he said. Would you come with me? Yes, of course, she said. He smiled and then leaned forward and brushed a kiss across her forehead. Daphne raised her face for a proper kiss, and Harry seemed only too pleased to oblige. I should be on my way. Harry nodded as he returned to his breakfast, while Daphne finished the last of her coffee and stood up. She briefly went upstairs to cast a teeth-cleaning charm and retouch her makeup before calling out a goodbye to Harry and apparating into Platinum Alley. The shop front of emerald teacups was done up in shades of ebony and gold with emerald green littered throughout. The shop was yet to open to customers, but Daphne could see her staff inside. Evangeline Carlyle, the manager and apprentice tea maker that Daphne had hired, looked up when Daphne entered. Good morning, she greeted, in her heavy Welsh accent. I had a feeling you'd be stopping by. Daphne smiled. How are you, Eva? Very well, thanks, smiled Evangeline. We are fully stocked for today and there's plenty of inventory in the back. We will need to do a huge restock in another 2 weeks, but the current lot should carry us over. Good, said Daphne. Do we have any extras for the Jasmine Night's brew? My Talking Teas piece this month is going to be about it. Yes, we have doubled the stock in anticipation, said Evangeline, briefly checking the inventory list in front of her. I have also placed an order for more of our green glass jars. The turnaround on those is fairly quick, said Daphne, and checked the time. Opening time is in 10 minutes, so I'll leave you to it. Evangeline waved goodbye, and Daphne smiled at the other staff before taking her leave and going to Verdant. Aisha greeted her with a slightly nervous smile when she walked in. Good morning. You have a visitor, Madame Greengrass. Daphne raised her eyebrows. Aisha usually addressed her by her first name, and sure enough, there was a man sitting in the visitors' area. He stood up and walked toward Daphne with an amiable smile on his face. Lady Greengrass, I don't believe we have been formally introduced, he said, holding out his hand. Kay Blackwood. Mr. Blackwood, nodded Daphne, shaking his hand as her face pulled up into what Astoria always teased her as her Ice Queen expression. Kay's smile did not waver. I apologize. I don't have an appointment, but I was hopping to take up a moment of your time, he said. Daphne gave him a sharp look. Certainly, this way, she said, walking toward one of the meeting rooms. Some tea, Aisha, she called over her shoulder. Of course, said Aisha, before Daphne closed the door to the meeting room behind herself and Kay. Please sit, said Daphne, nodding toward one of the sofas and waited until he was sitting down to sit down on the other one, crossing her legs daintily and looking at him expectantly. What can I do for you, Mr. Blackwood? Well, for one, you can call me Kay, he said, his bright smile ever present. May I call you Daphne? She was spared having to answer because of Aisha walking in with a tray of tea. Daphne accepted her cup with a smile at Aisha, who gave her a subtle questioning look. Should I move your next appointment, Madame Greengrass? Asked Aisha. Daphne kept her face neutral, but made a mental note to commend Aisha later. There were no appointments that morning, and Aisha knew that. She was asking a question without asking it outright. No need, said Daphne. I don't expect we will be long. Aisha nodded and left. Daphne looked at Kay, who had raised his eyebrows but his smile hadn't moved. I find your reticence puzzling, Lady Greengrass, said Kay. It isn't reticence, Mr. Blackwood, she said, coolly. I am a busy woman, but I did not wish to turn you away without listening to your reasons for an unexpected visit. He chuckled. Suppose that's fair, he said. Have you heard of my family's business, Lady Greengrass? The Blackwood conglomerate, yes, she said, not even pretending to be unaware. You purchased and then revived the Bankery Bangers. It's an impressive feat. He nodded. That was merely a small stepping stone, he said. I'll be frank with you, Lady Greengrass. I am looking to expand my business into Britain, and everyone says that you're the woman to talk to. Daphne raised her eyebrows delicately. I am a lawyer, Mr. Blackwood, she said. To GSC and Harry Potter, he said. Two of my biggest competitors. Daphne sighed. You know I am bound by oaths, she said. Oh, no, no, no. I am not asking you to break your oaths, he said immediately. I am asking you to take the Blackwood conglomerate on as a client. Daphne almost rolled her eyes but restrained herself. Mr. Blackwood, I am currently not taking on new clients, she said. Besides, why would you want to hire the same lawyer as your competitors? Surely that would be a conflict of interest. I have been assured that you are a consummate professional, he said. Well, that is good to hear. My position stands, she said. I am not taking on new clients. She surveyed him shrewdly. Besides, I know that the Scottish firm of McTavish & Co. handled your acquisition of the Bankery Bangers, so I would not be surprised if they were on retainer for the Blackwood conglomerate, considering their area of practice aligns more with your interests than Verdant. Kay Blackwood's smile widened and he leaned back in his seat. You really are quite brilliant, aren't you? He murmured, and his eyes gleamed a little. No wonder he trusts you. Daphne stared back at him impassively, even as she felt herself shudder internally. There was something creepy about his gaze and the way he looked at her. It wasn't quite lust, but more like a desire to possess her like a trophy. She cleared her throat. If that is all, I must get on with my day, she said. Kay chuckled. I cannot change your mind, he asked. I'm afraid not, she said, standing up. Good day to you, Mr. Blackwood. He sighed but stood up and held out his hand again. Daphne shook his hand and let it go as soon as it was polite. Instead of walking him out, she got Yisha to do it and retired to her own office and locked the door. She hadn't anticipated Kay Blackwood to come knocking, but she supposed it wasn't surprising. Taking off her silver cloak, she set the magical kettle to boil and sat down in her chair. It was only mid-morning and she was already exhausted. That entire encounter had put her on edge. As an afterthought, she also took off her heels and let her hair down. When the water was done, she brewed a cup of jasmine nights and returned to her desk. Halfway through a relaxing cup of tea, she heard a knock at her door and she hastily pulled her hair back up and stuck her poisoned pin in it before answering the door, only to see Aisha looking at her in concern. Everything okay, boss? Asked Aisha. Daphne smiled and nodded. Yes, thanks, Aisha, she said. And thank you for handling Mr. Blackwood. That's why I'm here, said Aisha, though she looked pleased at the praise. I was going to walk to Sarah's Pasta to get some lunch in a bit. Would you like something? No, I'm all right, thanks, said Daphne. I'm going to try and finish my talking teas piece before my meeting with Newt. Yisha nodded and returned to her desk. Daphne closed the door to her office, but didn't lock it this time as she returned to her desk. Her tea had gone cold, so she vanished the cool liquid and made a fresh cuppa as she summoned her partially written article from the filing cabinet. No doubt she and Harry would dissect that encounter with Kay Blackwood over dinner, but in the meantime, she had work to do. Putting away the thoughts of Kay Blackwood for the time being, she began writing, letting the comforting sound of quill on parchment and the scent of the jasmine night's brew ease the tension from her body. 4 October 1998. Daphne had always been a bigger fan of flying itself than Quidditch, but there was something really fun about a league game on a Sunday afternoon. The official Quidditch season had commenced the day before with the Ballycastle Bats playing the Caerphilly Catapults. The game held at home for the Catapults had run for 56 minutes before the Star Seeker for the Bats had caught the snitch, ending the game 281-10. Daphne hadn't attended the game, but Harry had, and he'd given her a play-by-play over dinner. With the addition of the Bankery Bangers, there were now 14 teams in the league. The season was played in a double round robin, with each team playing each other twice, once at home and once away. The winner was awarded 3 points, and a point was awarded for a draw. After the playoffs, the top 2 seeds proceeded directly to the semifinals, leaving the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th teams to battle in the quarterfinals before progressing through the bracket to the semifinals. The finals were usually held on the last weekend of June. It was Puddlemere's first match of the season, and they were playing the Holyhead Harpies. Daphne was usually a Bats supporter, but she was seated in the Puddlemere top box in a row behind Harry and Neville. Neville had brought along Hannah Abbott as his date, and while Daphne wished she could sit next to Harry as well, they both knew it wouldn't be a good idea just yet, especially considering how many cameras were flashing toward their box. Harry turned around briefly and smiled at her, which she returned, making sure to tilt her head in a way that her hat would be sure to conceal most of her face from the cameras. Unlike her everyday outfits that she wore to work, Daphne was dressed exactly as Lady Gringotts was expected to dress. Tailored slim-leg black trousers, thin-heeled black boots laced all the way up to her knees, royal blue corset top, and a calf-length long-sleeved black open robe with royal blue lining. The robe had a singular gold button just under the bust, holding it closed. Daphne wore a wide-brimmed black picture hat with blue hydrangeas on it, and matching black gloves with embroidered blue hydrangeas along the cuff. A diamond tennis necklace adorned her neck, and her hair was pulled up into a stylish knot under her hat. Harry had given her an appreciative look when she'd arrived at the stadium. He'd had to meet with the team before the match, but he'd not had a chance to say anything, considering they had been surrounded by people since. Daphne raised her omnioculars to her eyes and appraised the field. It was an overcast day, but it wasn't raining, thankfully. The game was in full force and had been so for over an hour, and the Harpies were up 110-40. "Hell of a keeper, that Gianna Mancini," Daphne heard Neville say to Hannah. "Vanessa looks mad enough to spit." Sure enough, Vanessa Chen, the star chaser and captain of Puddlemere, looked like she wanted to murder the Harpies' keeper. When Gianna blocked yet another shot and passed it to their chasers, who scored once more and brought the Harpies up 120-40, Daphne saw Vanessa call a timeout. As the team huddled around Vanessa, Daphne trained her omnioculars on them, noticing Victor saying something to Vanessa, who looked surprised but nodded eagerly. The game resumed, and both teams scored once each, but then there was a loud gasp from the crowd when Victor dove into a near straight line toward the ground. The Harpies' seeker followed suit, and people in the top boxes stood up in their seats to see what was happening. Daphne stood as well. But a second later, the whistle sounded sharply 3 times, signaling that the golden snitch had been caught and the game had come to an end. Another moment later, a triumphant Victor flew up with the snitch held in his hand, bringing the game home for Puddlemere with a final score of 201-30. Daphne clapped enthusiastically as the Puddlemere team took a victory lap around the field before landing in their top box. It was a blur of congratulations after that, and when the press conference was due to begin, Daphne made a quiet exit to Potter Hall. She shed her hat and gloves, which Annie took away to the ladies' chambers to be put away. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and Daphne was considering browsing the library to find something to read when the pocket of her coat buzzed. She pulled out her Pleiades mirror and saw Astoria's face. Smiling, Daphne spoke her name and Astoria grinned as the connection engaged. "I saw the game was done and figured you'd be free," said Astoria. "How did you know the game was done?" asked Daphne as she sat at the bar stool in the kitchen. "Wireless in the common room," said Astoria. "I was listening while finishing my charms homework. You look nice." "Thanks," said Daphne, smiling down at her outfit. "I admit it is rather fun to dress up once in a while." "It suits you, you know," said Astoria softly. "Being Lady Greengrass, Father would be proud." Daphne felt her smile waver. She hadn't told Astoria that she had moved into Potter Hall, and she felt like the worst person. She knew deep down that Astoria would understand, but she also knew that Astoria would know their father would have disapproved. On the other hand, Astoria, who was being courted in the old ways by the heir to a sacred 28 family, would have been a point of pride for their father. In a way, Daphne was almost jealous of Astoria, and she hated that ugly feeling. She didn't blame Harry for not courting her. She doubted he was even aware of the traditions. She felt petty, but this was the one thing she did not want to teach Harry. If he felt the need to court her properly, she wanted him to initiate it and educate himself, rather than her teaching him like some sort of an obligation. Daphne blinked and focused on Astoria. "Sorry, Torre, I'm just a bit distracted," she said. Astoria nodded, but gave her a concerned look anyway. Daphne changed the subject and asked about Astoria's studies, and the two fell into easy conversation for the next half an hour before Astoria said her goodbyes. Daphne went up to the library and was in the process of browsing through the Transfiguration section when she felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist. "Hello, how was the press conference?" asked Daphne, relaxing into Harry's embrace. He pressed a kiss to the side of her neck. "It was good," he said. "I wasn't expecting you home until later," she said, as his fingers deftly undid the button holding her coat closed. Harry pulled the coat off her and tossed it aside, as Daphne turned around. "The team is off celebrating, but I wanted to join you for dinner," he said, ducking his head down for a kiss. Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck as they kissed, letting him press her up against the bookshelves. Harry pulled away after a moment and searched her eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes, why?" asked Daphne, surprised. "You seem preoccupied," he said. Daphne slowly unwrapped her arms from around his neck and shrugged. "Just tired, I suppose," she lied, unwilling to really get into the reasons for her melancholic mood. "Let's have an early night then," he said, smiling softly. "I'll tell Minnie to set the table." "Thanks, Harry," said Daphne, picking up her coat. "I'll freshen up and be downstairs soon." Harry nodded and left after placing a kiss on her cheek. Daphne sighed to herself and went to the ladies' chambers to shower and change before dinner, wishing she could just learn to be honest with the people she loved. 6 October 1998. Ammon and May have already started on plans at lots 1123, 1125, 1129, and 1141 in Hogsmeade, said Daphne, looking through her notes. "These are commercial plots?" asked Adrian. "All of them except 1141, said Daphne. "Lot 1141 will have an apartment building," said Fleur. "Just a small one, only 3 stories tall, and the ground floor will have some shop space as well. 1123, 1125, and 1129 will be ordinary single-storied shop spaces," said Draco. "We will approach Finn about lot 1129. It's about the right size for a cafe." "What is the timeline on construction for these?" asked Tracy. "Ammon and May have reached out to their subcontractors, and we have a solid initial staff for Cardinal Constructions," said Fleur. 1123, 1125, and 1129 are expected to be ready by the end of next month, however. Fit-outs will probably add on another 2 weeks to it. "That's fast," said Harry, surprised. "The ministry is cutting through the red tape, and you said you are offering a higher rate of pay, aren't you?" asked Ernie. "Yes, using the ministry grants," said Fleur, and Ernie nodded approvingly. "What about 1141? asked Harry. "Yes, we wanted to talk to you about that," said Draco. "May asked us what demographic we wanted to target for the apartments. The more upscale the apartment building, the longer it would take to build." "Hogsmeade doesn't really strike as the upscale sort though, does it?" said Parvati, thoughtfully. "Certainly not," agreed Adrian. "Hogsmeade mostly has lower to middle-income households." "We agree, which is why following our meeting with May, Fleur and I came up with a tier system for any residential construction," said Draco. "Tier 4, or Bronze tier, is fairly basic with small apartments. A step above the Celine Abbott boarding house, but not by much. Tier 3, or Silver tier, is slightly more upscale. A lobby in the apartment building, common laundry, medium-sized apartments." He flipped the parchment over before continuing. "Tier 2, or Gold tier, will have a concierge desk as well as a lobby, a combination of medium to large-sized apartments, and an indoor recreation room. Tier 1, or Diamond tier, will have large-sized apartments, as well as a doorman, indoor swimming pool, and in-house cleaning services, in addition to the rest. The purpose of having the tier system is twofold, said Fleur, when everyone looked a bit confused at the level of details. It will help determine the style and scope of construction, the materials used, and it would help with pricing. When it comes to selling the apartments, you mean, said Daphne, nodding understandingly. Or renting them, said Draco. There is no reason why Larkspur Incorporated can't own the apartments and rent them out if not all of them are sold. Daphne met Harry's gaze, who nodded. That is a good plan, especially considering not everyone is in a position to buy right away, he said. So by that measure, Hogsmeade would be what? Bronze or silver perhaps? Asked Tracy. Silver, said Fleur. A similar tier system will also apply to houses, though Cardinal is yet to be contracted for building a house. Ammon and May think they can begin construction on Lot 1141 in January next year, and expected completion will be June, said Draco. We have to be careful not to tie them up exclusively to our projects, you see. The whole point of having a construction company is to capitalize on the opportunity. We only purchased 4 out of the 20 lots that went on sale in Hogsmeade under Project Atlas. And we need Cardinal to get some business from the other 16, nodded Harry. Not just the other 16, added Ernie, looking through his notes. There are 9 other villages apart from Hogsmeade which are a part of this first phase of Project Atlas. The difference being that those are entirely new villages, said Daphne. Yes, nodded Ernie. The release of plots in those villages is slightly more complex. There is a quota for residential lots, and they are following the same policy as Diagon did in the early days. Meaning no more than one business of its kind, asked Harry. Ernie nodded. They have also released a list of essential businesses who are eligible for additional grants, he said. Grocery shops, apothecaries, and the like. Have we spoken with any of the existing businesses, helped by GSC to gauge interest for expansion? Asked Tracy. Rosette Frost is interested in a Hogsmeade branch of Rosette's Beauty Potions. We were thinking of Lot 1125, said Fleur. We could also approach Vikram Kale and see if he wants to open a Hogsmeade branch of the Claw Bookshop. What about the other villages? Asked Parvati. That's a bit harder, said Draco, especially because we don't know who else is already opening a shop there. I believe I can help there, said Ernie, pulling out another scroll of parchment. Here's a list of businesses who have been approved by the ministry so far. There aren't very many of them, mind you. He made copies and distributed them to everyone around the conference room table. Daphne took her copy and skimmed through it. What's the Caledonia Market? She asked, noticing that it appeared on the list for each of the new villages, with the exception of Hogsmeade. Grocery store chain, said Ernie. The 2 McDougal sons who ran the Green Grocers and Butchers shop in Diagon have joined forces to open a one-stop grocery shop. Daphne's brow furrowed. Why haven't we heard about this before? She asked. We had heard of their shops in Diagon closing temporarily, but nothing about this, said Draco. Elder McDougal is an ambitious man, said Adrian. It's unsurprising that he is using this opportunity to expand his family's business. Daphne met Harry's gaze and knew they would talk about it later in private. The sparkling growth is on here as well, she said, looking at the list again. In Hogsmeade and 5 of the other villages. Sparkling growth, that's Polly Winterbotham's liquor shop, isn't it? Asked Parvati. The one that stocks the Pride Farmhouse wine. Yes, she was one of the first retailers we had for the wine, said Draco. Where are these villages located? Ravensworth is near Manchester, Coldholt near Leeds, Fairdragon near Birmingham, Hedgeborn around Glasgow, Silverside near Liverpool, Fayhaven near Cardiff, Flowerdell near Southampton, and Brightdale is around Reading, listed Ernie, without even having to consult a list. Not a lot of apothecaries, observed Adrian, looking at the list that Ernie had given them. No taverns or bars either. We've only just launched, said Ernie. It is expected that there will be more interest in the coming months. It is an opportunity up for grabs in the meantime, said Adrian, and looked at Daphne. Perhaps something for Larkspur. Daphne gave a short nod as they moved on. Later that evening, when she and Harry were sitting in the arboretum with their cups of emerald brew before bed, Daphne reflected back on the end-of-day meeting. "I can hear your brain racing," said Harry, and Daphne blinked and smiled at him. "You're thinking about what Adrian said." Daphne nodded, seeing no point in denying it. "The villages are in their planning stage, so there is not much to do right away if we wanted to think of a new venture," she said. "We can do what the McDougalls did and plant our flag, so to speak." "You're thinking of an apothecary chain, or a tavern?" asked Harry. "I'm thinking both," she said sheepishly. Harry laughed, which made her smile. I know, I am letting my ambition get the better of me." Harry looked as if he were contemplating that. "I don't know if that is a bad thing, Daph," he said. "Emerald Teacups is doing well, and Eva seems to be managing it with minimal guidance from you. If we can build up businesses to run self-sufficiently, that is what we want eventually." "Yes, but to what end?" she asked seriously. "Are we doing this to make more money?" "Have any of our ventures started making money yet?" he asked, with an amused look on his face. Daphne rolled her eyes, but her lips twitched. "But we know that they will," she said, and Harry conceded with a nod. "What I'm saying is, money has never really been a motivating factor for me," he said. "But even I can't deny that having money is better than not having it. Having plenty of capital has made it possible for us to move so quickly on our ventures. While money isn't the end goal, or the only goal for that matter, it is a necessary one." Daphne nodded in agreement. "I want Project Atlas to succeed," she said, finally. "I don't know how successful it will be, given the initial lukewarm response from the public. You saw Ernie's list. Businesses aren't exactly lining up to snap up spots in villages other than Hogsmeade, and the people won't want to move into a village in the middle of nowhere with nothing around them. There needs to be a push, with positive press and additional businesses to draw people into those places. Which is why I said it's not a bad thing if you're letting your ambition get the best of you," he said, setting his empty cup down on the end table and reaching for her. Daphne followed suit and snuggled into his arms as they both lay down on the couch. "I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know," whispered Daphne, hiding her face in Harry's chest instead of looking at him. "For the downside of my ambition to come back to bite us." "You're not the only one with ambition," said Harry, running his fingers through her hair. She hummed and closed her eyes, enjoying the sensation. "And if it does come back to bite us, we will deal with it together." Daphne chuckled and raised her gaze to his. He grinned back and tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. "Bed?" he asked. "Bed," agreed Daphne. 10 October 1998. Harry kept bouncing his leg up and down, and Daphne placed a hand on his knee for the third time in 10 minutes to get him to stop. They were seated at a table near the back of the second Italian restaurant in Piccadilly Circus on the Muggle side, and Harry's nerves appeared to be at an all-time high at the prospect of seeing his cousin again. Daphne herself was not all that relaxed herself. It wasn't her first venture into the Muggle world, but it was the first time she was spending more than a few minutes there. She felt uncomfortable, but she drew comfort from the fact that she could feel her wand against her wrist. The holster was covered by the full sleeves of her black blazer dress, the simple yet stylish knee-length dress making her look slightly older. She had also chosen to wear pearl jewelry that day, despite her usual aversion to pearls in hopes of conveying maturity and affluence. She had also picked out Harry's clothes for him, black chinos, mother-of-pearl-colored collared shirt, and a black blazer with a mother-of-pearl pocket square. She felt a bit childish, but she wanted Harry's cousin to see Harry as the man he was, not the boy his family had mistreated. They were both slightly overdressed for the restaurant, but Daphne didn't care. Harry started bouncing his leg again, and Daphne looked at him. "Harry," she whispered. "Sorry," he said, stopping immediately. "I don't even know why I'm nervous." Daphne smiled softly and squeezed his knee comfortingly. "Doesn't matter why," she said. "There doesn't always have to be a reason for how you feel." His eyes softened, and he nodded and kissed her cheek, just as the waitress walked up to their table, leading two people behind her. Harry got to his feet, and Daphne followed suit after a moment. Harry's cousin, Dudley, was tall and stocky with sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. He was dressed in dark jeans and a navy blue button-up shirt and looked about as nervous as Harry. The woman with him was of Asian descent, with pinned, straight black hair, who was dressed in a white dress with purple lilies on it. "Harry, it's good to see you," said Dudley, as he and Harry shook hands awkwardly. "Why, yeah, it's good to see you too," said Harry. There was a pregnant pause before he glanced at Daphne. This is Daphne Gringotts, my girlfriend." "Hello," said Dudley, holding out his hand. Daphne shook his hand with a polite smile. "This is my girlfriend, Tina Ueno." "Hi," smiled Tina cheerfully, as she shook Daphne's hand and then Harry's. "It is very nice to meet you both." "Very nice to meet you as well," said Daphne politely, as Harry nodded vigorously. There was another awkward pause. "Let's sit, shall we?" prompted Daphne. "Yeah, of course," said Dudley, as they all sat down. Daphne picked up the menu and glanced sideways at Harry, who still looked very nervous and awkward. With a sigh, she glanced across the table and saw Tina giving a similar look to Dudley. Tina must have felt Daphne's gaze on her, because she looked at Daphne, and a look of silent solidarity passed between them. "Shall we start with some wine?" prompted Tina. "Excellent idea," agreed Daphne immediately. Tina waved down the waitress. "Could we get a bottle of Pinot Noir and 4 glasses, please?" "Certainly," nodded the waitress. "Are you ready to order food?" "Perhaps the bruschetta and the arancini to start with," said Daphne. The waitress nodded and left. Daphne took a breath and placed a hand on Harry's knee. He looked at her and gave a nod. "So, Dudley, how have you been?" he asked, looking at his cousin. Dudley shrugged with a small smile. "Good, I guess," he said, and glanced at Tina. "It's a bit of a long story, actually." Tina smiled encouragingly at him as the waitress returned and poured them all wine. Dudley took a hearty sip of his wine before inhaling deeply. "Mum and Dad threw me out," he said. He chuckled at the shocked look on Harry's face. "Yeah. Dad had pulled some strings to get me into university, but I refused to go and instead picked up an apprenticeship as a plumber. That's how I met Tina, actually. Her dad is my supervisor." Harry just blinked for a few moments. I don't know what to say," he said finally. "I don't blame you," said Dudley. "Mum kept in touch at first, but then she saw her darling boy dadding me and said she would rather see him dead than with a—" Tina trailed off and took a sip of her wine. "Well, I'll spare us the unpleasant language." "They didn't like that Tina is Japanese," said Dudley, looking uncomfortable. "Or more precisely, they don't like that I'm not white," said Tina bluntly, which made Daphne like her immediately. "Well, that and also my family is blue-collar." The waitress returned and placed a platter of bruschetta and a plate of arancini on the table. There was silence as everyone helped themselves to some food. "I thought about reasoning with them, but then I thought about things, really thought about them," said Dudley after a moment. He met Harry's gaze squarely. "About our childhood, about what Mum and Dad did." He inhaled again, as if to take a steadying breath. "What I did." "You were just a child," said Harry. "So were you," said Dudley immediately. He looked away awkwardly. "I know it's not an excuse, but I am really sorry for everything, Harry." Tina placed a comforting hand on Dudley's arm. "Are we ready to order mains?" asked the waitress as she came back. "Yes," said Daphne, sensing that Harry needed a moment to recover from Dudley's words. "I'll have the gnocchi and the saltimbocca. Harry, did you want to have the ravioli and the lamb ribs?" "Yeah," said Harry and shot her a grateful smile. "I'll have the gnocchi as well, and chicken parmigiana," said Tina. "Same for me," said Dudley. The waitress collected their menus and left with a cheerful smile. Harry took a deep breath and held Daphne's hand under the table. "Thanks, Dudley," he said quietly. "It means a lot." Dudley exhaled in obvious relief and smiled. "Thank you, Harry, really," he said. Harry smiled back and squeezed Daphne's hand. "We are family," he said. "Everything happened as it did, but what we do from now on is a lot more important." "I agree," said Dudley, leaning forward eagerly. Look, one of the first things I have learned since being on my own was how messed up our home life was, and I don't want to be the person that my parents wanted me to be. He looked at Tina briefly before looking back at Harry. I never want to be like them. Mum, Dad, Aunt Marge, I don't think they will ever change, and I don't want to pin my hopes on them anyway. I'm the only family left then, smiled Harry ruefully. Dudley chuckled in agreement. Yeah, he said, I am in a good place at the moment. I've got Tina and her dad, my housemates at the shared house where I live, and I have joined a boxing gym recently as well. He took a breath and smiled. So I wanted to reach out to you. You could have told me to get lost, but I was hoping you wouldn't. I wouldn't do that, said Harry, and then considered his response. A lot of stuff has happened, and a lot has changed, even since the last time we saw each other. But I'm in a good place too, and I want to keep the family I still have. Dudley nodded, and the two of them exchanged slightly relieved smiles. The waitress brought over the first course, and the four of them began to dig in. So, Daphne, said Tina, how did you and Harry meet? Harry and I went to school together, said Daphne smoothly. We reconnected after graduation. That's the boarding school in Scotland, isn't it? Asked Tina. Yeah, said Harry with a small smile. Are you both at university now? Asked Tina. No, said Daphne. I have taken over my family's business. Oh, what's your family's business? Asked Dudley with interest. Tea making, said Daphne. We have a shop near Charing Cross. That's lovely, smiled Tina. What about you, Harry? He glanced at Daphne. I work at a charity. He's being modest, said Daphne. He started the charity. Really? Asked Tina, as both she and Dudley looked at Harry with wide eyes. Yeah, I inherited some money from my parents, he said. I reckon I'd put it to good use. That's wonderful, Harry, said Dudley. What do you do, Tina? Asked Daphne. I am a seamstress. I work at a local fashion house in Covent Garden, she said. Daphne ate her pasta left-handed, as Harry kept a firm grip on her right hand under the table as Tina talked about her job. His grip began to relax as conversation flowed easily, mostly because of Tina and Daphne, and by the time the next course was served, Harry had relinquished his grip. We are both saving up at the moment so we can find a flat together in the new year, said Tina. Do you both live together? Yes, said Harry, as Daphne said no at the same time. Dudley and Tina gave them confused looks, and Daphne blinked as Harry looked at her in surprise. I stay over at Harry's a lot, but I haven't moved in, lied Daphne, looking at her plate instead of Harry. Yeah, said Harry, and Daphne chanced a look at him, only to see a slightly hurt expression in his eyes which felt like a cutting curse to her gut. But we will, of course, down the line, said Daphne. Yeah, that makes sense, said Tina. So, Harry, tell us a bit more about this charity. Daphne breathed in relief as Tina changed the subject. After the main course, but before dessert, she excused herself to go to the bathroom and was joined by Tina. I'm really glad I got to meet you and Harry, said Tina, as they both refreshed their makeup at the mirrors. Dudley was so nervous that Harry would want nothing to do with him. Daphne considered her response carefully. Harry is a forgiving person, she said. Tina smiled as she met Daphne's gaze in the mirror. You don't agree? She asked. It changes from time to time, said Daphne honestly. I was glad to be wrong this time. Tina nodded. Dudley is putting on a brave face, but he is hurting from the way his parents have been acting, she said. Truthfully, I have been worried about him, but I am hoping having Harry on his side will help. The thing I know about Harry, said Daphne, is that he never gives up on the people that he cares about. Tina grinned gratefully. That makes me feel better, she said. Thank you, Daphne. Daphne smiled back, and they left to rejoin their table. The remainder of dinner passed without incident, and when they left, Daphne saw Harry slip a note to Dudley, no doubt with instructions on how to get in touch with him, if needed. When they returned to Potter Hall, Daphne was about ready to crawl into bed right away, but Harry followed her to the vanity room in the ladies' chambers. Daphne saw the slightly perturbed look on Harry's face as she was taking her jewelry off, and she sighed and set the pearls down, before turning to look at Harry. "I know," she said, knowing he was confused about why she had denied their living situation. "I don't understand," said Harry. "You said—" Daphne sighed and leaned against her vanity. "I am in love with you." Harry's eyes widened in shock. He clearly hadn't expected her to say that. Daphne hadn't expected herself to either, but she knew she had to be honest, lest she sabotage her own happiness due to stubbornness and pride. "I am in love with you," said Daphne again. "But I am also frustrated at you, and at myself, mostly at myself." Harry stepped closer and placed his hands on her waist. I, he began, but Daphne put her fingers on his lips, stopping him. "I don't know how to say this properly, so don't interrupt, please," she said, and waited until he had nodded to continue. "I am awful at asking for anything for myself. When I agreed to live with you, I chose myself and what I wanted, which is a life with you, in a way that defies everything I have been taught by the people who love me." She saw hurt and understanding flash in his eyes as he nodded again. "This is difficult for me, Harry, because I love you, and I do want a life with you. I just don't know how to let go of this guilt I feel still." Harry sighed and removed one hand from her waist to grab her hand that was still on his mouth. He slowly kissed her fingers and squeezed her hand. "I love you too, Daphne," he said, "and I was hoping to do this at Halloween, but I couldn't think of a better moment." He slowly let her go and took a step back. "I'll be back in a moment." Daphne blinked in shock as he left her alone. She absent-mindedly undid her bun and removed the poisoned pin, jumping slightly when she heard Harry return. He had a hand behind his back, and he smiled at her, even as she saw hints of nervousness. He held a familiar journal in his other hand that he handed to her on an earmarked page. Daphne took James Potter's journal with a look of confusion and began reading it. "I remember asking Dad about the Potter family traditions and why they were so different from the usual ones. Courting in the old ways, while not set in stone, was fairly consistent in what it demanded for it to be proper and acceptable. Dad didn't really have an answer, just that it was the way our family did things. Personally, I am not too fussed about the origins of the traditions, though Lily is currently researching, shall we say. My heart was in my throat not an hour earlier when I presented her with the first gift. I forgot to explain and just handed her the gift, confusing the life out of her. In my defense, I had expected her to hex me. We have been dating for less than a month, and I had it in my head that courting in the old ways would seem archaic to her. That couldn't be further from the truth. She is currently reading everything the Hogwarts library has on courting traditions, which, admittedly, is not a lot, but I don't have the heart to point it out just yet. I have already sent a letter off to Mum to send me the Legatum Familiae so Lily can read to her heart's content. For now, I am the happiest I ever remember being. The gift is currently safe in Lily's trunk, wrapped in the invisibility cloak, because it would be rather hard to explain the large sword in the girls' dormitory. JFP 30-110-1977. Daphne gasped as she got to the end of the page and looked up as Harry revealed his hand, which held a short, thin sword in a finely crafted scabbard. "The first gift in the Potter family tradition is a sword," said Harry as he held the sword horizontally in his hands. "I looked it up in the Legatum Familiae once I had read that entry in my dad's journal. The Legatum Familiae is the legacy of your family," said Daphne, her words coming out breathless. "Their family had one too, kept securely in the family vault at Gringotts." Harry chuckled and nodded. "It magically records my family's traditions for every sacred day, for courtship, for everything," he said, and Daphne's eyes misted when she saw how utterly happy he sounded. "There are stories about my ancestors, about their accomplishments, even their mishaps because there was a lesson to be learned." He paused and chuckled. "I am rambling, sorry." He stepped forward with the sword. "Lady Daphne Cecilia Maeve Gringotts, I come to you as the head of the Potter family, the Peveril family, the Black family, but more importantly, I come to you as Harry James Potter. I beseech you to accept my first gift, a sword personally crafted for you." Daphne carefully set the journal on the vanity before accepting the sword with both hands. It was lighter than she expected, and she saw that the finely crafted leather scabbard had detailed embroidery in gold. Her eyes widened when she realized that the embroidery was the Pater Amaryllis drawn in with the greengrass ivy, the pattern running the entire length of the scabbard. It was a beautiful hunting sword, she realized as she pulled the sword from the scabbard. It had a steel blade and a platinum hilt, decorated with a gem-studded ivy-wrapped amaryllis, the amaryllis consisting of small rubies, and the ivy and amaryllis stalk consisting of smaller emeralds. "I realize it is not just about my family, but yours as well," said Harry, and Daphne looked away from the beautiful sword to look at him again. With a watery smile, Daphne sheathed the sword again and sank into a graceful curtsy. "Thank you, Lord Potter," she said. "I accept your gift and thank you for it." She barely had a moment to set the sword down on the vanity before Harry pulled her into his arms and captured her lips in a heated kiss. Daphne's hands clutched the lapel of his blazer as they kissed, and when they pulled away for a breath, Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her forehead on his. A few quiet moments passed, and it was all the time Daphne needed to make up her mind. "Take me to bed, Harry," she said. His eyes widened, and Daphne smiled in reassurance. She yelped in surprise when Harry picked her up easily bridal style and carried her from the vanity in the ladies' chambers and across the hall to his chambers. In his bedroom, he set her down on the thick shag rug in front of the fireplace. With a wave of his hand, the fireplace roared to life as the sconces dimmed to a low, intimate hue. Harry took off his blazer and tossed it onto one of the armchairs before pulling her into another heated kiss. Daphne melted in his arms as his fingers carted through her long hair, his grip occasionally tightening while their lips moved together. A clap of thunder made her jump, and she felt Harry's smile against her mouth. "All right," he asked her, pulling back enough to meet her gaze. Daphne could feel how warm her face was, but she nodded. Her heart was racing, and she felt like she had swallowed a cauldron full of butterflies. Harry seemed to understand that she needed a moment, and he took the time to undo his cuffs. When he went to unbutton his shirt, Daphne stopped him hurriedly and took over. "You have to be patient with me," she said nervously, as she unbuttoned Harry's shirt. "Of course," said Harry. "Daph, look at me." He waited until she had met his gaze. "I love you, and we don't have to do anything you don't want to." Daphne chuckled. "I know," she said, and knew there was something she had to clear up before they could proceed. "I am sorry about before, though, and for being distant lately." "I think I deserved it just a bit," said Harry sheepishly. Daphne's eyes went wide. "No, you didn't," she said immediately. "Harry, listen to me. The reason for my behavior was my own inability to reconcile what I should be doing and what I wanted to do. I am sorry that I took it out on you instead of talking to you about it." She took a breath. "And I am sorry I cornered you into giving me the first gift before you were ready." "Now you need to listen to me," said Harry. "I have been ready for a long time. I didn't magically craft the sword this evening, you know. I was waiting for the perfect moment, and that was it." Daphne smiled widely in response, and she launched herself into his arms, pressing her mouth to his. Harry grinned as he took his shirt off and unbuttoned the buttons on her blazer dress, since the dress opened in the front. "Merlin, you are beautiful," she heard him murmur, which substantially dissipated the nervousness that she felt. She removed the dress, letting it fall behind herself, feeling rather exposed in the matching black lace undergarments. But the way Harry's eyes moved over body bolstered her confidence. The two of them retired to the bed, exchanging breathless kisses, their hands exploring each other's bodies. The remaining clothes were tossed aside as another loud clap of thunder shook the windows of the manor, and rain began to fall in earnest outside. Daphne smiled up at Harry hazily, relishing the way he was so focused on her and her pleasure. When he moved down her naked body, exploring every inch of her skin with his hands, tongue, and mouth, she gasped out his name, which morphed into a groan when she felt him place a small bite on the inside of her thigh. It had been over a month since that time in her office, and one of Daphne's last coherent thoughts was why they hadn't been doing this every single day since. When Harry fell onto the bed next to her, looking smug beyond belief, Daphne couldn't even bring herself to admonish him for it. Not when her brain was swimming with pleasure from 2 consecutive mind-shattering orgasms. Harry's glasses had been tossed aside between the first and the second orgasm, and Daphne couldn't help but get lost in his piercing emerald gaze. "Show me what you like," said Daphne after she had caught her breath. Harry grinned at her. "Another time, love," he said, and rolled on top of her again, parting her thighs and situating himself between them. "Tonight is about you." She felt some of her nervousness return, and Harry kissed her forehead reassuringly. "You can tell me to stop at any time," he said, and Daphne nodded. She removed her wand from her wrist holster and cast the charm on herself, before tossing her wand onto the bedside table. Harry kissed her, and Daphne made a small noise as he entered her. "Relax, love, you have to relax," he murmured as he pushed himself in all the way. Daphne met his gaze, grimacing at the pinch of pain she felt between her thighs as Harry broke past her maidenhood. Her hands clutched his biceps in a strong grip, and at his soothing words, she started to relax as the initial pinch of pain began to abate. "You can move now," she gasped, and Harry nodded as he began to move in and out of her. The pain was slowly being overtaken by pleasure, and Daphne's eyes fell shut as her own hips picked up on Harry's rhythm like a familiar tango. "That's it, love, just like that," she heard Harry murmur. He gripped her hips with both his hands, increasing the tempo of his movements, while his fingers dug into her skin to the point of pain, though not quite. She could feel his breathing getting labored, and knew she would not get there before him unless she helped things along. Remembering what she had read, Daphne wrapped her legs around Harry's hips, pulling him in deeper, relishing in the loud groan that escaped his lips when she did that. He looked down at her with lust-darkened eyes and sat back, simultaneously lifting her by the hips so that she was on his lap. The sudden change in position hurt just a bit, and Daphne hissed in pain. Harry immediately paused and looked up at her in alarm. "I am all right," she said, sounding a bit breathless. "You just surprised me." "Are you sure?" he asked, searching her eyes. "Do you want me to stop?" "Don't you dare," she said, and he laughed out loud. Harry ran his palms along the side of her hips and thighs in a soothing motion, before wrapping a firm arm around her waist, while he lay his other hand flat on the bed to brace himself. Daphne gasped and threw her head back as he began moving again, this new position feeling even better than the one before. As she had previously, she began moving her hips in tandem, bracing herself with her hands on his shoulders. The fire blazed in the fireplace, the sound almost drowned out by the torrential rain outside, but Daphne could only hear Harry's quiet, deep groans and sighs as he buried himself over and over again in her. At one point, he rested his head right over her heart, matching the rhythm of his hips to the sound of her heartbeat. When Daphne had her third and final orgasm of the night, it was almost gentle and made tears fill her eyes. Harry followed moments after, murmuring sweet nothings into the skin between her breasts as he tumbled over the brink. They collapsed onto the bed in a heap, Harry having enough presence of mind to cast a scourgify on both of them and the bed, before laying down next to her. Daphne was glad, though the slight burn between her thighs told her that she was in for a painful day tomorrow. The two of them remained silent, hands intertwined as they listened to the rain outside and their own breathing as it slowed back down to normal. "I love you," said Daphne finally. Harry squeezed her hand. "I love you too," he replied. With tired smiles, they kissed each other again, as Harry pulled the duvet over their naked bodies. In the legatum familiae of both the Potter and Greengrass families, magic marked the beginning of the courtship of their respective heads.